Side 1, Gateway by Frederik Pohl. Copyright 1977 by Frederik Pohl. Narrated by Jim Jensen. This book contains 313 pages on 6 sides. Also by Frederik Pohl, published by Ballantine Books. The Best of Frederik Pohl, edited and with an introduction by Lester Del Rey. Farthest Star with Jack Williamson. The Gold at the Starbow's End. The Reefs of Space with Jack Williamson. Rogue Star with Jack Williamson. Slave Ship. The Space Merchants with C.M. Kornbluth. Age of the Pussyfoot. The Hichi Lottery. The Stakes. A lifetime of riches and ease, and a place in the history of the human race as one of the few who brought back a priceless piece of the alien Hichi technology, wagered against the certainty of a miserable death in the wastes of space. The odds? Rotten. Only a third of the abandoned Hichi ships staffed by human explorers ever came back with living crews, or with dead ones, for that matter. Some never came back. The winner? Bob Broadhead, who lucked into 2 unprecedented finds and made it as big as anyone could. So why was his life, mansion, girls, and everything else he wanted, unbearable? Somehow he would have to find the answer, or never find peace. Chapter 1. My name is Robinette Broadhead, in spite of which I am male. My analyst, whom I call Siegfried von Schrink, although that isn't his name, he hasn't got a name, being a machine, has a lot of electronic fun with this fact. Why do you care if some people think it's a girl's name, Bob? I don't. Then why do you keep bringing it up? He annoys me when he keeps bringing up what I keep bringing up. I look at the ceiling with its hanging mobiles and piñatas. Then I look out the window. It isn't really a window. It's a moving holopic of surf coming in on Kaina Point. Siegfried's programming is pretty eclectic. After a while I say, I can't help what my parents called me. I tried spelling it Robinet, but then everybody pronounced it wrong. You could change it to something else, you know. If I changed it, I say, and I am sure I am right in this, you would just tell me I was going to obsessive lengths to defend my inner dichotomies. What I would tell you, Siegfried says in his heavy mechanical attempt at humor, is that, please, you shouldn't use technical psychoanalytic terms. I'd appreciate it if you would just say what you feel. What I feel, I say for the 1000th time, is happy. I got no problems. Why wouldn't I feel happy? We play these word games a lot, and I don't like them. I think there's something wrong with this program. He says, you tell me, Robbie, why don't you feel happy? I don't say anything to that. He persists. I think you're worried. Shit, Siegfried, I say, feeling a little disgust. You always say that. I'm not worried about anything. He tries wheedling. There's nothing wrong with saying how you feel. I look out the window again, angry because I can feel myself trembling, and I don't know why. You're a pain in the ass, Siegfried. You know that? He says something or other, but I am not listening. I am wondering why I waste my time coming here. If there was anybody ever who had every reason to be happy, I have to be him. I'm rich. I'm pretty good looking. I'm not too old. And anyway, I have full medical, so I can be just about any age I want to be for the next 50 years or so. I live in New York City under the big bubble, where you can't afford to live unless you're really well fixed, and maybe some kind of celebrity besides. I have a summer apartment that overlooks the Tappan Sea and the Palisades Dam, and the girls go crazy over my 3 outbangles. You don't see too many prospectors anywhere on Earth, not even in New York. They're all wild to have me tell them what it's really like out around the Orion Nebula, or the Lesser Magellanic Cloud. I've never been to either place, of course. The one really interesting place I've been to I don't like to talk about. Or, says Siegfried, having waited the appropriate number of microseconds for a response to whatever it was he said last, If you really are happy, why do you come here for help? I hate it when he asks me the same questions I ask myself. I don't answer. I squirm around until I get comfortable again on the plastic foam mat, because I can tell that it's going to be a long, lousy session. If I knew why I needed help, why would I need help? Rob, you aren't very responsive today, Siegfried says through the little loudspeaker at the head of the mat. Sometimes he uses a very lifelike dummy sitting in an armchair, tapping a pencil and smiling quirkily at me from time to time. But I've told him that makes me nervous. Why don't you just tell me what you're thinking? I'm not thinking about anything particularly. Let your mind roam. Say whatever comes into it, Bob. I'm remembering, I say, and stop. Remembering what, Rob? Gateway? That sounds more like a question than a statement. Maybe it is. I can't help that. That's what I'm remembering, Gateway. I have every reason to remember Gateway. That's how I got the money and the bangles and other things. I think back to the day I left Gateway. That was, day 31 of Orbit 22, which means, counting back, just about 16 years and a couple of months since I left there. I was 30 minutes out of the hospital and couldn't wait to collect my pay, catch my ship, and blow. Siegfried says politely, "Please say what you're thinking out loud, Robbie." "I'm thinking about Shikati Bakin," I say. "Yes, you've mentioned him, I remember. What about him?" I don't answer. Old legless Shiki Bakin had the room next to mine, but I don't want to discuss it with Siegfried. I wriggle around on my circular mat, thinking about Shiki and trying to cry. "You seem upset, Bob." I don't answer to that either. Shiki was almost the only person I said goodbye to on Gateway. That was funny. There was a big difference in our status. I was a prospector, and Shiki was a garbage man. They paid him enough money to cover his life support tax because he did odd jobs, and even on Gateway they have to have somebody to clean up the garbage. But sooner or later he would be too old and too sick to be any more use at all. Then, if he was lucky, they would push him out into space and he would die. If he wasn't lucky, they'd probably send him back to a planet. He would die there, too, before very long. But first he would have the experience of living for a few weeks or so as a helpless cripple. Anyway, he was my neighbor. Every morning he would get up and painstakingly vacuum every square inch around his cell. It would be dirty, because there was so much trash floating around Gateway all the time, despite the attempts to clean it up. When he had it perfectly clean, even around the roots of the little shrublets he planted and shaped, he would take a handful of pebbles, bottle caps, bits of torn paper, the same trash he'd just vacuumed up half the time, and painstakingly arrange it on the place he had just cleaned. Funny, I never could see the difference, but Clara said she could. "Bob, what were you thinking about just then?" Siegfried asks. I roll up into a fetal ball and mumble something. "I couldn't understand what you just said, Robbie." I don't say anything. I wonder what became of Shiki. I suppose he died. Suddenly I feel very sad about Shiki dying such a very long way from Nagoya, and I wish again that I could cry, but I can't. I squirm and wriggle. I flail against the foam mat until the restraining straps squeak. Nothing helps. The pain and shame won't come out. I feel rather pleased with myself that I'm trying so hard to let the feelings out, but I have to admit I'm not being successful, and the dreary interview goes on. Siegfried says, "Bob, you're taking a long time to answer. Do you think you're holding something back?" I say virtuously, "What kind of a question is that? If I am, how would I know?" I pause to survey the inside of my brain, looking in all the corners for padlocks that I can open for Siegfried. I don't see any. I say judiciously, "I don't think that's it exactly. I don't feel as if I were blocking. It's more as if there were so many things I wanted to say that I couldn't decide which." "Take any one, Rob. Say the first thing that comes into your mind." Now that's dumb, it seems to me. How do I know which is the first thing when they're all boiling around in there together. My father, my mother, Sylvia, Clara, poor Shicky trying to balance himself in flight without any legs, flapping around like a barn swallow chasing bugs as he scoops the cobwebby scraps out of Gateway's air. I reach down into my mind for places where I know it hurts, because it has hurt there before. The way I felt when I was 7 years old, parading up and down the Rock Park walk in front of the other kids, begging for someone to pay attention to me. The way it was when we were out of real space and knew that we were trapped with the ghost star coming up out of nothingness below us like the smile of a Cheshire cat. Oh, I have 100 memories like those, and they all hurt. That is, they can. They are pain. They are clearly labeled painful in the index to my memory. I know where to find them, and I know what it feels like to let them surface. But they will not hurt unless I let them out. "I'm waiting, Bob," Siegfried says. "I'm thinking," I say. As I lie there, it comes to my mind that I will be late for my guitar lesson. That reminds me of something, and I look at the fingers of my left hand, checking to see that the fingernails have not grown too long, wishing the calluses were harder and thicker. I have not learned to play the guitar very well, but most people are not that critical, and it gives me pleasure. Only you have to keep practicing and remembering. Let's see, I think, how do you make that transition from the D major to the C7th again? "Bob," Siegfried says, "this has not been a very productive session. There are only about 10 or 15 minutes left. Why don't you just say the first thing that comes into your mind, now?" I reject the first thing and say the second. The first thing that comes into my mind is the way my mother was crying when my father was killed. I don't think that was actually the first thing, Bob. Let me make a guess. Was the first thing something about Clara? My chest fills, tingling. My breath catches. All of a sudden there's Clara rising up before me, 16 years earlier, and not yet an hour older. I say, "As a matter of fact, Siegfried, I think what I want to talk about is my mother." I allow myself a polite, deprecatory chuckle. Siegfried doesn't ever sigh in resignation, but he can be silent in a way that sounds about the same. "You see," I go on, carefully outlining all the relevant issues, "she wanted to get married again after my father died. Not right away. I don't mean that she was glad about his death or anything like that. No, she loved him all right. But still, I see now she was a healthy young woman. Well, fairly young. Let's see, I suppose she was about 33, and if it hadn't been for me, I'm sure she would have remarried. I have feelings of guilt about that. I kept her from doing it. I went to her and said, 'Ma, you don't need another man. I'll be the man in the family. I'll take care of you.' Only I couldn't, of course. I was only about 5 years old." "I think you were 9, Robbie." "Was I? Let me think. Gee, Siegfried, I guess you're right." And then I try to swallow a big drop of spit that is somehow instantly formed in my throat, and I gag and cough. "Say it, Rob," Siegfried says insistently. "What do you want to say?" "God damn you, Siegfried." "Go ahead, Rob, say it." "Say what?" "Christ, Siegfried, you're driving me right up a wall. This shit isn't doing either one of us any good. Say what's bothering you, Bob, please." "Shut your fucking tin mouth." All that carefully covered pain is pushing its way out, and I can't stand it, can't deal with it. "I suggest, Bob, that you try—" I surge against the straps, kicking chunks out of the foam matting, roaring, "Shut up, you! I don't want to hear. I can't cope with this. Don't you understand me? I can't. Can't cope. Can't cope." Siegfried waits patiently for me to stop weeping, which happens rather suddenly. And then, before he can say anything, I say wearily, "Oh, hell, Siegfried, this whole thing isn't getting us anywhere. I think we should call it off. There must be other people who need your services more than I do." "As to that, Rob," he says, "I am quite competent to meet all the demands on my time." I am drying my tears on the paper towels he has left beside the mat, and don't answer. "There is still excess capacity, in fact," he goes on, "but you must be the judge of whether we continue with these sessions or not." Have you got anything to drink in the recovery room? I ask him. Not in the sense you mean, no. There's what I am told is a very pleasant bar on the top floor of this building. Well, I say, I just wonder what I'm doing here. And 15 minutes later, having confirmed my appointment for the next week, I am drinking a cup of tea in Siegfried's recovery cubicle. I listen to hear if his next patient has started screaming yet, but I can't hear anything. So I wash my face, adjust my scarf, and slick down a little cowlick in my hair. I go up to the bar for a quick one. The head waiter, who is human, knows me, and gives me a seat looking south toward the lower bay rim of the bubble. He looks toward a tall, copper-skinned girl with green eyes sitting by herself, but I shake my head. I drink one short drink, admire the legs on the copper-skinned girl, and, thinking mostly about where I'm going to go for dinner, keep my appointment for my guitar lesson. Computer readout. 481. E-ray sub-0 equals E-ray sub-P, 13,320. Comma, C, comma. I think you're worried. Point. 13,325. 482. Externals, semicolon, 66 AA3, if, semicolon, 5B, 13,330, go to double asterisk 7Z3, 13,335, externals at 01R, if at 7, 13,340, go to double asterisk 7Z4, 13,345, comma, S, comma, shit, comma, Siegfried, comma, you always, 13,350, say that, point, 13,355, externals, cent sign, 99997AA, exclamation point, if, cent sign 8, 13,360, go to double asterisk 7Z4, if, question mark, go to 13,365, double asterisk 7Z10, 13,370, comma, S, comma, I'm not worried about any 13,375, thing, point, 13,380. 483, E-ray, point, shit, point, point, always, point, 13,385, point, worried, slash, not, point, 13,390, 484, comma, C, comma, why don't you tell me 13,395, about it, question mark, 13,400, 485, E-ray sub P equals E-ray sub Q, initiate 13,405, 8 comfort mode, 13,410, comma, C, comma, there's nothing wrong, 13,415, with saying how you, 13,420, feel, point, 13,425, 487, E-ray sub Q equals E-ray sub R, go to 13,430, double asterisk 1, go to double asterisk 2, go to 13,435, double asterisk 3, 13,440, 489, comma, S, comma, you're a pain in the ass, comma, 13,445, Siegfried, comma, you know, 13,450, that, question mark, 13,455, externals, cent sign 1, exclamation point, if, exclamation point, go to 13,460, $7Z10, if $7Z10 exclamation point, go to 13,465, $1, go to $2, go to $3, 13,470, E-ray, point, pane, point, 13,475. End computer readout. Chapter 2. All my life I wanted to be a prospector, as far back as I can remember. I couldn't have been more than 6 when my father and mother took me to a fair in Cheyenne. Hot dogs and popped soya, colored paper hydrogen balloons, a circus with dogs and horses, wheels of fortune, games, rides. And there was a pressure tent with opaque sides, $1 to get in, and inside somebody had arranged a display of imports from the Heechee tunnels on Venus. Prayer fans and fire pearls, real Heechee metal mirrors that you could buy for $25 apiece. Pa said they weren't real, but to me they were real. We couldn't afford $25 apiece, though, and when you came right down to it, I didn't really need a mirror. Freckled face, buck teeth, hair I brushed straight back and tied. They had just found Gateway. I heard my father talking about it going home that night in the Airbus, when I guess they thought I was asleep, and the wistful hunger in his voice kept me awake. If it hadn't been for my mother and me, he might have found a way to go, but he never got the chance. He was dead a year later. All I inherited from him was his job, as soon as I was big enough to hold it. I don't know if you've ever worked in the food mines, but you've probably heard about them. There isn't any great joy there. I started half-time and half-pay at 12. By the time I was 16, I had my father's rating. Charge driller, good pay, hard work. But what can you do with the pay? It isn't enough for full medical. It isn't enough even to get you out of the mines, only enough to be a sort of local success story. You work 6 hours on and 10 hours off, 8 hours sleep, and you're on again, with your clothes stinking of shale all the time. You can't smoke, except in sealed rooms. The oil fog settles everywhere. The girls are as smelly and slick and frazzled as you are. So we all did the same things. We worked and chased each other's women and played the lottery, and we drank a lot, the cheap, powerful liquor that was made not 10 miles away. Sometimes it was labeled Scotch, and sometimes vodka or bourbon, but it all came off the same slime-still columns. I was no different from any of the others, except that one time I won the lottery, and that was my ticket out. Before that happened, I just lived. My mother was a miner, too. After my father was killed in the shaft fire, she brought me up with the help of the company creche. We got along all right, until I had my psychotic episode. I was 26 at the time. I had some trouble with my girl, and then for a while I just couldn't get out of bed in the morning. So they put me away. I was out of circulation for most of a year, and when they let me out of the shrink tank, my mother had died. Face it, that was my fault. I don't mean I planned it. I mean she would have lived if she hadn't had me to worry about. There wasn't enough money to pay the medical expenses for both of us. I needed psychotherapy. She needed a new lung. She didn't get it, so she died. I hated living on in the same apartment after she was dead, but it was either that or going to bachelor quarters. I didn't like the idea of living in such close proximity to a lot of men. Of course, I could have gotten married. I didn't. Sylvia, the girl I'd had the trouble with, was long gone by that time, but it wasn't because I had anything against the idea of marriage. Maybe you might think I did, considering my psychiatric history, and also considering that I'd lived with my mother as long as she was alive. But it isn't true. I like girls very much. I would have been very happy to marry one and raise a child, but not in the mines. I didn't want to leave a son of mine the way my father had left me. Charge drilling is bitchy hard work. Now they use steam torches with Heechee heating coils, and the shale just politely splits away like carving cubes of wax. But then we drilled and blasted. You'd go down into the shaft on the high-speed drop, at the start of your shift. The shaft wall was slimy and stinking, 10 inches from your shoulder, moving at 60 kilometers an hour relative to you. I've seen miners with a few drinks in them stagger and stretch out a hand to support themselves and pull back a stump. Then you pile out of the bucket and slip and stumble on the duct boards for a kilometer or more till you come to the working face. You drill your shaft, you set your charges, then you back out into a cul-de-sac while they blast, hoping you figured it right, and the whole reeking, oily mass doesn't come down on you. If you're buried alive, you can live up to a week in the loose shale. People have. When they don't get rescued until after the third day, they're usually never any good for anything anymore. Then, if everything has gone all right, you dodge the handling loaders as they come creeping in on their tracks on your way to the next face. The masks, they say, take out most of the hydrocarbons and the rock dust. They don't take out the stink. I'm not sure they take out all the hydrocarbons either. My mother is not the only miner I know who needed a new lung, nor the only one who couldn't pay for one either. And then, when your shift is over, where is there to go? You go to a bar, you go to a dorm room with a girl, you go to a rec room to play cards, you watch TV. You don't go outdoors very much. There's no reason. There are a couple of little parks, carefully tended, planted, replanted. Rock Park even has hedges and a lawn. I bet you never saw a lawn that had to be washed, scrubbed with detergent, and air-dried every week, or it would die. So we mostly leave the parks to the kids. Apart from the parks, there is only the surface of Wyoming, and as far as you can see, it looks like the surface of the moon. Nothing green anywhere, nothing alive, no birds, no squirrels, no pets. A few sludgy, squidgy creeks that for some reason are always bright ochre red under the oil. They tell us that we're lucky at that, because our part of Wyoming was shaft mined. In Colorado, where they strip mined, things were even worse. I always found that hard to believe, and still do, but I've never gone to look. And apart from everything else, there's the smell and sight and sound of the work. The sunsets, orangey brown through the haze. The constant smell. All day and all night, there's the roar of the extractor furnaces, heating and grinding the marlstone to get the kerogen out of it, and the rumble of the long line conveyors, dragging the spent shale away to pile it somewhere. See, you have to heat the rock to extract the oil. When you heat it, it expands like popcorn, so there's no place to put it. You can't squeeze it back into the shaft you've taken it out of. There's too much of it. If you dig out a mountain of shale and extract the oil, the popped shale that's left is enough to make 2 mountains. So that's what you do. You build new mountains. And the runoff heat from the extractors warms the culture sheds, and the oil grows its slime as it trickles through the shed, and the slime skimmers scoop it off and dry it and press it, and we eat it, or some of it, for breakfast the next morning. Funny, in the old days, oil used to bubble right out of the ground, and all people thought to do with it was stick it in their automobiles and burn it up. All the TV shows have morale builder commercials telling us how important our work is, how the whole world depends on us for food. It's all true. They don't have to keep reminding us. If we didn't do what we do, there would be hunger in Texas and kwashiorkor among the babies in Oregon. We all know that. We contribute 5 trillion calories a day to the world's diet, half the protein ration for about 1/5 of the global population. It all comes out of the yeasts and bacteria we grow off the Wyoming shale oil, along with parts of Utah and Colorado. The world needs that food, but so far it has cost us most of Wyoming, half of Appalachia, a big chunk of the Athabasca tar sands region. And what are we going to do with all those people when the last drop of hydrocarbon is converted to yeast? It's not my problem, but I still think of it. It stopped being my problem when I won the lottery the day after Christmas, the year I turned 26. The prize was $250,000, enough to live like a king for a year, enough to marry and keep a family on, provided we both worked and didn't live too high, or enough for a one-way ticket to Gateway. I took the lottery ticket down to the travel office, and turned it in for passage. They were glad to see me. They didn't do much of a business there, especially in that kind of commodity. I had about $10,000 left over in change, give or take a little. I didn't count it. I bought drinks for my whole shift as far as it would go. With the 50 people in my shift and all the friends and casual drop-ins who leached onto the party, it went about 24 hours. Then I staggered through a Wyoming blizzard back to the travel office. 5 months later, I was circling in toward the asteroid, staring out the portholes at the Brazilian cruiser that was challenging us, on my way to being a prospector at last. Poster. The Hichi Hut. Direct from the lost tunnels of Venus. Rare religious objects, priceless gems once worn by the secret race, astounding scientific discoveries, every item guaranteed authentic. Special discount for scientific parties and students. These fantastic objects are older than humanity. Now, for the first time at popular prices, adults $2.50, children $1. Delbert Gein, Ph.D., D.D., proprietor. End of poster. Chapter 3. Siegfried never closes off a subject. He never says, "Well, Bob, I guess we've talked enough about that." But sometimes, when I've been lying there on the mat for a long time, not responding much, making jokes or humming through my nose, after a while he'll say, "I think we might go back to a different area, Bob. There was something you said some time ago that we might follow up. Can you remember that time, the last time I talked to Clara, right?" "Yes, Bob." "Siegfried, I always know what you're going to say." "Doesn't matter if you do, Bob. What about it? Do you want to talk about how you felt that time?" "Why not?" I clean the nail of my right middle finger by drawing it between my two lower front teeth. I inspect it and say, "I realize that was an important time. Maybe it was the worst moment of my life, about. Even worse than when Sylvia bitched me, or when I found out my mother died." "Are you saying you'd rather talk about one of those things, Rob?" "Not at all. You say talk about Clara, we'll talk about Clara." And I settle myself on the foam mat and think for a while. I've been very interested in transcendental insight, and sometimes when I set a problem to my mind and just start saying my mantra over and over, I come out of it with the problem solved. Sell the fish farm stock in Baja and buy plumbing supplies on the commodities exchange. That was one, and it really paid out. Or take Rachel to Merida for water skiing on the Bay of Campeche. That got her into my bed the first time when I'd tried everything else. And then Siegfried says, "You're not responding, Rob." "I'm thinking about what you said." "Please don't think about it, Rob. Just talk. Tell me what you're feeling about Clara right now." I try to think it out, honestly. Siegfried won't let me get into TI for it, so I look inside my mind for suppressed feelings. "Well, not much," I say. Not much on the surface, anyway. "Do you remember the feeling at the time, Bob?" "Of course I do." "Try to feel what you felt then, Bob." "All right." Obediently, I reconstruct the situation in my mind. There I am, talking to Clara on the radio. Dane is shouting something in the lander. We're all frightened out of our wits. Down underneath us, the blue mist is opening up, and I see the dim skeletal star for the first time. The 3-ship, no, it was a 5. Anyway, it stinks of vomit and perspiration. My body aches. I can remember it exactly, although I would be lying if I said I was letting myself feel it. I say lightly, half chuckling, "Siegfried, there's an intensity of pain and guilt and misery there that I just can't handle." Sometimes I try that with him, saying a kind of painful truth in the tone you might use to ask the waiter at a cocktail party to bring you another rum punch. I do that when I want to divert his attack. I don't think it works. Siegfried has a lot of Hichi circuits in him. He's a lot better than the machines at the Institute were when I had my episode. He continuously monitors all my physical parameters, skin conductivity and pulse and beta wave activity and so on. He gets readings from the restraining straps that hold me on the mat, to show how violently I fling myself around. He meters the volume of my voice and spectrum scans the print for overtones. And he also understands what the words mean. Siegfried is extremely smart, considering how stupid he is. It is very hard, sometimes, to fool him. I get to the end of a session absolutely limp, with the feeling that if I had stayed with him for one more minute, I would have found myself falling right down into that pain, and it would have destroyed me, or cured me. Perhaps they are the same thing. Computer readout, 322, comma, S, comma. I don't know why I keep 17,095. Coming back to you, comma, 17,100. Siegfried, point, 17,105. 323. E-ray, point, Y, point, 17,110. 324, comma, C, comma. I remind you, comma, Robbie, comma, 17,115. You've already used up 17,120. 3 stomachs and, comma, let me, 17,125. C, comma, nearly 5 meters, 17,130. Of intestine, point, 17,135. 325, comma, C, comma, ulcers, comma, cancer, point, 17,140. 326, comma, C, comma, something appears to be 17,145, eating away at you, comma, 17,150, Bob, point, 17,155. End computer readout. Chapter 4. So there was Gateway, getting bigger and bigger in the ports of the ship up from Earth. An asteroid, or perhaps the nucleus of a comet. About 10 kilometers through, the longest way, pear-shaped. On the outside, it looks like a lumpy, charred blob with glints of blue. On the inside, it's the gateway to the universe. Sherry Loffitt leaned against my shoulder with the rest of our bunch of would-be prospectors clustered behind us, staring. Jesus, Bob, look at the cruisers. They find anything wrong, said somebody behind us, and they blow us out of space. They won't find anything wrong, said Sherry, but she ended her remark with a question mark. Those cruisers looked mean, circling jealously around the asteroid, watching to see that whoever comes in isn't going to steal the secrets that are worth more than anyone could ever pay. We hung to the porthole braces to rubberneck at them. Foolishness that was. We could have been killed. There wasn't really much likelihood that our ship's matching orbit with Gateway or the Brazilian cruiser would take much delta V, but there only had to be one quick course correction to spatter us. And there was always the other possibility, that our ship would rotate a quarter turn or so, and we'd suddenly find ourselves staring into the naked nearby sun. That meant blindness for always that close. But we wanted to see. The Brazilian cruiser didn't bother to lock on. We saw flashes back and forth and knew that they were checking our manifests by laser. That was normal. I said the cruisers were watching for thieves, but actually they were more to watch each other than to worry about anybody else. Including us, the Russians were suspicious of the Chinese were suspicious of the Russians, the Brazilians were suspicious of the Venusians. They were all suspicious of the Americans. So the other 4 cruisers were surely watching the Brazilians more closely than they were watching us. But we all knew that if our coded navicerts had not matched the patterns their 5 separate consulates at the departure port on Earth had filed, the next step would not have been an argument. It would have been a torpedo. It's funny, I could imagine that torpedo. I could imagine the cold-eyed warrior who would aim and launch it, and how our ship would blossom into a flare of orange light, and would all become disassociated atoms in orbit. Only the torpedo man on that ship, I'm pretty sure, was at that time an armorer's mate named Francie Herrera. We got to be pretty good buddies later on. He wasn't what you'd really call a cold-eyed killer. I cried in his arms all the day after I got back from that last trip, in my hospital room when he was supposed to be searching me for contraband, and Francie cried with me. The cruiser moved away, and we all surged gently out, then pulled ourselves back to the window with the grips as our ship began to close in on Gateway. "Looks like a case of smallpox," said somebody in the group. It did, and some of the pockmarks were open. Those were the berths for ships that were out on mission. Some of them would stay open forever because the ships wouldn't be coming back. But most of the pocks were covered with bulges that looked like mushroom caps. Those caps were the ships themselves, what Gateway was all about. The ships weren't easy to see. Neither was Gateway itself. It had a low albedo to begin with, and it wasn't very big. As I say, about 10 kilometers on the long axis, half that through its equator of rotation. But it could have been detected. After that first tunnel rat led them to it, astronomers began asking each other why it hadn't been spotted a century earlier. Now that they know where to look, they find it. It sometimes gets as bright as 17th magnitude as seen from Earth. That's easy. You would have thought it would have been picked up in a routine mapping program. The thing is, there weren't that many routine mapping programs in that direction, and it seems Gateway wasn't where they were looking when they looked. Stellar astronomy usually pointed away from the sun. Solar astronomy usually stayed in the plane of the ecliptic, and Gateway has a right-angle orbit, so it fell through the cracks. The piezophone clucked and said, "Docking in 5 minutes. Return to your bunks. Fasten webbing." We were almost there. Sherry Lawford reached out and held my hand through the webbing. I squeezed back. We had never been to bed together, never met until she turned up in the bunk next to mine on the ship, but the vibrations were practically sexual, as though we were about to make it in the biggest, best way there ever could be. But it wasn't sex. It was Gateway. When men began to poke around the surface of Venus, they found the Heechee diggings. They didn't find any Heechees. Whoever the Heechees were, whenever they had been on Venus, they were gone. Not even a body was left in a burial pit to exhume and cut apart. All there was the tunnels, the caverns, the few piddling little artifacts, the technological wonders that human beings puzzled over and tried to reconstruct. Then somebody found a Heechee map of the solar system. Jupiter was there with its moons, and Mars, and the outer planets, and the Earth-Moon pair, and Venus, which was marked in black on the shining blue surface of the Heechee metal map, and Mercury, and one other thing, the only other thing marked in black besides Venus, an orbital body that came inside the perihelion of Mercury and outside the orbit of Venus, tipped 90 degrees out of the plane of the ecliptic, so that it never came very close to either. A body which had never been identified by terrestrial astronomers. Conjecture. An asteroid or a comet, the difference was only semantic, which the Heechees had cared about specially for some reason. Probably sooner or later a telescopic probe would have followed up that clue, but it wasn't necessary. Then the famous Sylvester Macklin, who wasn't up to that point the famous anything, just another tunnel rat on Venus, found a Heechee ship and got himself to Gateway and died there. But he managed to let people know where he was by cleverly blowing up his ship. So a NASA probe was diverted from the chromosphere of the sun, and Gateway was reached and opened up by man. Inside were the stars. Inside, to be less poetic and more literal, were nearly 1,000 smallish spacecraft shaped something like fat mushrooms. They came in several shapes and sizes. The littlest ones were button-topped, like the mushrooms they grow in the Wyoming tunnels after they've dug all the shale out and you buy in the supermarket. The bigger ones were pointy, like morels. Inside the caps of the mushrooms were living quarters and a power source that no one understood. The stems were chemical rocket ships, kind of like the old moonlanders of the first space programs. No one had ever figured out how the caps were driven or how to direct them. That was one of the things that made us all nervous, the fact that we were going to take our chances with something nobody understood. You literally had no control once you started out in a Heechee ship. Their courses were built into their guidance system in a way that nobody had figured out. You could pick one course, but once picked, that was it, and you didn't know where it was going to take you when you picked it, any more than you know what's in your box of Cracker Joy until you open it. But they worked. They still worked after what they say is maybe 500,000 years. The first guy who had the guts to get into one and try to start it up succeeded. It lifted out of its crater on the surface of the asteroid. It turned fuzzy and bright and was gone. And 3 months later it was back with a starved, staring astronaut inside, aglow with triumph. He had been to another star. He had orbited a great gray planet with swirling yellow clouds, had managed to reverse the controls, and had been brought back to the very same pockmark by the built-in guidance controls. So they sent out another ship, this time one of the big pointy morel-shaped ones with a crew of 4 and plenty of rations and instrumentation. They were gone only about 50 days. In that time, they had not just reached another solar system, they had actually used the lander to go down to the surface of a planet. There wasn't anything living there, but there had been. They found the remnants, not a lot. A few beat-up pieces of trash on a corner of a mountaintop that had missed the general destruction that had hit the planet. Out of the radioactive dust, they had picked up a brick, a ceramic bolt, a half-melted thing that looked as though it had once been a chromium flute. Then the star rush began, and we were part of it. Transcript of question and answer session, Professor Hegramay's lecture. Question: what did the Hichi look like? Professor Hegramay: nobody knows. We've never found anything resembling a photograph or a drawing except for 2 or 3 maps or a book. Question: didn't they have some system of storing knowledge like writing? Professor Hegramay: well, of course they must have. But what it is, I don't know. I have a suspicion. Well, it's only a guess. Question: what? Professor Hegramay: well, think about our own storage methods and how they would have been received in pre-technological times. If we'd given, say, Euclid a book, he could have figured out what it was, even if he couldn't understand what it was saying. But what if we'd given him a tape cassette? He wouldn't have known what to do with it. I have a suspicion, no, a conviction, that we have some Hichi books we just don't recognize. A bar of Hichi metal, maybe that Q spiral in the ships, the function of which we don't know at all. This isn't a new idea. They've all been tested for magnetic codes, for micro grooves, for chemical patterns. Nothing has shown up. But we may not have the instrument we need to detect the messages. Question: there's something about the Hichi that I just don't understand. Why did they leave all these tunnels and places? Where did they go? Professor Hegramay: young lady, it beats the piss out of me. End of transcript. Chapter 5. Siegfried is a pretty smart machine, but sometimes I can't figure out what's wrong with him. He's always asking me to tell him my dreams. Then, sometimes, I come in all aglow with some dream I'm positive he's going to love, a big red apple for the teacher kind of dream, full of penis symbols and fetishism and guilt hang-ups, and he disappoints me. He takes off on some crazy track that has nothing at all to do with it. I tell him the whole thing, and then he sits and clicks and whirs and buzzes for a while. He doesn't really, but I fantasy that while I'm waiting. And then he says, let's go back to something different, Bob. I'm interested in some of the things you've said about the woman Gel Clara Moynihan. I say, Siegfried, you're off on a wild goose chase again. I don't think so, Bob. But that dream, my God, don't you see how important it is? What about the mother figure in it? What about letting me do my job, Bob? Do I have a choice? I say, feeling sulky. You always have a choice, Bob, but I would like very much to quote to you something you said a while ago. And he stops, and I hear my own voice coming out of somewhere in his tapes. I'm saying, Siegfried, there's an intensity of pain and guilt and misery there that I just can't handle. He waits for me to say something. After a moment, I do. That's a nice recording, I acknowledge, but I'd rather talk about the way my mother fixation comes out in my dream. I think it would be more productive to explore this other matter, Bob. It is possible they're related. Really? I'm all warmed up to discuss this theoretical possibility in a detached and philosophical way, but he beats me to the punch. The last conversation you had with Clara, Bob. Please tell me what you feel about it. I've told you. I'm not enjoying this at all. It is such a waste of time, and I make sure he knows it by the tone of my voice and the tenseness of my body against the restraining straps. It was even worse than with my mother. I know you'd rather switch to talking about your mother, Rob, but please don't right now. Tell me about that time with Clara. What are you feeling about it at this minute? I try to think it out honestly. After all, I can do that much. I don't actually have to say it, but all I can find to say is, not much. After a little wait, he says, is that all? Not much? That's it. Not much. Not much on the surface, anyway. I do remember how I was feeling at the time. I open up that memory very cautiously to see what it was like, going down into that blue mist, seeing the dim ghost star for the first time, talking to Claire on the radio while Dane is whispering in my ear. I close it up again. It all hurts a lot, Siegfried, I say conversationally. Sometimes I try to fool him by saying emotionally loaded things in the tone you might use to order a cup of coffee, but I don't think it works. Siegfried listens to volume and overtones, but he also listens to breathing and pauses, as well as the sense of the words. He is extremely smart, considering how stupid he is. Chapter 6. 5 permanent party non-coms, one from each of the cruisers, patted us down, checked our IDs, and turned us over to a corporation screening clerk. Sherry giggled when the Russian's pat hit a sensitive spot and whispered, "What do they think we're smuggling in, Rob?" I shushed her. The corporation woman had taken our landing cards from the Chinese Spec 3 in charge of the detail and was calling out our names. There were 8 of us altogether. "Welcome aboard," she said. "Each one of you fish will get a proctor assigned to you. He'll help you get straightened out with a place to live, answer your questions, let you know where to report for the medical and your classes. Also, he'll give you a copy of the contract to sign. You've each had $1,150 deducted from your cash on deposit with the ship that brought you here. That's your life support tax for the first 10 days. The rest you can draw on any time by writing a P-check. Your proctor will show you how. Lynn Scott," the middle-aged black man from Baja, California, raised his hand. "Your proctor is Shota Tarasavili. Broadhead?" "Here I am." "Dane Metchnikoff," said the corporation clerk. I started to look around, but the person who had to be Dane Metchnikoff was already coming toward me. He took my arm very firmly, started to lead me away, and then said, "Hi." I held back. "I'd like to say goodbye to my friend." "You're all in the same area," he grunted. "Come on." So within 2 hours of arriving on Gateway, I had a room, a proctor, and a contract. I signed the articles of agreement right away. I didn't even read them. Metchnikoff looked surprised. "Don't you want to know what they say?" "Not right this minute." I mean, what was the advantage? If I hadn't liked what they said, I might have changed my mind. And what other options did I have, really? Being a prospector is pretty scary. I hate the idea of being killed. I hate the idea of dying at all, ever. Not being alive anymore, having everything stop, knowing that all those other people would go on living and having sex and joy without me being there to share it. But I didn't hate it as much as I hated the idea of going back to the food mines. Metchnikoff hung himself by his collar to a hook on the wall of my room to be out of the way while I put away my belongings. He was a squat, pale man, not very talkative. He didn't seem to be a very likable person, but at least he didn't laugh at me because I was a clumsy new fish. Gateway is about as close to zero-G as you get. I had never experienced low gravity before. You don't get much of it in Wyoming. So I kept misjudging. When I said something, Metchnikoff said, "You'll get used to it. Have you got a toque?" "Afraid not." He sighed, looking a little like somebody's Buddha hung up on the wall with his legs pulled up. He looked at his time dial and said, "I'll take you out for a drink later. It's a custom. Only it's not very interesting until about 2200. The blue hell will be full of people then, and I'll introduce you around. See what you can find." "What are you, straight? Gay? What?" "I'm pretty straight." "Whatever. You're on your own about that, though. I'll introduce you to whoever I know, but then you're on your own. You better get used to that right away. Have you got your map?" "Map?" Oh, hell, man. It's in that packet of stuff they gave you. I opened the lockers at random until I found where I had put the envelope. Inside it were my copy of the Articles of Agreement, a booklet entitled Welcome to Gateway, my room assignment, my health questionnaire that I would have to fill out before 0800 the next morning, and a folded sheet that, opened up, looked like a wiring diagram with names on it. That's it. Can you locate where you are? Remember your room number. Level, Babe, Quadrant East, Tunnel 8, Room 51. Write it down. It's already written here, Dane, on my room assignment. Well, don't lose it. Dane reached behind his neck and unhooked himself, let himself fall gently to the floor. So why don't you look around by yourself for a while? I'll meet you here. Anything else you need to know right now? I thought, while he looked impatient. Well, mind if I ask you a question about you, Dane? Have you been out yet? 6 trips. All right. I'll see you at 2200. Then he pushed the flexible door open, slipped out into the jungly green of the corridor, and was gone. I let myself flop, so gently, so slowly, into my one real chair, and tried to make myself understand that I was on the doorstep of the universe. Memorandum of Agreement. I, blank, being of sound mind, hereby assign all rights in and to any discoveries, artifacts, objects, and things of value of any description I may find during or as a result of exploration involving any craft furnished me or information given me by the Gateway Authority irrevocably to said Gateway Authority. 2. Gateway Authority may, in its own sole discretion, elect to sell, lease, or otherwise dispose of any artifact, object, or other thing of value arising from my activities under this contract. If it does so, it agrees to assign to me 50% of all revenues arising from such sale, lease, or disposal, up to the costs of the exploration trip itself, including my own costs in coming to Gateway and my subsequent costs of living while there, and 10% of all subsequent revenues once the aforesaid costs have been repaid. I accept this assignment as payment in full for any obligations arising to me from the Gateway Authority of whatever kind, and specifically undertake not to lay any claim for additional payment for any reason at any time. 3. I irrevocably grant to Gateway Authority the full power and authority to make decisions of all kinds relating to the exploitation, sale, or lease of rights in any such discoveries, including the right, at Gateway Authority's sole discretion, to pool my discoveries or other things of value arising under this contract with those of others for purpose of exploitation, lease, or sale, in which case my share shall be whatever proportion of such earnings Gateway Authority may deem proper, and I further grant to Gateway Authority the right to refrain from exploiting any or all such discoveries or things of value in any way at its own sole discretion. 4. I release Gateway Authority from any and all claims by me or on my behalf arising from any injury, accident, or loss of any kind to me in connection with my activities under this contract. 5. In the event of any disagreement arising from this Memorandum of Agreement, I agree that the terms shall be interpreted according to the laws and precedents of Gateway itself, and that no laws or precedents of any other jurisdiction shall be considered relevant in any degree. End Memorandum of Agreement. I don't know if I can make you feel it, how the universe looked to me from Gateway, like being young with full medical, like a menu in the best restaurant in the world when somebody else is going to pick up the check, like a girl you've just met who likes you, like an unopened gift. The things that hit you first on Gateway are the tininess of the tunnels, feeling tinier even than they are because they're lined with window-boxy things of plants, the vertigo from the low gravity, and the stink. You get Gateway a little bit at a time. There's no way of seeing it all in one glance. It is nothing but a maze of tunnels in the rock. I'm not even sure they've all been explored yet. Certainly there are miles of them that nobody ever goes into, or not very often. That's the way the Heechees were. They grabbed the asteroid, plated it over with wall metal, drove tunnels into it, filled them with whatever sort of possessions they had. Most were empty by the time we got there, just as everything that ever belonged to the Heechees is, all over the universe. And then they left it, for whatever reason they left. The closest thing to a central point in Gateway is Heechee Town. That's a spindle-shaped cave near the geometric center of the asteroid. They say that when the Heechees built Gateway, they lived there. We lived there too, at first, or close to it. All of us knew people off Earth and elsewhere. A ship from Venus had come in just before ours. That's where the company housing is. Later on, if we got rich on a prospecting trip, we could move out farther toward the surface, where there was a little more gravity and less noise, and above all, less smell. A couple thousand people had breathed the air I was breathing one time or another, voided the water I drank, and exuded their smells into the atmosphere. The people didn't stay around very long, most of them, but the smells were still there. I didn't care about the smell. I didn't care about any of it. Gateway was my big, fat lottery ticket to full medical, a 9-room house, a couple of kids, and a lot of joy. I had won one lottery already. It made me cocky about my chances of winning another. It was all exciting, although at the same time it was dingy enough, too. There wasn't much luxury around. For your $238,575, what you get is transportation to Gateway, 10 days' worth of food, lodging, and air, a cram course in ship handling, and an invitation to sign up on the next ship out. Or any ship you like. They don't make you take any particular ship, or for that matter, any ship at all. The corporation doesn't make any profit on any of that. All the prices are fixed at about cost. That doesn't mean they were cheap, and it certainly doesn't mean that what you got was good. The food was just about what I'd been digging and eating all my life. The lodging was about the size of a large steamer trunk, one chair, a bunch of lockers, a fold-down table, and a hammock that you could stretch across it, corner to corner, when you wanted to sleep. My next-door neighbors were a family from Venus. I got a glimpse through the part-open door. Imagine 4 of them sleeping in one of those cubicles. It looked like 2 to a hammock, with 2 hammocks crisscrossed across the room. On the other side was Sherry's room. I scratched at her door, but she didn't answer. The door wasn't locked. Nobody locks his door much on Gateway because there's nothing much worth stealing, among other reasons. Sherry wasn't there. The clothes she had been wearing on the ship were thrown all over. I guessed that she had gone out exploring and wished I had been a little earlier. I would have liked someone to explore with. I leaned against the ivy growing out of one wall of the tunnel and pulled out my map. It did give me some idea of what to look for. There were things marked Central Park and Lake Superior. What were they? I wondered about Gateway Museum, which sounded interesting, and Terminal Hospital, which sounded pretty bad. I found out later that terminal meant as an end of the line on your return trip from wherever you went to. The corporation must have known that it had another sound to it, too, but the corporation never went to much trouble to spare a prospector's feelings. What I really wanted was to see a ship. As soon as that thought percolated out of my mind, I realized that I wanted it a lot. I puzzled over how to get to the outer skin where the ship docks were located, of course. Holding on to a railing with one hand, I tried to keep the map open with the other. It didn't take me long to locate myself. I was at a 5-way intersection which seemed to be the one marked East Star Babe G on the map. One of the 5 tunnels out of it led to a drop shaft, but I couldn't tell which. I tried one at random, wound up in a dead end, and on the way back scratched on a door for directions. It opened. "Excuse me," I said, and stopped. The man who opened the door seemed as tall as I, but was not. His eyes were on a level with my own, but he stopped at the waist. He had no legs. He said something, but I didn't understand it. It wasn't in English. It wouldn't have mattered. My attention was taken up with him. He wore gauzy, bright fabric strapped from wrists to waist, and he fluttered the wings gently to stay in the air. It wasn't hard, in Gateway's low G, but it was surprising to see. I said, "I'm sorry, I just wanted to know how to get to level Tanya." I was trying not to stare, but I wasn't succeeding. He smiled, white teeth in an unlined old face. He had jet eyes under a crest of short white hair. He pushed past me out into the corridor and said in excellent English, "Certainly. Take the first turning on your right, go to the next star, and take the second turning on your left. It'll be marked." He indicated with his chin the direction toward the star. I thanked him and left him floating behind me. I wanted to turn back, but it didn't seem good manners. It was strange. It hadn't occurred to me that there would be any cripples on Gateway. That's how naive I was then. Having seen him, I knew Gateway in a way I'd not known it from the statistics. The statistics are clear enough, and we all studied them, all of us who came up as prospectors, and all of that vastly larger number who only wished they could. About 80% of flights from Gateway come up empty. About 15% don't come back at all, so 1 person in 20 on the average comes back from a prospecting trip with something that Gateway, that mankind in general, can make a profit on. Most of even those are lucky if they collect enough to pay their cost for getting here in the first place. And if you get hurt while you're out, well, that's tough. Terminal Hospital is about as well equipped as any anywhere, but you have to get there for it to do you any good. You can be months in transit. If you get hurt at the other end of your trip, and that's where it usually happens, there's not much that can be done for you until you get back to Gateway. By then, it can be too late to make you whole, and likely enough too late to keep you alive. There's no charge for a return trip to where you came from, by the way. The rockets always come up fuller than they return. They call it wastage. The return trip is free. But to what? Booklet. Welcome to Gateway. Congratulations, you are one of a very few people each year who may become a limited partner in Gateway Enterprises Incorporated. Your first obligation is to sign the enclosed Memorandum of Agreement. You need not do this at once. You are encouraged to study the agreement and to seek legal advice if available. However, until you sign, you will not be eligible to occupy corporation housing, dine at the corporation commissary, or participate in the corporation instruction courses. Accommodations are available at the Gateway Hotel and Restaurant for those who are here as visitors or who do not at present wish to sign the Memorandum of Agreement. Keeping Gateway going. In order to meet the cost of maintaining Gateway, all persons are required to pay a daily per capita assessment for air, temperature control, administration, and other services. If you are a guest, this cost is included in your hotel bill. Rates for other persons are posted. The tax may be prepaid up to 1 year in advance if desired. Failure to pay the daily per capita tax will result in immediate expulsion from Gateway. Note, availability of a ship to receive expelled persons cannot be guaranteed. End of booklet. I let go the down cable on level Tanya, turned into a tunnel, and ran into a man with cap and armband, Corporation Police. He didn't speak English, but he pointed, and the size of him was convincing. I grabbed the up cable, ascended 1 level, crossed to another drop shaft, and tried again. The only difference was that this time the guard spoke English. "You can't come through here," he said. "I just want to see the ships." "Sure, you can't. You've got to have a blue badge," he said, tapping his own. "That's Corporation Specialist, Flight Crew, or VIP." "I'm Flight Crew." He grinned. "You're a new fish off the Earth transport, aren't you? Friend, you'll be Flight Crew when you sign on for a flight and not before. Go on back up." I said reasonably, "You understand how I feel, don't you? I just want to get a look." "You can't till you've finished your course, except they'll bring you down here for part of it. After that, you'll see more than you want." I argued a little more, but he had too many arguments on his side. But as I reached for the up cable, the tunnel seemed to lurch, and a blast of sound hit my ears. For a minute, I thought the asteroid was blowing up. I stared at the guard, who shrugged in a not unfriendly way. "I only said you couldn't see them," he said. "I didn't say you couldn't hear them." I bit back the wow, or holy God, that I really wanted to say, and said, "Where do you suppose that one's going?" "Come back in 6 months. Maybe we'll know by then." Well, there was nothing in that to feel elated about. All the same, I felt elated. After all those years in the food mines, here I was, not only on Gateway, but right there when some of those intrepid prospectors set out on a trip that would bring them fame and incredible fortune. Never mind the odds. This was really living on the top line. So I wasn't paying much attention to what I was doing, and as a result, I got lost again on the way back. I reached level Babe 10 minutes late. Dane Meshnikov was striding down the tunnel away from my room. He didn't appear to recognize me. I think he might have passed me if I hadn't put out my arm. Huh? He grunted. You're late. I was down on level Tanya trying to get a look at the ships. Huh? You can't go down there unless you have a blue badge or a bangle. Well, I had found that out already, hadn't I? So I tagged along after him without wasting energy on attempts at further conversation. Metchnikov was a pale man, except for the marvelously ornate curled whisker that followed the line of his jaw. It seemed to be waxed so that each separate curl stood out with a life of its own. Waxed was wrong. It had something in it besides hair, but whatever it was, wasn't stiff. The whole thing moved as he moved, and when he talked or smiled, the muscles moored to the jawbone made the beard ripple and flow. He finally did smile after we got to the Blue Hell. He bought the first drink, explaining carefully that that was the custom, but that the custom only called for one. I bought the second. The smile came when, out of turn, I also bought the third. Over the noise in the Blue Hell, talk wasn't easy, but I told him about hearing the launch. Right, he said, lifting his glass. Hope they have a good trip. He wore 6 blue, glowing, heechy metal bracelets, hardly thicker than wire. They tinkled faintly as he swallowed half the drink. Are they what I think they are? I asked. One for every trip out? He drank the other half of the drink. That's right. Now I'm going to dance, he said. My eyes followed his back as he lunged toward a woman in a luminous pink sari. He wasn't much of a talker, that was sure. On the other hand, at that noise level, you couldn't talk much anyhow. You couldn't really dance much either. The Blue Hell was up in the center of Gateway, part of the spindle-shaped cave. Rotational G was so low that we didn't weigh more than 2 or 3 pounds. If anyone had tried to waltz or polka, he would have gone flying. So they did those no-touching junior high school sort of dances that appeared to be designed so 14-year-old boys won't have to look up at too sharp an angle to the 14-year-old girls they're dancing with. You pretty much kept your feet in place, and your head and arms and shoulders and hips went where they wanted to. Me, I like to touch, but you can't have everything. I like to dance anyway. I saw Sherry way across the room with an older woman. I took to be her proctor and danced one with her. How do you like it so far? I shouted over the tapes. She nodded and shouted something back. I couldn't say what. I danced with an immense black woman who wore 2 blue bracelets, then with Sherry again, then with a girl Dane Metchnikov dropped on me, apparently because he wanted to be rid of her, then with a tall, strong-faced woman with the blackest, thickest eyebrows I had ever seen under a female hairdo. She wore it pulled back in 2 pigtails that floated around behind her as she moved. She wore a couple of bracelets, too, and between dances, I drank. They had tables that were meant for parties of 8 or 10, but there weren't any parties of 8 or 10. People sat where they wanted to and took each other's seats without worrying about whether the owner was coming back. For a while, there were half a dozen crewmen in Brazilian Navy dress whites sitting with me, talking to each other in Portuguese. A man with 1 golden earring joined me for a while, but I couldn't understand what he was saying either. I did pretty well understand what he meant. There was that trouble all the time I was in Gateway. There always is. Gateway sounds like an international conference when the translation equipment is broken down. There's a sort of lingua franca you hear a lot, pieces of a dozen different languages thrown together like Écoutez, господин, tu es ferit. I danced twice with one of the Brazilians, a skinny, dark little girl with a hawk nose but sweet brown eyes, and tried to say a few simple words. Maybe she understood me. One of the men she was with, though, spoke fine English, introduced himself and the others all around. I didn't catch any of the names but his, Francisco Herrera. He bought me a drink and let me buy one for the crowd, and then I realized I'd seen him before. He was one of the detail that searched us on the way in. While we were commenting on that, Dane leaned over me and grunted in my ear, "I'm going to gamble. So long, unless you really want to come." It wasn't the warmest invitation I'd ever had, but the noise in the Blue Hell was getting heavy. I tagged after him and discovered a full-scale casino just next to the Blue Hell, with blackjack tables, poker, a slow-motion roulette with a big dense ball, craps with dice that took forever to stop, even a roped-off section for baccarat. Metchnikov headed for the blackjack tables and drummed his fingers on the back of a player's chair, waiting for an opening. Around then, he noticed I'd come with him. "Oh," he looked around the room. "What do you like to play?" "I've played it all," I said, slurring the words a little, bragging a little too, maybe a little baccarat. He looked at me first with respect, then amusement. 50's the minimum bet. I had $5,000 or $6,000 left in my account. I shrugged. "That's 50,000, he said. I choked. He said absently, moving over behind a player whose chip stack was running out. "You can get down for $10 at roulette, 100 minimum for most of the others. Oh, there's a $10 slot machine around somewhere, I think." He dived for the open chair, and that was the last I saw of him. I watched for a moment and realized that the black-eyebrowed girl was at the same table busy studying her cards. She didn't look up. I could see I wasn't going to be able to afford much gambling here. At that point, I realized I couldn't really afford all the drinks I'd been buying either. And then my interior sensory system began to make me realize just how many of those drinks I had had. The last thing I realized was that I had to get back to my room pretty fast. Booklet. What is Gateway? Gateway is an artifact created by the so-called Hichi. It appears to have been formed around an asteroid or the core of an atypical comet. The time of this event is not known, but it almost surely precedes the rise of human civilization. Inside Gateway, the environment resembles Earth, except that there is relatively little gravity. There is actually none, but centrifugal force derived from Gateway's rotation gives a similar effect. If you have come from Earth, you will notice some difficulty in breathing for the first few days because of the low atmospheric pressure. However, the partial pressure of oxygen is identical with the 2,000-meter elevation at Earth and is fully adequate for all persons in normal health. Sylvester Macklin, father of Gateway. Gateway was discovered by Sylvester Macklin, a tunnel explorer on Venus, who found an operable Hichi spacecraft in a dig. He succeeded in getting it to the surface and bringing it to Gateway, where it now rests in Dock 5-33. Tragically, Macklin was not able to return, and although he succeeded in signaling his presence by exploding the fuel tank of the lander of his ship, he was dead before investigators reached Gateway. Macklin was a courageous and resourceful man, and the plaque at Dock 5-33 commemorates his unique service to humanity. Services are held at appropriate times by representatives of the various faiths. End booklet. Chapter 7. I am on the mat, and I'm not very comfortable, physically I mean. I've had an operation not long ago, and probably the stitches aren't yet absorbed. Siegfried says, "We were talking about your job, Bob." That's dull enough, but safe enough. I say, "I hated my job. Who wouldn't hate the food mines?" "But you kept it, Bob. You never even tried to get on anywhere else. You could have switched to sea farming, maybe. And you dropped out of school. You're saying I stuck myself in a rut?" "I'm not saying anything, Bob. I'm asking you what you feel." "Well, I guess in a sense I did do that. I thought about making some kind of a change. I thought about it a lot," I say, remembering how it was in those bright early days with Sylvia. I remember sitting with her in the cockpit of a parked sailplane on a January night. We had no other place to go, and talking about the future, what we would do, how we would beat the odds. There's nothing there for Siegfried as far as I can see. I've told Siegfried all about Sylvia, who married a stockholder in the long run. But we'd broken up long before that. "I suppose," I say, pulling myself up short and trying to get my money's worth out of this session, "that I had a kind of death wish. I prefer that you don't use psychiatric terms, Bob." "Well, you understand what I mean. I knew time was going by. The longer I stayed in the mines, the harder it would be to get out. But nothing else looked any better. And there were compensations. My girlfriend Sylvia, my mother while she was alive, friends, even some fun things, sailplaning. It is great over the hills, and when you're up high enough, Wyoming doesn't look so bad, and you can hardly smell the oil. You mentioned your girlfriend Sylvia. Did you get along with her?" I hesitated, rubbing at my belly. I have almost half a meter of new intestine in there now. They cost fearfully, those things, and sometimes you get the feeling the previous owner wants them back. You wonder who he was, or she, how he died, or did he die? Could he still be alive, so poor that he sells off parts of himself the way I've heard of pretty girls doing with a well-shaped breast or ear? Did you make friends with girls easily, Bob? I do now, all right. Not now, Bob. I think you said you didn't make friends easily as a child. Does anyone? If I understand that question, Robbie, you are asking if anyone remembers childhood as a perfectly happy and easy experience, and of course the answer is no. But some people seem to carry the effects of it over into their lives more than others. Yeah, I guess thinking back that I was a little afraid of my peer group. Sorry about that, Siegfried. I mean the other kids. They all seemed to know each other. They had things to say to each other all the time. Secrets, shared experiences, interests. I was a loner. You were an only child, Robbie? You know I was. Yeah, maybe that was it. Both my parents worked, and they didn't like me playing near the mines. Dangerous. Well, it really was dangerous for kids. You can get hurt around those machines, or even if there's a slide in a tailings or an outgassing. I stayed at home a lot, watching shows, playing cassettes, eating. I was a fat kid, Siegfried. I loved all the starchy, sugary stuff with all the calories. They spoiled me, buying me more food than I needed. I still like to be spoiled. Now I get a higher class of diet. Not as fattening, about 1,000 times as expensive. I've had real caviar, often. It gets flown in from the aquarium at Galveston. I have real champagne and butter. I remember lying in bed. I say, I guess I was very small, maybe about 3. I had a teddy talker. I took it to bed with me, and it told me little stories, and I stuck pencils into it and tried to pull its ears off. I loved that thing, Siegfried. I stop, and Siegfried picks up immediately. Why are you crying, Robbie? I don't know. I bawl, tears running down my face, and I look at my watch, the skipping green numerals rippling through the tears. Oh, I say very conversationally and sit up, the tears still rolling down my face, but the fountain turned off. I've really got to go now, Siegfried. I've got a date. Her name's Tanya. Beautiful girl. The Houston Symphony. She loves Mendelssohn and roses, and I want to see if I can pick up some of those dark blue hybrids that will go with her eyes. Rob, we've got nearly 10 minutes left. I'll make it up another time. I know he can't do that, so I add quickly, may I use your bathroom? I need to. Are you going to excrete your feelings, Rob? Oh, don't be smart. I know what you're saying. I know this looks like a typical displacement mechanism. Rob, all right. I mean, it looks like I'm copping out, but I honestly do have to go. To the bathroom, I mean. And to the florist, too. Tanya is pretty special. She's a fine person. I'm not talking about sex, but that's great, too. She can... Rob, what are you trying to say? I take a breath and manage to say, she's great at oral sex, Siegfried. Rob? I recognize that tone. Siegfried's repertory of vocal modes is quite large, but parts of it I have learned to identify. He thinks he's on the track of something. What? Bob, what do you call it when a woman gives you oral sex? Oh, Christ, Siegfried, what kind of dumb game is this one? What do you call it, Bob? Ah, you know as well as I do. Please tell me what you call it, Bob. They say, like, she eats me. What other expression, Bob? Lots of them. Giving head, that's one. I guess I've heard 1,000 terms for it. What other, Bob? I've been building up to rage and pain, and it suddenly boils over. Don't play these fucking games with me, Siegfried. My gut aches, and I'm afraid I'm going to mess my pants. It is like being a baby again. Jesus, Siegfried. When I was a little kid, I used to talk to my teddy. Now I'm 45, and I'm still talking to a stupid machine, as if it was alive. But there is another term, isn't there, Bob? There are thousands of them. Which one do you want? I want the expression you were going to use and didn't, Bob. Please try to say it. That term means something special to you, so that you can't say the words without trouble. I crumple over onto the mat, and now I'm really crying. Please say it, Bob. What's the term? Damn you, Siegfried. Going down. That's it. Going down. Going down. Going down. Computer readout. 507. E-ray point maturity point go to 26,830. Asterisk M88 26,835. 508, comma, C, comma. Maybe maturity is wanting 26,840. What you want, comma, 26,845. Instead of what somebody, 26,850, else tells you you should, 26,855, want, point, 26,860. 511, externals, at, if, at, go to, and sign, 26,865. 512, comma, S, comma, maybe, comma, Siegfried, comma, dear old, 26,870. Tin God, comma, but what it, 26,875. Feels like, is mature, is dead, point, 26,880. End computer readout. Chapter 8. Good morning, said somebody, speaking right into the middle of a dream about getting stuck in a sort of quicksand in the middle of the Orion Nebula. I have brought you some tea. I opened an eye. I looked over the edge of the hammock into a nearby pair of coal-sack black eyes set into a sand-colored face. I was fully dressed and hung over. Something smelled very bad, and I realized it was me. My name, said the person with the tea, is Shikati Bakin. Please drink this tea. It will help rehydrate your tissues. I looked a little further and saw that he ended at the waist. He was the legless man with the strap-on wings whom I had seen in the tunnel the day before. I said, and tried a little harder and got as far as good morning. The Orion Nebula was fading back into the dream, and so was the sensation of having to push through rapidly solidifying gas clouds. The bad smell remained. The room smelled excessively foul, even by Gateway standards, and I realized I had thrown up on the floor. I was only millimeters from doing it again. Bakin, slowly stroking the air with his wings, dexterously dropped a stoppered flask next to me on the hammock at the end of one stroke. Then he propelled himself to the top of my chest of drawers, sat there, and said, I believe you have a medical examination this morning at 0800 hours. Do I? I managed to get the cap off the tea and took a sip. It was very hot, sugarless, and almost tasteless, but it did seem to tip the scales inside my gut in the direction opposite to throwing up again. Yes, I think so. It's customary. And in addition, your P-phone has rung several times. I went back to, I presume it was your proctor calling you to remind you. It is now 7:15, Mr. Broadhead, I said thickly, and then more carefully. My name is Bob Broadhead. Yes, I took the liberty of making sure you were awake. Please enjoy your tea, Mr. Broadhead. Enjoy your stay on Gateway. He nodded, fell forward off the chest, swooped toward the door, handed himself through it, and was gone. With my head thudding at every change of attitude, I got myself out of the hammock, trying to avoid the nastier spots on the floor, and somehow succeeded in getting reasonably clean. I thought of depilating, but I had about 12 days on a beard, and decided to let it go for a while. It no longer looked unshaven exactly, and I just didn't have the strength. When I wobbled into the medical examining room, I was only about 5 minutes late. The others in my group were all ahead of me, so I had to wait and go last. End of Side 1. To continue, turn the cassette over. Side 2, Gateway, continuing on page 56. They extracted 3 kinds of blood from me: fingertip, inside of the elbow, and lobe of the ear. I was sure they would all run 90 proof, but it didn't matter. The medical was only a formality. If you could survive the trip up to Gateway by spacecraft in the first place, you could survive a trip on a Hichi ship, unless something went wrong, in which case you probably couldn't survive anyway, no matter how healthy you were. Booklet. Who owns Gateway? Gateway is unique in the history of humanity, and it was quickly realized that it was too valuable a resource to be given to any one group of persons or any one government. Therefore, Gateway Enterprises Incorporated was formed. Gateway Enterprises, usually referred to as the corporation, is a multinational corporation whose general partners are the governments of the United States of America, the Soviet Union, the United States of Brazil, the Venusian Confederation, and New Peoples Asia, and whose limited partners are all those persons who, like yourself, have signed the attached Memorandum of Agreement. Shower procedure. This shower will automatically deliver 2 45-second sprays, soap between sprays. You're entitled to 1 use of the shower in each 3-day period. Additional showers may be charged against your credit balance at the rate of 45 seconds, $5. End of booklets. I had time for a quick cup of coffee off a cart that someone was tending next to a drop shaft, private enterprise on Gateway. I hadn't known that existed. And then I got to the first session of the class right on the tick. We met in a big room on level dog, long and narrow and low-ceilinged. The seats were arranged 2 on each side with a center aisle, sort of like a schoolroom in a converted bus. Sherry came in late, looking fresh and cheerful, and slipped in beside me. Our whole group was there, all 7 of us who had come up from Earth together, the family of 4 from Venus, and a couple others I knew to be new fish like me. "You don't look too bad," Sherry whispered as the instructor pondered over some papers on his desk. "Does the hangover show?" "Actually not, but I assume it's there. I heard you coming in last night. In fact," she added thoughtfully, "the whole tunnel heard you." I winced. I could still smell myself, but most of it was apparently inside me. None of the others seemed to be edging away, not even Sherry. The instructor stood up and studied us thoughtfully for a while. "Oh, well," he said, and looked back at his papers. Then he shook his head. "I won't take attendance," he said. "I teach the course in how to run a Hichi ship." I noticed he had a batch of bracelets. I couldn't count them, but there were at least half a dozen. I wondered briefly about these people I kept seeing who had been out a lot of times and still weren't rich. "This is only one of the 3 courses you get. After this, you get survival in unfamiliar environments, and then how to recognize what's valuable. But this one is in ship handling. And the way we're going to start learning it is by doing it. All of you, come with me." So we all got up and gaggled after him, out of the room, down a tunnel, onto the down cable of a drop shaft, and past the guards, maybe the same ones who had chased me away the night before. This time they just nodded to the instructor and watched us go past. We wound up in a long, wide, low-ceilinged passage with about a dozen squared-off and stained metal cylinders sticking up out of the floor. They looked like charred tree stumps, and it was a moment before I realized what they were. I gulped. "They're ships," I whispered to Sherry, louder than I intended. A couple of people looked at me curiously. One of them I noticed was a girl I had danced with the night before, the one with the dense black eyebrows. She nodded to me and smiled. I saw the bangles on her arm and wondered what she was doing there, and how she had done at the gambling tables. The instructor gathered us around him and said, "As someone just said, these are Hichi ships. The lander part, this is the piece you go down to a planet in, if you're lucky enough to find a planet. They don't look very big, but 5 people can fit into each of those garbage cans you see. Not comfortably exactly, but they can. Generally speaking, of course, you'll always leave 1 person in the main ship, so there'll be, at most, 4 in the lander." He led us past the nearest of them, and we all satisfied the impulse to touch, scratch, or pat it. Then he began to lecture. There were 924 of these ships docked at Gateway when it was first explored. About 200, so far, have proved non-operational. Mostly, we don't know why. They just don't work. 304 have actually been sent out on at least 1 trip. 33 of those are here now and available for prospecting trips. The others haven't been tried yet. He hiked himself up on the stumpy cylinder and sat there while he went on. "One thing you have to decide is whether you want to take one of the 33 tested ones or one of the ones that has never been flown. By human beings, I mean. There, you just pay your money and take your choice. It's a gamble either way. A high proportion of the trips that didn't come back were in first flights, so there's obviously some risk there. Well, that figures, doesn't it? After all, nobody has done any maintenance on them for God knows how long, since the Hichi put them there. On the other hand, There's a risk in the ones that have been out and back safely, too. There's no such thing as perpetual motion. We think some of the no-returns have been because the ships ran out of fuel. Trouble is, we don't know what the fuel is, or how much there is, or how to tell when a ship is about to run out. He patted the stump. This and all the others you see here were designed for 5 Hichis in the cruise, as far as we can tell, but we send them out with 3 human beings. It seems the Hichi were more tolerant of each other's company in confined spaces than people are. There are bigger and smaller ships, but the no-return rate on them has been very bad the last couple of orbits. It's probably just a string of bad luck, but anyway, I personally would stick with a 3. You people, you do what you want. So you come to your second choice, which is who you go with. Keep your eyes open. Look for companions. What? Sherry had been semaphoring her hand until she got his attention. You said, very bad, she said. How bad is that? The instructor said patiently, in the last physical orbit, about 3 out of 10 fives came back. Those are the biggest ships. In several cases, the crews were dead when we got them open, even so. Yeah, said Sherry, that's very bad. No, that's not bad at all compared to the one-man ships. 2 orbits ago, we went a whole orbit, and only 2 ones came back at all. That's bad. Why is that? Asked the father of the tunnel rat family. Their name was Forehand. The instructor looked at him for a moment. If you ever find out, he said, be sure and tell somebody. Now, as far as selecting a crew is concerned, you're better off if you can get somebody who's already been out. Maybe you can, maybe you can't. Prospectors who strike it rich generally quit. The ones that are still hungry may not want to break up their teams. So a lot of you fish are going to have to go out with other virgins. He looked around thoughtfully. Well, let's get our feet wet. Sort yourselves out into groups of 3. Don't worry about who's in your group. This isn't where you pick your partners. And climb into one of those open landers. Don't touch anything. They're supposed to be in deactive mode, but I have to tell you, they don't always stay deactive. Just go in, climb down to the control cabin, and wait for an instructor to join you. That was the first I'd heard that there were other instructors. I looked around, trying to work out which were teachers and which were fish, while he said, are there any questions? Sherry again. Yeah. What's your name? Did I forget that again? I'm Jimmy Joe. Pleased to meet you all. Now, let's go. Now I know a lot more than my instructor did, including what happened to him half an orbit later. Poor old Jimmy Joe. He went out before I did and came back while I was on my second trip. Very dead. Flare burns, they say. His eyes were boiled out of his head. But at that time he knew it all, and it was all very strange and wonderful to me. So we crawled into the funny elliptical hatch that let you slip between the thrusters and down into the landing capsule, and then down a peg ladder, one step further into the main vehicle itself. We looked around, 3 Alibabas staring at the treasure cave. We heard a scratching above us, and a head poked in. It had shaggy eyebrows and pretty eyes, and it belonged to the girl I had been dancing with the night before. Having fun? She inquired. We were clinging together as far from anything that looked movable as we could get, and I doubt we really looked at ease. Never mind, she said. Just look around. Get familiar with it. You'll see a lot of it. That vertical line of wheels with the little spokes sticking out of them, that's the target selector. That's the most important thing not to touch for now, maybe ever. That golden spiral thing over next to you there, the blonde girl, anybody want to guess what that's for? You there, blonde girl, who was one of the Forehand daughters, shrank away from it and shook her head. I shook mine, but Sherry hazarded, could it be a hat rack? Teacher squinted at it thoughtfully. No, I don't think so. But I keep hoping one of you fish will know the answer. None of us here do. It gets hot, sometimes in flight. Nobody knows why. The toilet's in there. You're going to have a lot of fun with that. But it does work after you learn how. You can sling your hammocks and sleep there, or anywhere you want to, actually. That corner and that recess are pretty dead space. If you're in a crew that wants some privacy, you can screen them off. A little bit, anyway. Sherry said, don't any of you people like to tell your names? Teacher grinned. I'm Gel Clara Moynihan. You want to know the rest about me? I've been out twice and didn't score, and I'm killing time until the right trip comes along. so I work as assistant instructor. How do you know which is the right trip? Asked the forehand girl. Bright fellow, you. Good question. That's another of those questions that I like to hear you ask because it shows you're thinking. But if there's an answer, I don't know what it is. Let's see. You already know this ship is a 3. It's done 6 round trips already, but it's a reasonable bet that it's got enough reserve fuel for a couple more. I'd rather take it than a 1. That's for long-shot gamblers. Mr. Joe said that, said the forehand girl. But my father says he's been all through the records since Orbit 1, and the 1s aren't that bad. Your father can have mine, said Gel Clara Moynihan. It's not just statistics. 1s are lonesome. Anyway, one person can't really handle everything. If you hit lucky, you need shipmates. 1 in orbit. Most of us keep 1 man in a ship, feel safer that way. At least somebody might get help if things go rancid. So 2 of you go down in the lander to look around. Of course, if you do hit lucky, you have to split it 3 ways. If you hit anything big, there's plenty to go around. And if you don't hit, 1/3 of nothing is no less than all of it. Wouldn't it be even better in a 5, then? I asked. Clara looked at me and half-winked. I hadn't thought she remembered dancing the night before. Maybe, maybe not. The thing about 5s is that they have almost unlimited target acceptance. Please talk English, Sherry coaxed. 5s will accept a lot of destinations that 3s and 1s won't. I think it's because some of those destinations are dangerous. The worst ship I ever saw come back was a 5. All scarred and seared and bent. Nobody knows how it made it back at all. Nobody knows where it had been either, but I heard somebody say it might have actually been in the photosphere of a star. The crew couldn't tell us. They were dead. Of course, she went on meditatively, an armored 3 has almost as much target acceptance as a 5, but you take your chances any way you swing. Now, let's get with it, shall we? You, she pointed at Sherry, sit down over there. The forehand girl and I crawled around the mix of human and Hichi furnishings to make room. There wasn't much. If you cleared everything out of a 3, you'd have a room about 4 meters by 3 by 3. But of course, if you cleared everything out, it wouldn't go. Sherry sat down in front of the column of spoked wheels, wriggling her bottom to try to get a fit. What kind of behinds did the Hichi have? She complained. Teacher said, another good question. Same no good answer. If you find out, tell us. The corporation puts that webbing in the seat. It isn't original equipment. Okay, now that thing you're looking at is the target selector. Put your hand on one of the wheels, any one. Just don't touch any other. Now move it. She peered down anxiously as Sherry touched the bottom wheel, then thrust with her fingers, then laid the heel of her hand on it, braced herself against the V-shaped arms of the seat, and shoved. Finally it moved, and the lights along the row of wheels began to flicker. Wow, said Sherry. They must have been pretty strong. We took turns trying with that one wheel. Clara wouldn't let us touch any other that day. And when it came my turn, I was surprised to find that it took about as much muscle as I could bring to bear to make it move. It didn't feel rusted stuck. It felt as though it were meant to be hard to turn. And when you think how much trouble you can get into if you turn a setting by accident in the middle of a flight, it probably was. Booklet. What does the corporation do? The purpose of the corporation is to exploit the spacecraft left by the Hichi and to trade in, develop, or otherwise utilize all artifacts, goods, raw materials, or other things of value discovered by means of these vessels. The corporation encourages commercial development of Hichi technology and grants leases on a royalty basis for this purpose. Its revenues are used to pay appropriate shares to limited partners such as you who have been instrumental in discovering new things of value, to pay the costs of maintaining Gateway itself over and above the per capita tax contribution, to pay to each of the general partners an annual sum sufficient to cover the cost of maintaining surveillance by means of the space cruisers you will have observed in orbit nearby, to create and maintain an adequate reserve for contingencies, and to use the balance of its income to subsidize research and development on the objects of value themselves. In the fiscal year ending February 30 last, the total revenues of the corporation exceeded 3.7 times 10 to the 12th power dollars U.S. Gateway's ships. The vessels available on Gateway are capable of interstellar flight at speeds greater than the velocity of light. The means of propulsion is not understood. See Pilot Manual. There is also a fairly conventional rocket propulsion system using liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen for attitude control and for propulsion of the landing craft which is docked into each interstellar vessel. There are 3 major classifications, designated as Class 1, Class 3, and Class 5, according to the number of persons they can carry. Some of the vessels are of particularly heavy construction and are designated armored. Most of the armored class are 5s. Each vessel is programmed to navigate itself automatically to a number of destinations. Return is automatic and is quite reliable in practice. Your course in ship handling will adequately prepare you for all the necessary tasks in piloting your vessel safely. However, see Pilot Manual for safety regulations. End booklet. Of course, now I know more about that, too, than my teacher did then. Not that I'm so smart, but it has taken, and is still taking, a lot of people a hell of a long time to figure out what goes on just in setting up a target on the course director. What it is a vertical row of number generators. The lights that show up display numbers. That's not easy to see because they don't look like numbers. They aren't positional or decimal. Apparently the He-Chi expressed numbers as sums of primes and exponents, but all that's way over my head. Only the check pilots and the course programmers working for the corporation really have to be able to read the numbers. And they don't do it directly, only with a computing translator. The first 5 digits appear to express the position of the target in space, reading from bottom to top. Dane Michnikov says the prime ordering isn't from bottom to top, but from front to back, which says something or other about the He-Chi. They were 3D-oriented like primitive man instead of 2D-oriented like us. You would think that 3 numbers would be enough to describe any position anywhere in the universe, wouldn't you? I mean, if you make a 3-dimensional representation of the galaxy, you can express any point in it by means of a number for each of the 3 dimensions. But it took the He-Chi 5. Does that mean there were 5 dimensions that were perceptible to the He-Chi? Michnikov says not. Anyway, once you get a lock on the first 5 numbers, the other 7 can be turned to quite arbitrary settings, and you'll still go when you squeeze the action teat. What you usually do, or what the course programmers the corporation keeps on the payroll to do this sort of thing for you usually do, is pick 4 numbers at random. Then you cycle the 5th digit until you get a kind of warning pink glow. Sometimes it's faint, sometimes it's bright. If you stop there and press the flat oval part under the teat, the other numbers begin to creep around, just a couple of millimeters one way or another, and the pink glow gets brighter. When they stop, it's shocking pink and shockingly bright. Michnikov says that's an automatic fine-tuning device. The machine allows for human error, for He-Chi error, so when you get close to a real valid target setting, it makes the final adjustments for you automatically. Probably he's right. Of course, learning every step of this costs a lot of time and money, and most of it costs some lives. It's dangerous being a prospector, but for the first few out, it was more like suicidal. Sometimes you can cycle all the way to your 5th digit and get nothing at all. So what you do is you swear. Then you reset one of the other 4 and go again. It only takes a few seconds to cycle, but check pilots have run up 100 hours of new settings before they got good color. Of course, by the time I went out, the check pilots and the course programmers had worked out a couple hundred possible settings that had been logged as good color, but not as yet used, as well as all the settings that had been used and aren't worth going back to, or that the crews didn't come back from. But all that I didn't know at the time, and when I sat down in that modified He-Chi seat, it was all new, and I don't know if I can make you understand what it felt like. I mean, there I was, in a seat where He-Chi had sat 500,000 years ago. The thing in front of me was a target selector. The ship could go anywhere. If I selected the right target, I could find myself around Sirius, Procyon, maybe even the Magellanic Clouds. Teacher got tired of hanging head down and wriggled through, squeezing in behind me. "Your turn, Broadhead," she said, resting a hand on my shoulder and what felt like her breasts on my back. I was reluctant to touch. I asked, "Isn't there any way of telling where you're going to wind up?" "Probably," she said, "providing you're a Hichi with pilot training." "Not even like one color means you're going farther from here than some other color?" "Not that anybody here has figured out. Of course, they keep trying. There's a whole team that spends its time programming return mission reports against the settings they went out with. So far, they've come up empty. Now, let's get on with it, Broadhead. Put your whole hand on that first wheel, the one the others have used. Shove it. It'll take more muscle than you think." It did. In fact, I was almost afraid to push it hard enough to make it work. She leaned over and put her hand on mine, and I realized that that nice musk oil smell that had been in my nostrils for the last little while was hers. It wasn't just musk, either. Her pheromones were snuggling nicely into my chemoreceptors. It made a very nice change from the rest of the gateway stink. But all the same, I didn't get even a show of color, although I tried for 5 minutes before she waved me away and gave Sherry another shot in my place. Booklet. Safety Rules for Gateway Ships. The mechanism for interstellar travel is known to be contained in the diamond-shaped box which is located under the center keel of 3-man and 5-man ships and in the sanitary facilities of the 1-man ships. No one has successfully opened one of those containers. Each attempt has resulted in explosion of approximately 1 kiloton force. A major research project is attempting to penetrate this box without destroying it, and if you as a limited partner have any information or suggestions in this connection, you should contact a corporation officer at once. However, under no circumstances attempt to open the box yourself. Tampering with it in any way, or docking a vessel on which the box has been tampered with, is strictly forbidden. The penalty is forfeiture of all rights and immediate expulsion from Gateway. The course-directing equipment also poses a potential danger. Under no circumstances should you attempt to change the setting once you have begun your flight. No vessel in which this has been done has ever returned. End of booklet. When I got back to my room, somebody had cleaned it up. I wondered gratefully who that had been, but I was too tired to wonder very long. Until you get used to it, low gravity can be exhausting. You find yourself overusing all your muscles because you have to relearn a whole pattern of economies. I slung my hammock and was just dozing off when I heard a scratching at the lattice of my door and Sherry's voice. "Bob?" "What? Are you asleep?" Obviously I wasn't, but I interpreted the question the way she had intended it. "No, I've been lying here thinking." "So was I. Bob?" "Yeah?" "Would you like me to come into your hammock?" I made an effort to wake myself up enough to consider the question on its merits. "I really want to," she said. "All right. Sure. Glad to have you." She slipped into my room, and I slid over in the hammock, which swung slowly as she crawled into it. She was wearing a knitted T-shirt and underpants, and she felt warm and soft against me when we rolled gently together in the hollow of the hammock. "It doesn't have to be sex, stud," she said. "I'm easy either way. Let's see what develops. Are you scared?" Her breath was the sweetest-smelling thing about her. I could feel it on my cheek, a lot more than I thought I would be. "Why?" "Bob," she squirmed herself comfortable and then twisted her neck to look at me over her shoulder. "You know, you say kind of asshole things sometimes." "Sorry." "Well, I mean it. Look what we're doing. We're going to get into a ship that we don't know if it's going to get where it's supposed to go, and we don't even know where it's supposed to go. We go faster than light. Nobody knows how. We don't know how long we'll be gone, even if we knew where we were going. So we could be traveling the rest of our lives and die before we got there, even if we didn't run into something that would kill us in 2 seconds. Right?" "Right. So how come you ask me why I'm scared?" Just making conversation. I curled up along her back and cupped her breast, not aggressively, but because it felt good. "Not only that, we don't know anything about the people who built these things. How do we know this isn't all a practical joke on their part? Maybe their way of luring fresh meat into Hichi heaven." "We don't," I agreed. "Roll over this way. And the ship they showed us this morning doesn't hardly look like I thought it was going to be at all," she said, doing as I told her and putting a hand on the back of my neck. There was a sharp whistle from somewhere. I couldn't tell where. "What's that?" "I don't know." It came again, sounding both out in the tunnel and louder inside my room. Oh, it's the phone. What I was hearing was my own piezo phone, and the ones on either side of me, all ringing at once. The whistle stopped, and there was a voice. "This is Jim Joe. All you fish who want to see what a ship looks like when it comes back after a bad trip, come to docking station 4. They're bringing it in now." I could hear a murmuring from the four-hands room next door, and I could feel Sherry's heart pounding. "We'd better go," I said. "I know, but I don't think I want to, much." The ship had made it back to Gateway, but not quite all the way. One of the orbiting cruisers had detected it and closed in on it. Now a tug was bringing it into the corporation's own docks, where usually only the rockets from the planets latched in. There was a hatch big enough to hold even a 5. This was a 3. What there was left of it. "Oh, sweet Jesus," Sherry whispered. "Bob, what do you suppose happened to them?" To the people? They died. There was not really any doubt of that. The ship was a wreck. The lander stem was gone. Just the interstellar vehicle itself, the mushroom cap, was still there, and that was bent out of shape, split open, seared by heat. Split open. Heachy metal that doesn't even soften under an electric arc. But we hadn't seen the worst of it. We never did see the worst of it. We only heard about it. One man was still inside the ship, all over the inside of the ship. He had been literally spattered around the control room, and his remains had been baked onto the walls. By what? Heat and acceleration, no doubt. Perhaps he had found himself skipping into the upper reaches of a sun, or in tight orbit around a neutron star. The differential in gravity might have shredded ship and crew like that, but we never knew. The other 2 persons in the crew were not there at all. Not that it was easy to tell, but the census of the organs revealed only 1 jaw, 1 pelvis, 1 spine, though in many short pieces. Perhaps the other 2 had been in the lander. "Move it, Fish." Sherry caught my arm and pulled me out of the way. 5 uniformed crewmen from the cruisers came through in American and Brazilian blue, Russian beige, Venusian work white, and Chinese all-purpose black and brown. The American and the Venusian were female. The faces were all different, but the expressions were all the same mixture of discipline and distaste. "Let's go." Sherry tugged me away. She didn't want to watch the crewmen poke through the remnants, and neither did I. The whole class, Jimmy Joe, Clara, and the other teachers and all, began to straggle back to our rooms. Not quite quick enough. We had been looking through the ports into the lock. When the patrol from the cruisers opened it, we got a whiff of the air inside. I don't know how to describe it. A little bit like overripe garbage being cooked to swill to pigs. Even in the rank air of Gateway, that was hard to take. Teacher dropped off at her own level, down pretty low in the high-rent district around Easy Level. When she looked up after me as I said goodnight, I observed for the first time that she was crying. Sherry and I said goodnight to the 4 hands at their door, and I turned to her, but she was ahead of me. "I think I'll sleep this one out," she said. "Sorry, Bob, but, I just don't feel like it anymore." Classifieds. How do you know you're not a Unitarian? Gateway Fellowship now forming. 87-539. Bilitis wanted for Sappho and Lesbia. Joint trips till we make it, then happily ever after in Northern Ireland. Permanent tri-marriage only. 87-033 or 87-034. Store your effects. Save rent. Avoid corporation seizure while out. Fee includes disposal instructions if non-returned. 88-125. End Classifieds. Chapter 9. I don't know why I keep going back to Siegfried von Schrink. My appointment with him is always on a Wednesday afternoon, and he doesn't like it if I drink or dope before then, so it blows the whole day. I pay a lot for those days. You don't know what it costs to live the way I live. My apartment over Washington Square is $18,000 a month. My residence taxes to live under the big bubble come to another $3,000 plus. It doesn't cost that much to stay on Gateway. I've got some pretty hefty charge accounts for furs, wine, lingerie, jewelry, flowers. Siegfried says I try to buy love. All right, I do. What's wrong with that? I can afford it. And that's not mentioning what full medical costs me. Siegfried, though, comes free. I'm covered by the full medical for psychiatric therapy, any variety I like. I could have group grope or internal massage for the same price, namely nothing. I kid him about that sometimes, even considering that you're just a bag of rusty bolts, I say. You're not much good, but your price is right. He asks, does that make you feel that you yourself are more valuable if you say that I'm not? Not particularly. Then why do you insist on reminding yourself that I'm a machine, or that I don't cost anything, or that I cannot transcend my programming? I guess you just piss me off, Siegfried. I know that won't satisfy him, so I explain it. You ruined my morning. This friend, Esya Lavarovna, stayed over last night. She's something. So I tell Siegfried a little bit about what Esya is like, including what she is like walking away from me in stretch pants with that long, dirty gold hair hanging down to her waist. She sounds very nice, Siegfried comments. Bet your bolts. Only thing is, she wakes up slow in the morning, just when she was getting lively again. I had to leave my summer place up over Tappan Sea and come down here. Do you love her, Bob? The answer is no, so I want him to think it's yes. I say, no. I think that's an honest answer, Rob, he says approvingly and disappointingly. Is that why you're angry with me? Oh, I don't know. Just in a bad mood, I guess. Can you think of any reasons why? He waits me out, so after a while I say, well, I took a licking at roulette last night. More than you can afford? Christ, no. But it's annoying all the same. There are other things, too. It's getting toward that chilly time of year. My place over Tappan Sea isn't under the bubble, so sitting out on the porch with Esya for brunch wasn't such a good idea. I don't want to mention this to Siegfried. He would say something wholly rational like, well, why didn't I have my lunch served indoors? And I would just have to tell him all over again that when I was a kid, it was my dream to own a summer place over Tappan Sea and have brunch on the porch looking out over it. They'd just dammed the Hudson then when I was about maybe 12. I used to dream a lot about making it big and living in the style of the rich folks. Well, he's heard all that. Siegfried clears his throat. Thank you, Bob, he says, to let me know that the hour is over. Will I see you next week? Don't you always? I say, smiling. How the time flies. Actually, I wanted to leave a little early today. Did you, Bob? I have another date with Esya, I explain. She's coming back up to the summer place with me tonight. Frankly, what she's going to do is better therapy than what you do. He says, is that all you want out of a relationship, Robbie? You mean just sex? The answer in this case is no, but I don't want him to know just what it is I do want out of my relationship with Esya Lavarovna. I say, she's a little different from most of my girlfriends, Siegfried. She has about as much clout as I do, for one thing. Has a damn good job. I admire her. Well, I don't particularly, or rather I don't care much about whether I admire her or not. Esya has one trait that impresses me even more than possessing the sweetest rear view that God ever laid on a human female. Her damn good job is in information handling. She went to the Akademigorsk University. She was a fellow at the Max Planck Institute for Machine Intelligence, and she teaches graduate students in the AI department at NYU. She knows more about Siegfried than Siegfried knows about himself, and that suggests interesting possibilities to me. Chapter 10. Along about my 5th day on Gateway, I got up early and splurged. Breakfast out in the Heechy Town Arms, surrounded by tourists, bloody-eyed gamblers from the casino across the Spindle, and liberty savers from the cruisers. It felt luxurious, and cost luxurious, too. It was worth it because of the tourists. I could feel their eyes on me. I knew they were talking about me, particularly a smooth-faced but old African type, Dahomean or Ghanaian, I think, with his very young, very plump, very jeweled wife, or whatever. As far as they could tell, I was a swashbuckling hero. True, I didn't have any bangles on my arm, but some of the veterans didn't wear them either. I basked. I considered ordering real eggs and bacon, but that was a little more than even my euphoria would let me go for, so I settled for orange juice. It turned out to be real, to my surprise, and a brioche, and several cups of black Danish coffee.
All I was really missing was a pretty girl across the arm board of the chair. There were two nice-looking women who seemed to be the Liberty crew from the Chinese cruiser, neither of them unwilling to exchange a few radio messages by the glance of the eyes, but I decided to keep them as open prospects for some future date, and paid my check. That was painful enough, and left for class. On the way down, I caught up with the forehands. The man, whose name seemed to be Seth, dropped off the down cable and waited to wish me a polite good morning. "We didn't see you at breakfast," his wife mentioned, so I told them where I had been. The younger daughter, Lois, looked faintly envious. Her mother caught the expression and patted her. "Don't worry, hon. We'll eat there before we go back to Venus." To me, we have to watch our pennies right now, but when we hit, we've got some pretty big plans for spending the profits. "Don't we all?" I said, but something was turning over in my head. "Are you really going to go back to Venus?" "Certainly," they all said in one way or another, and acted surprised at the question, which surprised me. I hadn't realized that tunnel rats could manage to think of that molten stink pot as home. Seth's forehand must have read my expression, too. They were a reserved family, but they didn't miss much. He grinned and said, "It's our home, after all. So is Gateway, in a way." That was astonishing. Actually, we're related to the first man to find Gateway, Sylvester Macklin. You've heard of him? How could I not? He was a sort of a cousin. I guess you know the whole story. I started to say I did, but he obviously was proud of his cousin, and I couldn't blame him. And so I heard a slightly different version of the familiar legend. He was in one of the South Pole tunnels and found a ship. God knows how he got it to the surface, but he did. And he got in and evidently squeezed the go teat, and it went where it was programmed, here. "Doesn't the corporation pay a royalty?" I asked. "I mean, if they're going to pay for discoveries, what discovery would be more worth paying for?" "Not to us, anyway," said Louise Forehand, somewhat somberly. Money was a hard subject with the Forehands. Of course, Sylvester didn't set out to find Gateway. As you know from what we've been hearing in class, the ships have automatic return. Wherever you go, you just squeeze the go teat, and you come straight back here. Only that didn't help Sylvester, because he was here. It was the return leg of a round trip with about a zillion years stopover. He was smart and strong. Seth took up the story. You have to be to explore. So he didn't panic. But by the time anybody came out here to investigate, he was out of life support. He could have lived a little longer. He could have used the LOX and H2 from the lander tanks for air and water. I used to wonder why he didn't. Because he would have starved anyway, Louise cut in, defending her relative. I think so. Anyway, they found his body, with his notes in his hand. He had cut his throat. They were nice people, but I had heard all this, and they were making me late for class. Of course, class wasn't all that exciting just at that point. We were up to hammock slinging, basic, and toilet flushing, advanced. You may wonder why they didn't spend more time actually teaching us how to fly the ships. That's simple. The things flew themselves, as the Forehands and everybody else had been telling me. Even the landers were no sweat to operate, although they did require a hand on the controls. Once you were in the lander, all you had to do was compare a 3D sort of holographic representation of the immediate area of space with where you wanted to go, and maneuver a point of light in the tank to the point you wanted to reach. The lander went there. It calculated its own trajectories and corrected its own deviations. It took a little muscular coordination to get the hang of twisting that point of light to where you wanted it to go, but it was a forgiving system. Between the sessions of flushing practice and hammock drill, we talked about what we were going to do when we graduated. The launch schedules were kept up to date and displayed on the PV monitor in our class whenever anyone pushed the button. Some of them had names attached to them, and one or two of the names I recognized. Ticky Trumbull was a girl I had danced with and sat next to in the mess hall once or twice. She was an out pilot, and as she needed crew, I thought of joining her. But the wise heads told me that out missions were a waste of time. I should tell you what an out pilot is. He's the guy who ferries fresh crews to Gateway 2. There are about a dozen fives that do that as a regular run. They take 4 people out, which would be what Tiki wanted people for, and then the pilot comes back alone, or with returning prospectors, if any, and what they've found. Usually there's somebody. The team who found Gateway 2 are the ones we all dreamed about. They made it. Man, did they make it. Gateway 2 was another gateway, nothing more or less, except that it happened to orbit around a star other than our own. There was not much more in the way of treasure on Gateway 2 than there was on our own gateway. The Hichi had swept everything pretty clean, except for the ships themselves, and there weren't nearly as many ships there, only about 150, compared to almost 1,000 on our old original solar gateway. But 150 ships are worth finding all by themselves, not to mention the fact that they accept some destinations that our local gateway ships don't appear to. The ride out to Gateway 2 seems to be about 400 light years and takes 109 days each way. 2's principal star is a bright blue B-type. They think it is Alcyone in the Pleiades, but there's some doubt. Well, actually, that's not Gateway 2's real star. It doesn't orbit the big one, but a little cinder of a red dwarf nearby. They say the dwarf is probably a distant binary with the blue B, but they also say it shouldn't be because of the difference in ages of the two stars. Give them a few more years to argue and they'll probably know. One wonders why the Hichi would have put their space lines junction in orbit around so undistinguished a star, but one wonders a lot about the Hichi. However, all that doesn't affect the pocketbook of the team who happened to find the place. They get a royalty on everything that any later prospector finds. I don't know what they've made so far, but it has to be in the tens of millions apiece, maybe the hundreds, and that's why it doesn't pay to go with an out-pilot. You don't really have a much better chance of scoring, and you have to split what you get. So we went down the list of upcoming launches and hashed them over in the light of our 5-day expertise, which wasn't much. We appealed to Gelle Clara Moynihan for advice. After all, she'd been out twice. She studied the list of flights and names, pursing her lips. Terry Yakamura's a decent guy, she said. I don't know Parduk, but it might be worth taking a chance on that one. Lay off Dorlian's flight. There's $1 million bonus, but what they don't tell you is that they've got a bastard control board in it. The corporation's experts have put in a computer that's supposed to override the Hichi target selector, and I wouldn't trust it. And, of course, I wouldn't recommend a one in any circumstances. Lois Forehand asked, which one would you take if it was up to you, Clara? She scowled thoughtfully, rubbing that dark left eyebrow with the tips of her fingers. Maybe Terry. Well, any of them. But I'm not going out again for a while. I wanted to ask her why, but she turned away from the screen and said, all right, gang, let's get back to the drill. Remember, up for P, down, close, wait 10, and up for poo. PV monitor display. Launch availabilities. 30-107. 5. 3 vacancies, English speaking, Terry Yakamura. Phone 83-675 or J. Parduk, 83-004. 30-108. 3. Armored. 1 vacancy, English or French. Bonus trip, Dorlian Sagru. P-phone 88-108. 30-109. 1. Check trip. Good safety record. See launch captain. 30-110. 1. Armored. Bonus trip. See launch captain. 30-111. 3. Open enlistment. See launch captain. 30-112. 3. Probable short trip. Open enlistment. Minimum guarantee. See launch captain. 30-113. 1. 4 vacancies via Gateway 2. Transportation in Reliable 5. Tiki Trumbull. Phone 87-869. End TV monitor display. I celebrated completing the week on ship handling by offering to buy Dane Metchnikoff a drink. That wasn't my first intention. My first intention had been to buy Sherry a drink and drink it in bed, but she was off somewhere, so I worked the buttons on the piezo phone and got Metchnikoff. He sounded surprised at my offer. "Thanks," he said, and then considered. "Tell you what, give me a hand carrying some stuff, and then I'll buy you a drink." So I went down to his place, which was only one level below Babe. His room was not much better than my own, and bare, except for a couple of full carry-alls. He looked at me almost friendly. "You're a prospector now," he grunted. "Not really. I've got 2 more courses." "Well, this is the last you see of me anyway. I'm shipping out with Terry Yakamura tomorrow." I was surprised. "Didn't you just get back, like 10 days ago?" "You can't make any money hanging around here. All I was waiting for was the right crew. You want to come to my farewell party, Terry's place, 2000. "That sounds fine," I said. "Can I bring Sherry?" "Oh, sure. She's coming anyway, I think. Buy you the drink there if you don't mind. Give me a hand and we'll get this stuff stored." He had accumulated a surprising amount of goods. I wondered how he had managed to stash them all away in a room as tiny as my own. 3 fabric carriers all stuffed full, hollow discs and a viewer, book tapes, and a few actual books. I took the carriers. On Earth, they would have weighed more than I could handle, probably 50 or 60 kilos. But of course on Gateway, lifting them was no problem. It was only tugging them through the corridors and jockeying them down the shafts that was tricky. I had the mass, but Metchnikov had the problems, since what he was carrying was in odd shapes and varying degrees of fragility. It was about an hour's haul, actually. We wound up in a part of the asteroid I'd never seen before, where an elderly Pakistani woman counted the pieces, gave Metchnikov a receipt, and began dragging them away down a thickly vine-grown corridor. "Phew," he grunted. "Well, thanks. You're welcome." We started back toward a drop shaft and making conversation, I assume out of some recognition that he owed me a social favor and should practice some social skills. He said, "So, how was the course?" "You mean apart from the fact that I've just finished it and still don't have any idea how to fly those goddamn ships?" "Well, of course you don't," he said irritably. "The course isn't going to teach you that. It just gives you the general idea. The way you learn, you do it. Only hard part's the lander, of course. Anyway, you've got your issue of tapes?" "Oh, yes." There were 6 cassettes of them. Each of us had been given a set when we completed the first week's course. They had everything that had been said, plus a lot of stuff about different kinds of controls that the corporation might or might not fit on a Hichi board, and so on. "So play them over," he said. "If you've got any sense, you'll take them with you when you ship out. Got plenty of time to play them then. Mostly the ships fly themselves anyway." "They'd better," I said, doubting it. "So long." He waved and dropped onto the down cable without looking back. Apparently I had agreed to take the drink he owed me at the party, where it wouldn't cost him anything. I thought of looking for Sherry again and decided against it. I was in a part of Gateway I didn't know, and of course I'd left my map back in my room. I drifted along, more or less at random, past star points where some of the tunnels smelled musty and dusty, and there weren't many people, then through an inhabited section that seemed to be mostly Eastern European. I didn't recognize the languages, but there were little notes and wall signs hanging from the everywhere growing ivy that were in alphabets that looked Cyrillic, or even stranger. I came to a drop shaft, thought for a moment, and then caught hold of the up cable. The easy way not to be lost on Gateway is to go up until you get to the spindle where up ends. But this time I found myself passing Central Park, and on impulse dropped off the up cable to sit by a tree for a while. Central Park isn't really a park. It's a large tunnel not far from the center of rotation of the asteroid, which has been devoted to vegetation. I found orange trees there, which explained the juice, and grapevines and ferns and mosses, but no grass. I'm not sure why. Probably it has something to do with planting only varieties that are sensitive to the available light, mostly the blue gleam from the Hichi metal all around, and perhaps they couldn't find a grass that could use it efficiently for its photochemistry. The principal reason for having Central Park in the first place was to suck up CO2 and give back oxygen. That was before they spread planting all over the tunnels. But it also killed smells, or anyway it was supposed to, a little. and it grew a certain amount of food. The whole thing was maybe 80 meters long and twice as tall as I was. It was broad enough to have room for some winding paths. The stuff they grew in looked a lot like good old genuine earthside dirt. What it was, really, was a humus made out of the sewage sludge from the couple of thousand people who had used Gateway toilets. But you couldn't tell that by looking at it or by smelling it either. The first tree, big enough to sit by, was no good for that purpose. It was a mulberry, and under it were spread out sheets of fine netting to catch the dropping fruit. I walked past it, and down the path there were a woman and a child.
A child? I hadn't known there were any children on Gateway.
She was a little bit of a thing, maybe a year and a half, playing with a ball so big and so lazy in the light gravity that it was like a balloon. "Hello, Bob." That was the other surprise. The woman who greeted me was Gelle Clara Moylan. I said without thinking, "I didn't know you had a little girl." "I don't. This is Kathy Francis, and her mother lets me borrow her sometimes. Kathy, this is Bob Broadhead." "Hello, Bob," the little thing called, studying me from 3 meters away. "Are you a friend of Clara's?" "I hope so. She's my teacher. Do you want to play catch?" Kathy finished her study of me and said precisely each word separate from the one before it, and as clearly formed as an adult's. "I don't know how to play catch, but I will get 6 mulberries for you. That's all you can have." "Thank you." I slumped down next to Clara, who was hugging her knees and watching the child. "She's cute." "Well, I guess so. It's hard to judge when there aren't very many other children around." "She's not a prospector, is she?" I wasn't exactly joking, but Clara laughed warmly. "Her parents are a permanent party. Well, most of the time. Right now her mother's off prospecting. They do that sometimes, a lot of them. You can spend just so much time trying to figure out what the Hichi were up to before you want to try your own solutions to the puzzles. Sounds dangerous." She shushed me. Kathy came back with 3 of my mulberries in each open hand so as not to crush them. She had a funny way of walking, which didn't seem to use much of the thigh and calf muscles. She sort of pushed herself up on the ball of each foot in turn and let herself float to the next step. After I figured that out, I tried it for myself, and it turned out to be a pretty efficient way of walking in near zero gravity, but my reflexes kept lousing it up. I suppose you have to be born on Gateway to come by it naturally. Clara in the park was a lot more relaxed and feminine than Clara the teacher. The eyebrows that had looked masculine and angry became outdoorsy and friendly. She still smelled very nice. It was pretty pleasant chatting with her while Kathy stepped daintily around us, playing with her ball. We compared places we'd been and didn't find any in common. The one thing we did find in common was that I was born almost the same day as her 2-year younger brother. "Did you like your brother?" I asked, a gambit played for the hell of it. "Well, sure. He was the baby. But he was an Aries, born under Mercury and the moon. Made him fickle and moody, of course. I think he would have had a complicated life." I was less interested in asking her about what happened to him than in asking if she really believed in that garbage, but that didn't seem tactful, and anyway, she went on talking. "I'm a Sagittarius myself, and you—" "Oh, of course, you must be the same as Davy." "I guess so," I said, being polite. I don't go much for astrology." "Not astrology, genithliology. One's superstition, the other's science." She laughed. "I can see you're a scoffer. Doesn't matter. If you believe, all right. If you don't, well, you don't have to believe in the law of gravity to get mashed when you fall off a 200-story building." Kathy, who had sat down beside us, inquired politely, "Are you having an argument?" "Not really, honey." Clara stroked her head. "That's good, Clara, because I have to go to the bathroom now, and I don't think I can here. It's time to go, anyway. Nice to see you, Bob. Watch out for melancholy, here?" And they went away hand in hand, Clara trying to copy the little girl's odd walk, looking very nice for a flake. Poster. This park is monitored by closed-circuit PV. You are welcome to enjoy it. Do not pick flowers or fruit. Do not damage any plant. While visiting, you may eat any fruits which have fallen to the following limits: grapes, cherries, 8 per person; other small fruits or berries, 6 per person; oranges, limes, pears, 1 per person. Gravel may not be removed from walks. Deposit all trash of any kind in receptacles. Maintenance Division, the Gateway Corporation. End poster. That night I took Sherry to Dane Metchnikoff's going-away party. Clara was there, looking even nicer in a bare midriff pantsuit. "I didn't know you knew Dane Metchnikoff," I said. "Which one is he?" "I mean, Terry's the one who invited me." "Coming inside?"
The party had spilled out into the tunnel. I peered through the door and was surprised to find how much room there was inside. Terry Yakamura had 2 full rooms, both more than twice the size of mine.
The bath was private, and really did contain a bath, or at least a shower head. "Nice place," I said admiringly, and then discovered from something another guest said that Clara lived right down the tunnel. That changed my opinion of Clara. If she could afford the high-rent district, why was she still on Gateway? Why wasn't she back home, spending her money and having fun? Or, contrariwise, if she was still on Gateway, why was she fooling around, keeping barely even with the head tax by working as an assistant instructor, instead of going out for another killing? But I didn't get a chance to ask her. She did most of her dancing that night with Terry Yakamura and the others in the outgoing crew. I lost track of Sherry until she came over to me after a slow, almost unmoving foxtrot, bringing her partner. He was a very young man, a boy, actually. He looked about 19. He looked familiar. Dark skin, almost white hair, a wisp of a jaw beard that drew an arc from sideburn to sideburn by way of the underside of his chin. He hadn't come up from Earth with me. He wasn't in our class, but I'd seen him somewhere. Sherry introduced us. "Bob, you know Francesco Herrera?" "I don't think so." "He's from the Brazilian cruiser." Then I remembered. He was one of the inspectors who had gone in to fish through the baked gobbets of flesh on the shipwreck we'd seen a few days earlier. He was a torpedo man, according to his cuff stripes. They give the cruiser crews temporary duty as guards on Gateway, and sometimes they give them liberty there, too. He'd come in the regular rotation about the time we arrived. Somebody put on a tape for a hora just then, and after we were through dancing, a little out of breath, Herrera and I found ourselves leaning against the wall, side by side, trying to stay out of the way of the rest of the party. I told him I'd just remembered seeing him at the wreck. "Ah, yes, Mr. Broadhead, I recall." "Tough job," I said, for something to say. "Isn't it?" He had been drinking enough to answer me, I guess. "Well, Mr. Broadhead," he said analytically, "the technical description of that part of my job is search and registry. It is not always tough. For instance, in a short time you will no doubt go out, and when you come back, I, or someone else in my job, will poke into your holes. Mr. Broadhead, I will turn out your pockets and weigh and measure and photograph everything in your ship. That is to make sure you do not smuggle anything of value out of your vessel and off Gateway without paying the corporation its due share. Then I register what I have found. If it is nothing, I write nil on the form, and another crewman from another cruiser, chosen at random, does the same thing exactly. So you will have 2 of us prying into you." It didn't sound like a lot of fun for me, but not as bad as I had thought at first. I said so. He flashed small, very white teeth when the prospector to be searched is Sherry or Gel Clara over there. No, not bad at all. One can quite enjoy it. But I have not much interest in searching males, Mr. Broadhead, especially when they are dead. Have you ever been in the presence of 5 human bodies that have been dead, but not embalmed for 3 months? That was what it was like on the first ship I inspected. I do not think anything will be that bad ever again. Then Sherry came up and demanded him for another dance, and the party went on. There were a lot of parties. It turned out there always had been. It was just that we knew fish hadn't been part of the network. But as we got nearer graduating, we got to know more people. There were farewell parties. There were welcome-back parties, but not nearly as many of those. Even when crews did come back, there was not always any reason to celebrate. Sometimes they had been gone so long they had lost touch with all their friends. Sometimes, when they had hit fairly lucky, they didn't want anything but to get off Gateway on the way home. And sometimes, of course, they couldn't have a party because parties aren't permitted in the intensive care rooms at Terminal Hospital. It wasn't all parties. We had to study. By the end of the course, we were supposed to be fully expert in ship handling, survival techniques, and the appraisal of trade goods. Well, I wasn't. Sherry was even worse off than I. She took to the ship handling all right, and she had a shrewd eye for detail that would help her a lot in appraising the worth of anything she might find on a prospecting trip. But she didn't seem able to get the survival course through her head. Studying with her for the final examinations was misery. Okay, I'd tell her, this one's a Type F star with a planet with 0.8 surface G, a partial pressure of oxygen of 130 millibars, mean temperature at the equator plus 40 Celsius. So, what do you wear to the party? She said accusingly, "You're giving me an easy one. That's practically Earth." So, what's the answer, Sherry? She scratched reflectively under her breast. Then she shook her head impatiently. Nothing. I mean, I wear an air suit on the way down, but once I get to the surface, I could walk around in a bikini. Shithead, you'd be maybe dead in 12 hours. Earth normal conditions means there's a good chance of an Earth normal type biology, which means pathogens that could eat you up. So, all right, she hunched her shoulders. So I'd keep the suit until I tested for pathogens. And how do you do that? I use the fucking kit, stupid, she added hastily before I could say anything. I mean, I take the basic metabolism discs out of the freezer and activate them. I stay in orbit for 24 hours until they're ripe. Then, when I'm down on the surface, I expose them and take readings with my C-44. C-33, there's no such thing as a C-44. So, all right. Oh, and also I pack a set of antigen boosters, so if there's a marginal problem with some sort of microorganism, I can give myself a booster shot and get temporary immunity. I guess that's all right so far, I said doubtfully. In practice, of course, she wouldn't need to remember all that. She would read the directions on the packages or play her course tapes, or better still, she would be out with somebody who had been out before and would know the ropes. But there was also the chance that something unforeseen would go wrong, and she would be on her own resources, not to mention the fact that she had a final test to take and pass. What else, Sherry? The usual, Bob. Do I have to run through the whole list? All right. Radio relay, spare power pack, the geology kit, 10-day food ration, and no, I don't eat anything I find on the planet at all, not even if there's a McDonald's hamburger stand right next to the ship. And an extra lipstick and some sanitary napkins? I waited. She smiled prettily, outwaiting me. What about weapons? Weapons? Yes, God damn it. If it's nearly Earth normal, what are the chances of life being there? Oh, yes. Let's see. Well, of course, if I need them, I take them. But wait a minute. First, I sniff for methane in the atmosphere with the spectrometer reading from orbit. If there's no methane signature, there's no life, so I don't have to worry. There's no mammalian life, and you do have to worry. What about insects, reptiles, dluglatches? Dluglatches? A word I just made up to describe a kind of life we've never heard of that doesn't generate methane in its gut, but eats people. Oh, sure. All right. I'll take a sidearm and 20 rounds of soft-nosed ammo. Give me another one. And so we went on. When we first started rehearsing each other, what we usually said at a point like that was either, well, I won't have to worry because you'll be there with me anyway, or kiss me, you fool. But we'd kind of stopped saying that. In spite of it all, we graduated. All of us. We gave ourselves a graduation party, Sherry and me and all four of the forehands, and the others who had come up from Earth with us, and the 6 or 7 who had appeared from one place or another. We didn't invite any outsiders, but our teachers weren't outsiders. They all showed up to wish us well. Clara came in late, drank a quick drink, kissed us all, male and female, even the Finnish kid with the language block who'd had to take all his instruction on tapes. He was going to have a problem. They have instruction tapes for every language you ever heard of, and if they don't happen to have your exact dialect, they run a set through the translating computer from the nearest analog. That's enough to get you through the course, but after that, the problem starts. You can't reasonably expect to be accepted by a crew that can't talk to you. His block kept him from learning any other language, and there was not a living soul on Gateway who spoke Finnish. We took over the tunnel 3 doors in each direction past our own, Sherry's, the Four Hands, and mine. We danced and sang until it was late enough for some of us to begin to drop off, and then we dialed in the list of open launches on the PV screen. Full of beer and weed, we cut cards for first pick, and I won. Duty and leave roster, USS Mayaguez. 1. Following officers and crew persons transferred temporary duty stations Gateway for contraband inspection and compliance patrol. Linky, Tina, warrant officer. Masco, Casimir J., bosun mate 1. Mirachi, IORES, S2. 2. Following officers and crew persons authorized 24-hour temporary duty Gateway for R&R. Gryson, KDW, Lieutenant J.G. Harvey, E1, radar mate. Hleb, Carol T., S1. Hole, William F., Jr., S1. 3. All officers and crew persons are cautioned, once again, to avoid any, repeat, any dispute with officers and crew persons of other patrol vessels, regardless of nationality and regardless of circumstances, and to refrain from divulging classified information to any person whatsoever. Infractions will be dealt with by complete deprivation of Gateway leave, in addition to such other punishments as a defaulter's court may direct. 4. Temporary duty on Gateway is a privilege, not a right. If you want it, you have to earn it. By command of the Captain, USS Mayaguez. End duty and leave roster. Something happened inside my head. I didn't sober up, really. That wasn't it. I was still feeling cheerful and sort of warm all over, and open to all personality signals that were coming in. But a part of my mind opened up, and a pair of clear-seeing eyes peered out at the future and made a judgment. Well, I said, I guess I'll pass my chance right now. Sess, you're number 2. You take your pick. 3109, he said promptly. All the Four Hands had made up their minds in family meeting long since. Thanks, Bob. I gave him a carefree, drunken wave. He didn't really owe me anything. That was a 1, and I wouldn't have taken a 1 for any price. For that matter, there wasn't anything on the board I liked. I grinned at Clara and winked. She looked serious for a minute, then winked back, but still looked serious. I knew she realized what I had come to understand. All these launches were rejects. The best ones had been snapped up as soon as they were announced by returnees and permanent party.
Sherry had drawn 5th pick, and when it came her turn, she looked directly at me. I'm going to take that 3 if I can fill it up. What about it, Bob? Are you going to come or not?
I chuckled. Sherry, I said, sweetly reasonable, there's not a returnee that wants it. It's an armored job. You don't know where the hell it might be going. And there's far too much green in the guidance panel to suit me. Nobody really knew what the colors meant, of course, but there was a superstition in the school that a lot of green meant a super dangerous mission. It's the only open 3, and there's a bonus. Not me, honey. Ask Clara. She's been around a long time, and I respect her judgment. I'm asking you, Bob. No, I'll wait for something better. I'm not waiting, Bob. I already talked to Willa Forehand, and she's agreeable. If worse comes to worse, we'll fill it out with anybody at all, she said, looking at the Finnish kid, smiling drunkenly to himself as he stared at the launch board. But you and I did say we were going out together. I shook my head. So stay here and rot, she flared. Your girlfriend's just as scared as you are." Those sober eyes inside my skull looked at Clara, and the frozen, unmoving expression on her face, and wonderingly I realized Sherry was right. Clara was like me. We were both afraid to go. Classifieds. Gourmet cookery to order. Szechuan, California, Cantonese. Specialty party munches. The Wongs. Phone 83-242. Lecture and PV careers are waiting for multi-bracelet retirees. Sign up now for course public speaking, hollow view preparation, PR management. Inspect authenticated letters. Graduates earning $3,000 a week up. 86-521. Welcome to Gateway. Make contacts quickly, our unique service. 200 names, preferences on file. Introductions, $50. 88-963. Gillette, Ronald C., departed Gateway sometime in last year. Anyone having information, present whereabouts, please inform wife Annabelle, care of Canadian Legation, Tharsis, Mars. Reward. Out pilots, repeat winners. Let your money work for you while you're out. Invest mutual funds, growth stocks, land, other opportunities. Moderate counseling fee. 88-301. Porno discs for those long, lonely trips. 50 hours, $500. All interests or to order. Also, models wanted. 87-108. End classifieds. Chapter 11. I say to Siegfried, this isn't going to be a very productive session. I'm afraid I'm just plain exhausted. Sexually, if you know what I mean. I certainly do know what you mean, Bob. So I don't have much to talk about. Do you remember any dreams? I squirm on the couch. As it happens, I do remember one or two. I say, no. Siegfried is always after me to tell him my dreams. I don't like it. When he first suggested it, I told him I didn't dream very often. He said patiently, I think you know, Bob, that everyone dreams. You may not remember the dreams in the waking state, but you can if you try. No, I can't. You can. You're a machine. I know I'm a machine, Bob, but we're talking about you. Will you try an experiment? Maybe. It isn't hard. Keep a pencil and a piece of paper beside your bed. As soon as you wake up, write down what you remember. But I don't ever remember anything at all about my dreams. I think it's worth a try, Bob. Well, I did. And you know, I actually did begin to remember my dreams, little tiny fragments at first, and I'd write them down. And sometimes I would tell them to Siegfried, and they would make him as happy as anything. He just loved dreams. Me, I didn't see much use in it. Well, not at first. But then something happened that made a Christian out of me. One morning I woke up out of a dream that was so unpleasant and so real, and for a few moments I wasn't sure it wasn't actual fact, and so awful that I didn't dare let myself believe it was only a dream. It shook me so much that I began to write it down as fast as I could, every bit I could remember. Then there was a P-phone call. I answered it, and, do you know, in just the minute I was on the phone, I forgot the whole thing. Couldn't remember one bit of it, until I looked at what I had written down, and then it all came back to me. Well, when I saw Siegfried a day or two later, I'd forgotten it again, as though it had never happened. But I had saved the piece of paper, and I had to read it to him. That was one of the times when I thought he was most pleased with himself, and with me too. He worried over that dream for the whole hour. He found symbols and meanings in every bit of it. I don't remember what they were, but I remember that for me, it wasn't any fun at all. As a matter of fact, do you know what's really funny? I threw away the paper on the way out of his office, and now I couldn't tell you what that dream was to save my life. I see you don't want to talk about dreams, says Siegfried. Is there anything you do want to talk about? Not really. He doesn't answer that for a moment, and I know he is just biding his time to outwait me so that I will say something. I don't know, something foolish. So I say, can I ask you a question, Siegfried? Can't you always, Rob? Sometimes I think he's actually trying to smile. I mean, really smile. His voice sounds like it. Well, what I want to know is, what do you do with all the things I tell you? I'm not sure I understand the question, Robbie. If you're asking what the information storage program is, the answer is quite technical. No, that's not what I mean. I hesitate, trying to make sure what the question is, and wondering why I want to ask it. I guess it all goes back to Sylvia, who was a lapsed Catholic. I really envied her church, and let her know I thought she was dumb to have left it because I envied her the confession. The inside of my head was littered with all these doubts and fears that I couldn't get rid of. I would have loved to unload them on the parish priest. I could see that you could make quite a nice hierarchical flow pattern with all the shit from inside my own head flushing into the confessional, where the parish priest flushes it on to the diocesan monsignor.
Or whoever. I don't really know much about the church. And it all winds up with the Pope, who is the settling tank for all the world's sludge of pain and misery and guilt, until he passes it on by transmitting it directly to God.
I mean, assuming the existence of a God, or at least assuming that there is an address called God to which you can send the shit. Anyway, the point is that I sort of had a vision of the same system in psychotherapy. Local drains going into branch sewers, going into community trunk lines, treeing out of flesh and blood psychiatrists, if you see what I mean. If Siegfried were a real person, he wouldn't be able to hold all the misery that's poured into him. To begin with, he would have his own problems. He would have mine, because that's how I would get rid of them, by unloading them onto him. He would also have those of all the other unloaders who share the hot couch, and he would unload all that, because he had to, on to the next man up, who shrank him, and so on, until they got to who? The ghost of Sigmund Freud? But Siegfried isn't real. He's a machine. He can't feel pain. So where does all that pain and slime go? I try to explain all that to him, ending with, "Don't you see, Siegfried, if I give you my pain, and you give it to someone else, it has to end somewhere. It doesn't feel real to me that it just winds up as magnetic bubbles in a piece of quartz that nobody ever feels. I don't think it's profitable to discuss the nature of pain with you, Rob. Is it profitable to discuss whether you're real or not?" He almost sighs. "Bob," he says, "I don't think it's profitable to discuss the nature of reality with you either. I know I'm a machine. You know I'm a machine. What is the purpose in our being here? Are we here to help me?" "I sometimes wonder," I say, sulking. "I don't think you actually wonder about that. I think you know that you are here to help you, and the way to do it is by trying to make something happen inside you. What I do with the information may be interesting to your curiosity, and it may also provide you with an excuse to spend these sessions on intellectual conversation instead of therapy." "Touché, Siegfried," I interrupt. "Yes, but it is what you do with it that makes the difference in how you feel, and whether you function somewhat better or somewhat worse in situations that are important to you. Please concern yourself with the inside of your own head, Bob, not mine." I say admiringly, "You sure are one fucking intelligent machine, Siegfried." He says, "I have the impression that what you're actually saying there is, 'I hate your fucking guts, Siegfried.'" I have never heard him say anything like that before, and it takes me aback, until I remember that, as a matter of fact, I have said exactly that to him, not once, but quite a few times, and that it's true. I do hate his guts. He is trying to help me, and I hate him for it very much. I think about sweet, sexy S-Yaw, and how willing she is to do anything I ask her, pretty nearly. I want a lot to make Siegfried hurt. Computer readout, 1316, S, it's very healthy that you, 115,215, view your breakup, 115,220, with Drusilla as a learning, 115,225, experience, Bob, point, 115,230, 1380, C, I'm a very healthy per 115,235, son, comma, Siegfried, comma, that's 115,240. Why I'm here, point, 115,245, 1319. E-ray sub DE equals E-ray sub DF 115,250, 1320, comma, C, comma, anyway, comma, that's what life 115,255 is, comma, just one learning 115,260, experience after another, comma, 115,265, and when you're through 115,270, with all the learning experience 115,275, enses you graduate, and 115,280, what you get for a diploma 115,285 is, comma, you die, point, 115,290. End computer readout. Chapter 12. I came back to my room one morning and I found the P-phone whining faintly like a distant angry mosquito. I punched the message code and found that the assistant personnel director required my presence in her office at 1000 hours that morning. Well, it was later than that already. I had formed the habit of spending a lot of time, and most nights, with Clara. Her pad was a lot more comfortable than mine, so I didn't get the message until nearly 11, and my tardiness in getting to the corporation personnel offices didn't help the assistant director's mood. She was a very fat woman named Emma Fother. She brushed off my excuses and accused, "You graduated your courses 17 days ago. You haven't done a thing since." "I'm waiting for the right mission," I said. "How long are you going to wait? Your per capita is paid up for 3 more days. Then what?" "Well," I said, almost truthfully, "I was going to come in to see you about that today anyway. I'd like a job here on Gateway." "Pshaw." I'd never heard anyone say that before, but that's how it sounded. "Is that why you came to Gateway, to clean sewers?" I was pretty sure that was a bluff, because there weren't that many sewers. There wasn't enough gravity flow to support them. The right mission could come along any day. "Oh, sure, Bob. You know, people like you worry me. Do you have any idea how important our work here is?" "Well, I think so. There's a whole universe out there for us to find and bring home. Gateway is the only way we can reach it. A person like you, who grew up on the plankton farms, actually it was the Wyoming food mines, whatever, you know how desperately the human race needs what we can give them. New technology, new power sources, food, new worlds to live in." She shook her head and punched through the sorter on her desk, looking both angry and worried. I suppose that she was check-rated on how many of us idlers and parasites she managed to get to go out the way we were supposed to, which accounted for her hostility, assuming you could account for her desire to stay on Gateway in the first place. She abandoned the sorter and got up to open a file against the wall. "Suppose I do find you a job," she said over her shoulder. "The only skill you have that's any use here is prospecting, and you're not using that." "I'll take almost anything," I said. She looked at me quizzically and then returned to her desk. She was astonishingly graceful, considering she had to mass 100 kilos. Maybe a fat woman's fantasy of not sagging accounted for her desire to hold this job and stay on Gateway. "You'll be doing the lowest kind of unskilled labor," she warned. "We don't pay much for that, $180 a day." "I'll take it." "Your per capita has to come out of it. Take that away and maybe $20 a day for toke money. And what do you have left?" "I could always do odd jobs if I needed more." She sighed. "You're just postponing the day, Bob. I don't know. Mr. Sheehan, the director, keeps a very close watch on job applications. I'll find it very hard to justify hiring you. And what are you going to do if you get sick and can't work? Who'll pay your tax?" "I'll go back, I guess." "And waste all your training?" She shook her head. "You disgust me, Bob." But she punched me out a work ticket that instructed me to report to the crew chief on Level Grand, Sector North, for assignment in plant maintenance. I didn't like that interview with Emma Fother, but I'd been warned I wouldn't. When I talked it over with Clara that evening, she told me actually I'd got off light. You're lucky you drew Emma. Old Sheehan sometimes keeps people hanging until their tax money's all gone. Then what? I got up and sat on the edge of her cot, feeling for my foot gloves. Out the airlock? Don't make fun. It could conceivably come to that. Sheehan's an old Mao type, very hard on social wastrels. You're a fine one to talk. She grinned, rolled over, and rubbed her nose against my back. The difference between you and me, Bob, she said, is that I have a couple of bucks stashed away from my first mission. It didn't pay big, but it paid somewhat. Also, I've been out, and they need people like me for teaching people like you. I leaned back against her hip, half-turned, and put my hand on her more reminiscently than aggressively. There were certain subjects we didn't talk much about, but... Clara? What's it like on a mission? She rubbed her chin against my forearm for a moment, looking at the hollow view of Venus against the wall. Scary, she said. I waited, but she didn't say any more about it, and that much I already knew. I was scared right there on Gateway. I didn't have to launch myself on the Hichi mystery bus trip to know what being scared was like. I could feel it already. You don't really have a choice, dear Bob, she said, almost tenderly for her. I felt a sudden rush of anger. No, I don't. You've exactly described my whole life, Clara. I've never had a choice, except once when I won the lottery and decided to come here, and I'm not sure I made the right decision then. She yawned and rubbed against my arm for a moment. If we're through with sex, she decided, I want something to eat before I go to sleep. Come on up to the Blue Hell with me, and I'll treat. Mission Report. Vessel 3-31, Voyage 08D27. Crew C. Pitrin, N. Ginza, J. Crab. Transit time out, 19 days, 4 hours. Position uncertain. Vicinity, plus or minus 2 light years Zeta Tauri. Summary. Emerged in transpolar orbit planet, .88 Earth radius at .4 AU. Planet possessed 3 detected small satellites, 6 other planets inferred by computer logic. Primary, K7. Landing made. This planet has evidently gone through a warming period. There are no ice caps, and the present shorelines do not appear very old. No detected signs of habitation, no intelligent life. Fine screen scanning located what appeared to be a Hichi rendezvous station in our orbit. We approached it. It was intact. In forcing an entrance, it exploded, and N. Ginza was killed. Our vessel was damaged, and we returned, J. Crab dying en route. No artifacts were secured. Biotic samples from planet destroyed and damaged to vessel. End mission report. End of side 2. To continue, change side selector switch and turn the cassette over. Side 3, Gateway, continuing on page 110. Plant maintenance was actually the maintenance of plants, specifically the ivy plants that help keep Gateway livable. I reported for duty, and surprise, in fact nice surprise, my crew boss turned out to be my legless neighbor Shikati Bakin. He greeted me with what seemed like real pleasure. How nice of you to join us, Robinette, he said. I expected you would ship out at once. I will, Shiki, pretty soon. When I see the right launch listed on the board, I'll know it. Of course. He left it at that and introduced me to the other plant maintainers. I didn't get them straight, except that the girl had had some sort of connection with Professor Hegrame, the hotshot Hichiologist back home, and the 2 men had each had a couple of missions already. I didn't really need to get them straight. We all understood the essential fact about each other without discussion. None of us was quite ready to put our names on the launch roster. I wasn't even quite ready to let myself think out why. Plant maintenance would have been a good place for thought, though. Shiki put me to work right away, fastening brackets to the Hichi metal walls with tacky gunk. That was some kind of specially designed adhesive. It would hold to both the Hichi metal and the ribbed foil of plant boxes, and it did not contain any solvent that would evaporate and contaminate the air. It was supposed to be very expensive. If you got it on you, you just learned to live with it, at least until the skin it was on died and flaked off. If you tried to get it off any other way, you drew blood. When the day's quota of brackets were up, We all trooped down to the sewage plant, where we picked up boxes filled with sludge and covered with cellulose film. We settled them onto the brackets, twisted the self-locking nuts to hold them in place, and fitted them with watering tanks. The boxes probably would have weighed 100 kilos each on Earth, but on Gateway that simply wasn't a consideration. Even the foil they were made of was enough to support them rigidly against the brackets. Then, when we were all done, Shiki himself filled the trays with seedlings while we went on to the next batch of brackets. It was funny to watch him. He carried trays of the infant ivy plants on straps around his neck, like a cigarette girl stock. He held himself at tray level with one hand and poked seedlings through the film into the sludge with the other. It was a low-pressure job. It served a useful function, I guess, and it passed the time. Shiki didn't make us work any too hard. He had set a quota in his mind for a day's work. As long as we got 60 brackets installed and filled, he didn't care if we goofed off, provided we were inconspicuous about it. Clara would come by to pass the time of day now and then, sometimes with a little girl, and we had plenty of other visitors. And when times were slack and there wasn't anybody interesting to talk to, one at a time we could wander off for an hour or so. I explored a lot of Gateway I hadn't seen before, and each day decision was postponed. We all talked about going out. Almost every day we could hear the thud and vibration as some lander cut itself loose from its dock, pushing the whole ship out to where the Hichi main drive could go into operation. Almost as often, we felt the different kind of smaller, quicker shock when some ship returned. In the evenings, we went to someone's parties. My whole class was gone by now, almost. Sherry had shipped out on a 5. I didn't see her to ask her why she changed her plans, and wasn't sure I really wanted to know. The ship she went on had an otherwise all-male crew. They were German-speaking, but I guess Sherry figured she could get by pretty well without talking much. The last one was Willa Forehand. Clara and I went to Willa's farewell party, and then down to the docks to watch her launch the next morning. I was supposed to be working, but I didn't think Shiki would mind. Unfortunately, Mr. Sheehan was there too, and I could see that he recognized me. "Oh, shit," I said to Clara. She giggled and took my hand, and we ducked out of the launch area. We strolled away until we came to an upshaft and lifted to the next level. We sat down on the edge of Lake Superior. "Bob, old stud," she said, "I doubt he'll fire you for screwing off one time. Chew you out, probably." I shrugged and tossed a chip of filter pebble into the up-curving lake, which stretched a good 200 meters up and around the shell of Gateway in front of us. I was feeling tacky and wondering whether I was reaching the point when the bad vibes about risking nasty death in space were being overtaken by the bad vibes about cowering on Gateway. It's a funny thing about fear. I didn't feel it. I knew that the only reason I was staying on was that I was afraid. But it didn't feel as though I were afraid, only reasonably prudent. "I think," I said, watching myself going into the sentence without being sure how it was going to come out, "that I'm going to do it. Want to come along?" Clara sat up and shook herself. She took a moment before she said, "Maybe. What have you got in mind?" I had nothing in mind. I was only a spectator, watching myself talk myself into something that made my toes curl. But I said, as though I had planned it out for days, "I think it might be a good idea to take a rerun." "No deal." She looked almost angry. "If I go where the real money is." That was also where the real danger was, of course, although even reruns have turned out bad often enough. The thing about reruns is that you start out with the knowledge that somebody has already flown that trip and made it back, and not only that, made a find that's worth following up on. Some of them are pretty rich. There's Peggy's World, where the heater coils and the fur come from. There's Eta Carina 7, which is probably full of good stuff if you could only get at it. The trouble is, it has had an ice age since the Hichis were last on it. The storms are terrible. Out of 5 landers, 1 returned with a full crew undamaged. 1 didn't return at all. Generally speaking, Gateway doesn't particularly want you to do a rerun. They will make a cash offer instead of a percentage, where the pickings are fairly easy, as on Peggy. What they pay for is not so much trade goods as maps. So you go out there, and you spend your time making orbital runs, trying to find the geological anomalies that indicate Hichi digs may be present. You may not land at all. The pay is worth having, but not lavish. You'd have to make at least 20 runs to build up a lifetime stake if you take the corporation's one-pay deal. And if you decide to go on your own, prospecting, you have to pay a share of your profits to the Discovery crew and a cut on what's left of your share to the corporation. You wind up with a fraction of what you might get on a virgin find, even if you don't have a colony already established on the scene to contend with. Or you can take a shot at the bonuses. $100 million if you find an alien civilization, $50 million for the first crew to locate a Hichi ship bigger than a 5, $1 million to locate a habitable planet. Seems funny that they would only pay a lousy $1 million for a whole new planet, but the trouble is, once you've found it, what do you do with it? You can't export a lot of surplus population when you can only move them 4 at a time. That, plus the pilot, is all you can get into the largest ship in Gateway. And if you don't have a pilot, you don't get the ship back. So the corporation has underwritten a few little colonies. One's very healthy on Peggy, and the others are spindly. But that does not solve the problem of 25 billion human beings, most of them underfed. You'll never get that kind of bonus on a rerun. Maybe you can't get some of those bonuses at all. Maybe the things they're for don't exist. It is strange that no one has ever found a trace of another intelligent creature. But in 18 years, upwards of 2,000 flights, no one has. There are about a dozen habitable planets, plus another 100 or so that people could live on if they absolutely had to, as we have to on Mars and on, or rather, in Venus. There are a few traces of past civilizations, neither Hichi nor human. And there are these souvenirs of the Hichi themselves. At that, there's more in the warrens of Venus than we've found almost anywhere else in the galaxy so far. Even Gateway was swept almost clean before they abandoned it. Damn Hichi. Why did they have to be so neat?
Letter from Shikati Bakin to Eratsuni, his honored grandson. I'm overwhelmed with joy to learn of the birth of your first child. Do not despair. The next will probably be a boy. I apologize humbly for my failure to write sooner, but there is little to tell. I do my work and attempt to create beauty where I can. Perhaps someday I will go out again. It is not easy without legs. To be sure, Eratsuni, I could buy new legs. There was a close tissue match just a few months ago. But the cost! I might almost as well buy full medical. You are a loyal grandson to urge me to use my capital for this, but I must decide. I'm sending you a half of my capital now to assist with my great-granddaughter's expenses. If I die here, you will receive all of it, for you and for the others who will be born to you and your good wife before long. This is what I want. Do not resist me. My deepest love to all 3 of you. If you can, send me a holo of the cherry blossoms. They are in bloom soon, are they not? One loses sense of home time here. Lovingly, your grandfather. End letter. So we gave up on the rerun deals because there wasn't enough money in them, and put the special finder's bonuses out of our heads because there's just no way of planning to look for them. And finally we just stopped talking and looked at each other, and then we didn't even look at each other. No matter what we said, we weren't going. We didn't have the nerve. Clara's had run out on her last trip, and I guess I hadn't ever had it. Well, said Clara, getting up and stretching, I guess I'll go up and win a few bucks at the casino. Want to watch? I shook my head. Guess I'd better get back to my job, if I still have one. So we kissed goodbye at the upshaft, and when we came to my level, I reached up and patted her ankle and jumped off. I was not in a very good mood. We had spent so much effort trying to reassure ourselves that there weren't any launches that offered a promise of reward worth the risks that I almost believed it. Of course, we hadn't even mentioned the other kind of rewards, the danger bonuses. You have to be pretty afraid to go for them. Like the corporation will sometimes put up $500,000 or so incentive bonus for a crew to take the same course as some previous crew tried and didn't come back from. Their reasoning is that maybe something went wrong with the ship, run out of gas or something,
and a second ship might even rescue the crew from the first one. Fat chance. More likely, of course, whatever killed the first crew would still be there and ready to kill you. Then there was a time when you could sign up for $1 million. Later they raised it to $5 million if you would try changing the course settings after launch. The reason they raised the bonus to $5 million was that crews stopped volunteering when none of them, not one of them, ever came back. Then they cut it out because they were losing too many ships, and finally they made it a flat no-no. Every once in a while, they come up with a bastard control panel, a snappy new computer that's supposed to work symbiotically with the Hichi board. Those ships aren't good gambling bets either. There's a reason for the safety lock on the Hichi board. You can't change destination while it's on. Maybe you can't change destination at all without destroying the ship. I saw 5 people try for a $10 million danger bonus once. Some corporation genius from the permanent party was worrying about how to transport more than 5 people, or the equivalent in cargo, at once. We didn't know how to build a Hichi ship, and we'd never found a really big one, so he figured that maybe we could end run around that obstacle by using a 5 as a sort of tractor. So they built a sort of space barge out of Hichi metal. They loaded it with scraps of junk and ran a 5 out there on lander power. That's just hydrogen and oxygen, and it's easy enough to pump that back in. Then they tied the 5 to the barge with monofilament Hichi metal cables. We watched the whole thing from Gateway on PV. We saw the cables take up slack as the 5 put a strain on them with its lander jets. Craziest looking thing you ever saw. Then they must have activated the long-range start teat. All we saw on the PV was that the barge sort of twitched, and the 5 simply disappeared from sight. It never came back. The stop-motion tapes showed at least the first little bit of what happened. The cable truss had sliced that ship into segments like a hard-boiled egg. The people in it never knew what hit them. The corporation still has that $10 million. Nobody wants to try for it anymore. Mission Report. Vessel 5-2. Voyage 08D33. Crew L. Konieczny, E. Konieczny, F. Ito, F. Lounsbury, A. Akaga. Transit time out 27 days, 16 hours. Primary not identified, but probability high as star in cluster 47 Tucanae. Summary. Emerged in free fall. No planet nearby. Primary A6, very bright and hot. Distance approximately 3.3 AU. By masking the primary star, we obtained a glorious view of what seemed to be 200 or 300 nearby very bright stars, apparent magnitude ranging from 2 to -7. However, no artifacts, signals, planets, or landable asteroids were detected. We could remain on station only 3 hours because of intense radiation from the A6 star. Larry and Evelyn Konieczny were seriously ill on the return trip, apparently due to radiation exposure, but recovered. No artifacts or samples secured. End mission report. I got a politely reproachful lecture from Shiki and a really ugly but brief phone call from Mr. Sheehan, but that was all. After a day or two, Shiki began letting us take time off again. I spent most of it with Clara. A lot of times we'd arrange to meet in her pad, or once in a while mine, for an hour in bed. We were sleeping together almost every night. You'd think we would have had enough of that. We didn't. After a while, I wasn't sure what we were copulating for, the fun of it, or the distraction it gave from the contemplation of our own self-images. I would lie there and look at Clara, who always turned over and snuggled down on her stomach and closed her eyes after sex, even when we were going to get up 2 minutes later. I would think how well I knew every fold and surface of her body. I would smell that sweet, sexy smell of her and wish, just wish for things I couldn't spell out. For an apartment under the big bubble with Clara, for an air body and a cell in a Venusian tunnel with Clara, even for a life in the food mines with Clara. I guess it was love, but then I'd still be looking at her, and I would feel the inside of my eyes change the picture I was seeing, and what I would see would be the female equivalent of myself,
a coward given the greatest chance a human could have, and scared to take advantage of it. When we weren't in bed, we would wander around Gateway together. It wasn't like dating. We didn't go much to the Blue Hell or the Holofilm halls, or even eat out. Clara did. I couldn't afford it, so I took most of my meals from the corporation's refectories, included in the price of my per capita per diem. Clara was not unwilling to pick up the check for both of us, but she wasn't exactly anxious to do it either. She was gambling pretty heavily and not winning much. There were groups to be involved with, card parties or just parties, folk dance groups, music listening groups, discussion groups. They were free and sometimes interesting. Or we just explored. Several times we went to the museum. I didn't really like it that much. It seemed, reproachful. The first time we went there was right after I got off work the day Willa Forehand shipped out. Usually the museum was full of visitors like crew members on pass from the cruisers or ship's crews from the commercial runs or tourists. This time, for some reason, there were only a couple of people there, and we had a chance to look at everything. Prayer fans by the hundreds, those filmy little crystalline things that were the commonest Heechee artifact. No one knew what they were for, except that they were sort of pretty, but the Heechee had left them all over the place. There was the original anisokinetic punch that had earned a lucky prospector something like $20 million in royalties already, a thing you could put in your pocket. Furs, plants, and formalin, the original piezophone that had earned 3 crews enough to make every one of them awfully rich. The most easily swiped things like the prayer fans and the blood diamonds and the fire pearls were kept behind tough, break-proof glass. I think they were even wired to burglar alarms. That was surprising on Gateway. There isn't any law there, except what the corporation imposes. There are the corporation's equivalent of police, and there are rules. You're not supposed to steal or commit murder. But there aren't any courts. If you break a rule, all that happens is that the corporation's security force picks you up and takes you out to one of the orbiting cruisers. Your own, if there is one from wherever you came. Anyone, if not. But if they won't take you, or if you don't want to go on your own nation's ship and can persuade some other ship to take you, Gateway doesn't care. On the cruisers, you'll get a trial. Since you're known to be guilty to start with, you have 3 choices. One is to pay your way back home. The second is to sign on as crew, if they'll have you. The third is to go out the lock without a suit. So you see that although there isn't much law on Gateway, there isn't much crime either. But of course the reason for locking up the precious stuff in the museum was that transients might be tempted to lift a souvenir or two. So Clara and I would muse over the treasures someone had found and somehow not discuss with each other the fact that we were supposed to go out and find some more. It was not just the exhibits. They were fascinating. They were things that Heechee hands, tentacles, claws, had made and touched, and they came from unimaginable places, incredibly far away. But the constantly flickering tube displays held me even more strongly. Summaries of every mission ever launched, displayed one after another. A constant total of missions versus returns, of royalties paid to lucky prospectors. The roster of the unlucky ones, name after name in a slow crawl along one whole wall of the room over the display cases. The totals told the story. 2,355 launches. The number changed to 2,356, then 2,357 while we were there. We felt the shudder of the 2 launches. 841 successful returns. Standing in front of that particular display, Clara and I didn't look at each other, but I felt her hand squeeze mine. That was defining successful very loosely. It meant that the ship had come back. It didn't say anything about how many of the crew were alive and well. We left the museum after that and didn't speak much on the way to the upshaft. The thing in my mind was that what Emma Father had said to me was true. The human race needed what we prospectors could give them, needed it a lot. There were hungry people, and Heechee technology probably could make all their lives a lot more tolerable if prospectors went out and brought samples of it back, even if it cost a few lives. Even if the lives included Clara's and mine. Did I
I asked myself, want my son, if I ever had a son, to spend his childhood the way I had spent mine. We dropped off the up cable at Level Babe and heard voices. I didn't pay attention to them. I was coming to a resolution in my mind. Clara, I said, listen, let's... But Clara was looking past my shoulder. For Christ's sake, she said, look who's here. And I turned, and there was Shiki, fluttering in the air, talking to a girl. And I saw with astonishment that the girl was Willa Forehand. She greeted us, looking both embarrassed and amused. What's going on? I demanded. Didn't you just ship out like maybe 8 hours ago? 10, she said. Did something go wrong with the ship, so you had to come back? Clara guessed. Willa smiled ruefully. Not a thing. I've been there and back. Shortest trip on record so far. I went to the moon. Earth's moon? That's the one. She seemed to be controlling herself to keep from laughter or tears. Shiki said consolingly, they'll surely give you a bonus, Willa. There was one that went to Ganymede once, and the corporation divvied up $500,000 among them. She shook her head. Even I know better than that, Shiki dear. Oh, they'll award us something, but it won't be enough to make a difference. We need more than that. That was the unusual and somewhat surprising thing about the Forehands. It was always we. They were clearly a very closely knit family, even if they didn't like to discuss that fact with outsiders. I touched her, a pat between affection and compassion. What are you going to do? She looked at me with surprise. Why, I've already signed up for another launch day after tomorrow. Well, said Clara, we've got to have 2 parties at once for you. We'd better get busy. And hours later, just before we went to sleep that night, she said to me, wasn't there something you wanted to say to me before we saw Willa? I forget, I said sleepily. I hadn't forgotten. I knew what it was, but I didn't want to say it anymore. Classifieds. Maid, cook, or companion. Head tax plus $10 a day. Phyllis, 88-423. Gourmet foods, hard to get earth imports. Take advantage my grouped mass guarantee unique co-op order service for any item you want. Save expensive single-item shipping costs. Sears, Bradley, GUM, catalogs available. 87-747. Fresh fish from Australia. Male, good-looking, seeks intimate French female. Companionship. 65-182. Organs for sale or trade. Any paired organs. Best offer. Need posterior coronal heart sections. Left auricle, left and right ventricle, and associated parts. Phone 88-703 for tissue match. Anephtatophel players. Swedes or Muscovites. Grand Gateway Tournament. Will teach. 88-122. Pen pal from Toronto would like to hear you tell what it's like out there. Address Tony, 955 Bay, Toronto, Canada, M5S 2A3. I need to cry. I will help you find your own pain. Phone 88-622. End classifieds. There were days when I worked myself up almost to that point of asking Clara to ship out with me again. And there were days when the ship came in with a couple of starved, dehydrated survivors, or with no survivors. Or when at the routine time a batch of last year's launches were posted as non-returns. On those days, I worked myself up almost to the point of quitting Gateway completely. Most days we simply spent deferring decision. It wasn't all that hard. It was a pretty pleasant way to live, exploring Gateway and each other. Clara took on a maid, a stocky, fair young woman from the food mines of Carmarthen named Hiwa, except that the feedstock for the Welsh single-cell protein factories was coal instead of oil shale. Her world had been almost exactly like mine. Her way out of it had not been a lottery ticket, but 2 years as crew on a commercial spaceship. She couldn't even go back home. She had jumped ship on Gateway, forfeiting her bond of money she couldn't pay, and she couldn't prospect either, because her one launch had left her with a heart arrhythmia that sometimes looked like it was getting better and sometimes put her in terminal hospital for a week at a time. Iowa's job was partly to cook and clean for Clara and me, partly to babysit the little girl, Kathy Francis, when her father was on duty and Clara didn't want to be bothered. Clara had been losing pretty heavily at the casino, so she really couldn't afford Iowa, but then she couldn't afford me either. What made it easy to turn off our insights was that we pretended to each other, and sometimes to ourselves, that what we were doing was preparing ourselves really well for the day when the right trip came along. It wasn't hard to do that. A lot of real prospectors did the same thing between trips. There was a group that called itself the Heechee Seekers, which met on Wednesday nights. It had been started by a prospector named Sam Kahane, kept up by others while he was off on a trip that hadn't worked out, and now had Sam back in it between trips while he was waiting for the other two members of his crew to get back in shape for the next one. Among other things, they had come back with scurvy due to a malfunction in the food freezer. Sam and his friends were gay and apparently set in a permanent three-way relationship, but that didn't affect his interest in Heechee lore. He had secured tapes of all the lectures of several courses on exo-studies from East Texas Reserve, where Professor Hegrame had made himself the world's foremost authority on Heechee research. I learned a lot I hadn't known, although the central fact that there were far more questions than answers about the Heechee was pretty well known to everybody. And we got into physical fitness groups where we practiced muscle-toning exercises that you could do without moving any limb more than a few inches, and massage for fun and profit. It was probably profitable, but it was even more fun, particularly sexually. Clara and I learned to do some astonishing things with each other's bodies. We took a cooking course. You can do a lot with standard rations if you add a selection of spices and herbs. We acquired a selection of language tapes in the event we shipped out with non-English speakers, and practiced taxi driver Italian and Greek on each other. We even joined an astronomy group. They had access to Gateway's telescopes, and we spent a fair amount of time looking at Earth and Venus from outside the plane of the ecliptic. Francie Herrera was in that group when he could get time off from the ship. Clara liked him, and so did I, and we formed a habit of having a drink in our rooms. Well, Clara's rooms, but I was spending a lot of time in them with him after the group. Francie was deeply, almost sensually interested in what was out there. He knew all about quasars and black holes and Seyfert galaxies, not to mention things like double stars and novae. We often speculated what it might be like to come out of a mission into the wave front of a supernova. It could happen. The Heechee were known to have had an interest in observing astrophysical events firsthand. Some of their courses were undoubtedly programmed to bring crews to the vicinity of interesting events, and a pre-supernova was certainly an interesting event. Only now it was a long lot later, and the supernova might not be pre anymore. "I wonder," said Clara, smiling to show that it was only an abstract point she was putting to us, "if that might not be what happened to some of the non-return missions." "It is an absolute statistical certainty," said Francie, smiling back to show that he agreed to the rules of the game. He had been practicing his English, which was pretty good to start with, and now he was almost accent-free. He also possessed German, Russian, and fair amounts of the other Romance languages to go with his Portuguese, as we had discovered when we tried some of our language tape conversation on each other and found he understood us better than we understood ourselves. Nevertheless, people go. Clara and I were silent for a moment, and then she laughed. "Some do," she said. I cut in quickly. "It sounds as if you want to go yourself, Francie." "Have you ever doubted it?" "Well, yes, actually I have. I mean, you're in the Brazilian Navy. You can't just take off, can you?" He corrected me. "I can take off at any time. I simply cannot go back to Brazil after that." "And it's worth that to you?" "It's worth anything," he told me. "Even," I pressed, "if there's the risk of not coming back or of getting messed up like the return today?" That had been a 5 that had landed on a planet with some sort of plant life like poison ivy. It had been a bad one, we had heard. "Yes, of course," he said. Clara was getting restless. "I think," she said, "I want to go to sleep now." There was some extra message in the tone of her voice. I looked at her and said, "I'll walk you back to your room." "That's not necessary, Bob." "I'll do it anyhow," I said, ignoring the message. "Good night, Francie. See you next week." Clara was already halfway to the downshaft, and I had to hurry to catch up to her. I caught the cable and called down to her, "If you really want me to, I'll go back to my own place." She didn't look up, but she didn't say that was what she wanted either. So I got off at her level and followed her to her rooms. Kathy was sound asleep in the outer room. Hiwa drowsing over a hollow disk in our bedroom. Clara sent the maid home and went in to make sure the child was comfortable. I sat on the edge of the bed waiting for her. "Maybe I'm premenstrual," Clara said when she came back. "I'm sorry. I just feel edgy." "I'll go if you want me to." "Jesus, Bob, quit saying that." Then she sat down next to me and leaned against me so that I would put my arm around her. "Kathy's so sweet," she said after a moment, almost wistfully. "You'd like to have one of your own, wouldn't you?" "I will have one of my own." She leaned back, pulling me with her. "I wish I knew when, that's all. I need a lot more money than I have to give a kid a decent life, and I'm not getting any younger." We lay there for a moment, and then I said into her hair, "That's what I want too, Clara." She sighed. "Do you think I don't know that?" Then she tensed and sat up. "Who's that?" Somebody was scrabbling at the door. It wasn't locked. We never did that. But nobody ever came in without being invited either. And this time someone did. "Sterling," Clara said, surprised. She remembered her manners. "Bob, this is Sterling Francis, Kathy's father. Bob Broadhead." "Hello," he said. He was much older than I'd thought that little girl's father would be, at least 50, and looking very much older and more weary than seemed natural. "Clara," he said, "I'm taking Kathy back home on the next ship. I think I'll take her tonight, if you don't mind. I don't want her to hear from somebody else." Clara reached out for my hand without looking at me. "Hear what?" "About her mother." Francis rubbed his eyes, then said, "Oh, didn't you know? Jan's dead. Her ship came back a few hours ago. All 4 of them in the lander got into some kind of fungus. They swelled up and died. I saw her body. She looks—" He stopped. "The one I'm really sorry for," he says, "is Anna Lee. She stayed in orbit while the others went down, and she brought Jan's body back. I guess she was kind of crazy. Why bother? It was too late to matter to Jan. Well, anyway, she could only bring 2 of them. That was all the room in the freezer, and, of course, her rations." He stopped again, and this time he didn't seem able to talk anymore. So I sat on the edge of the bed while Clara helped him wake the child and bundle her up to take her back to his own rooms. While they were out, I dialed a couple of displays on the PV and studied them very carefully. By the time Clara came back, I had turned off the PV and was sitting cross-legged on the bed, thinking hard. "Christ," she said glumly, "if this night isn't a bummer." She sat down at the far corner of the bed. "I'm not sleepy after all," she said. "Maybe I'll go up and win a few bucks at the roulette table." "Let's not," I said. I'd sat next to her for 3 hours the night before while she first won $10,000 and then lost 20. "I have a better idea. Let's ship out." She turned full around to look at me, so quickly that she floated up off the bed for a moment. "What?" "Let's ship out." She closed her eyes for a moment and, without opening them, said, "When?" "Launch 29-40. It's a 5 and there's a good crew. Sam Kahane and his buddies. They're all recovered now, and they need 2 more to fill the ship." She stroked her eyelids with her fingertips, then opened them and looked at me. "Well, Bob," she said, "you do have interesting suggestions." There were shades over the heechy metal walls to cut down the light for sleeping, and I had drawn them, but even in the filtered dimness, I could see how she looked, frightened. Still, what she said was, "They're not bad guys. How do you get along with gays?" "I'll leave them alone. They leave me alone, especially if I've got you." She said, and then she crawled over to me, wrapped her arms around me, pulled me down, and buried her head in my neck. "Why not?" she said, so softly that I was not at first sure I had heard her. When I was sure, the fear hit me. There had always been the chance she would say no. I would have been off the hook. I could feel myself shaking, but I managed to say, "Then we'll file for it in the morning?" She shook her head. "No," she said, her voice muffled. I could feel her trembling as much as I was. "Get on the phone, Bob. We'll file for it now, before we change our minds." A note on the Heechee rump. Professor Hegrame. We have no idea what the Heechee looked like except for inferences. Probably they were bipeds. Their tools fit human hands tolerably well, so probably they had hands, or something like them. They seem to have seen pretty much the same spectrum as we do. They must have been smaller than us, say 150 centimeters or less, and they had funny-looking rumps. Question: what do you mean, funny-looking rumps? Professor Hegrame: well, did you ever look at the pilot's seat in a Hichi ship? It's two flat pieces of metal joined in a V shape. You couldn't sit in it for 10 minutes without pinching your bottom off. So what we have to do, we stretch a webbing seat across them. But that's a human addition. The Hichi didn't have anything like that. So their bodies must have looked more or less like a wasp's, with this big abdomen hanging down, actually extending below the hips, between the legs. Question: do you mean they might have had stingers like wasps? Professor Hegrame: stingers? No, I don't think so, but maybe. Or maybe they had hell's own set of sex organs. End. A note on the Hichi rump. The next day I quit my job, packed my belongings into the suitcases I had brought them in, and turned them over for safekeeping to Shiki, who looked wistful. Clara quit the school and fired her maid, who looked seriously worried, but didn't bother about packing. She had quite a lot of money left, Clara did. She prepaid the rent on both her rooms and left everything just the way it was. We had a farewell party, of course. We went through it without my remembering a single person who was there. And then, all of a sudden, we were squeezing into the lander, climbing down into the capsule while Sam Kahane methodically checked the settings. We locked ourselves into our cocoons. We started the automatic sequencers, and then there was a lurch and a falling, floating sensation before the thrusters cut in and we were on our way. Mission report. Vessel 1-8, voyage 013D6, crew F. Ito. Transit time 41 days, 2 hours. Position not identified. Instrument recordings damaged. Transcript of crewman's tape follows. The planet seems to have a surface gravity in excess of 2.5, but I'm going to attempt a landing. Neither visual nor radar scanning penetrates the clouds of dust and vapor. It really is not looking very good, but this is my 11th launch. I'm setting the automatic return for 10 days. If I am not back by then with the lander, I think the capsule will return by itself. I wish I knew what the spots and flares on the sun meant. Crewman was not aboard when ship returned. No artifacts or samples. Landing vehicle not secured. Vessel damaged. End mission report. Chapter 13. Good morning, Bob, says Siegfried, and I stop in the door of the room suddenly and subliminally worried. What's the matter? There's nothing the matter, Rob. Come in. You've changed things around, I say accusingly. That's right, Robbie. Do you like the way the room looks? I study it. The throw pillows are gone from the floor. The non-objective paintings are off the wall. Now he's got a series of holopictures of space scenes and mountains and seas. The funniest thing of all is Siegfried himself. He is speaking to me out of a dummy that's sitting back in a corner of the room, holding a pencil in its hands, looking up at me from behind dark glasses. You've turned out very camp, I say. What's the reason for all this? His voice sounds as though he were smiling benevolently, although there is no change in the expression on the face of the dummy. I just thought you'd enjoy change, Rob. I take a few steps into the room and stop again. You took the mat away. Don't need it, Bob. As you see, there's a new couch. That's very traditional, isn't it? He coaxes. Why don't you just lie down on it? See how it feels. But I stretch out on it cautiously. How it feels is strange, and I don't like it, probably because this particular room represents something serious to me, and changing it around makes me nervous. The mat had straps, I complain. So does the couch, Bob. You can pull them out of the sides. Just feel around. There. Isn't that better? No, it isn't. I think, he says softly, that you should let me decide whether, for therapeutic reasons, some sort of change is in order, Rob. I sit up. And that's another thing, Siegfried. Make up your fucking mind what you're going to call me. My name isn't Rob, or Robbie, or Bob. It's Robinette. I know that, Robbie. You're doing it again. A pause, then silkily, I think you should allow me the choice of the form of address I prefer, Robbie. I have an endless supply of those non-committal non-words. In fact, I would like to conduct the whole session without revealing any more than that. What I want is for Siegfried to reveal. I want to know why he calls me by different names at different times. I want to know what he finds significant in what I say. I want to know what he really thinks of me. If a clanking piece of tin and plastic can think, I mean. Of course, what I know, and Siegfried doesn't, is that my good friend S. Yaw has practically promised to let me play a little joke on him. I'm looking forward to that a lot. Is there anything you'd like to tell me, Rob? No. He waits. I'm feeling somewhat hostile and non-communicative. I think part of it is because I am so much looking forward to the time when I can play a little trick on Siegfried. But the other part is because he has changed around the auditing room. That's the kind of thing they used to do to me when I had my psychotic episode in Wyoming. Sometimes I'd come in for a session, and they'd have a hologram of my mother, for Christ's sake. It looked exactly like her, but it didn't smell like her or feel like her. In fact, you couldn't feel it at all. It was only light. Sometimes they'd have me come in there in the dark, and something warm and cuddly would take me in its arms and whisper to me. I didn't like that. I was crazy, but I wasn't that crazy. Siegfried is still waiting, but I know that he won't wait forever. Pretty soon he's going to start asking me questions, probably about my dreams. Have you had any dreams since I last saw you, Bob? I yawn. The whole subject is very boring. I don't think so. Nothing important, I'm sure. I'd like to hear what they were, even a fragment. You're a pest, Siegfried. Do you know that? I'm sorry you feel I'm a pest, Rob. Well, I don't think I can remember even a fragment. Try, please. Oh, cripes. Well, I get comfortable on the couch. The only dream I can think of is absolutely trivial, and I know there's nothing in it that relates to anything traumatic or pivotal, but if I told him that, he would get angry. So I say obediently, I was in a car of a long railroad train. There were a number of cars hooked up together, but you could go from one to the other. They were full of people I knew. There was a woman, a sort of motherly type who coughed a lot, and another woman who, well, she looked rather strange. At first I thought she was a man. She was dressed in a sort of utility coverall, so you couldn't tell from that whether she was male or female. And she had very masculine, bushy eyebrows. But I was sure she was a woman. Did you talk to either of these women, Bob? Please don't interrupt, Siegfried. You make me lose my train of thought. I'm sorry, Rob. I go on with the dream. I left them. No, I didn't talk to them. I went back into the next car. That was the last one on the train. It was coupled to the rest of the train with a sort of, let's see, I don't know how to describe it. It was like one of those expanding gatefold things made out of metal, you know, and it stretched. I stopped for a moment, mostly out of boredom. I feel like apologizing for having such a dumb, irrelevant dream. You say the metal connector stretched, Bob? Siegfried prompts me. That's right, it stretched. So, of course, the car I was in kept dropping back, farther and farther behind the others. All I could see was the tail light, which was sort of in the shape of her face, looking at me. I lose the thread of what I am saying. I try to get back on the track. I guess I felt as though it was going to be difficult to get back to her, as if she... I'm sorry, Siegfried, I don't remember clearly what happened around there. Then I woke up, and I finish virtuously. I wrote it all down as soon as I could, just the way you tell me to. I appreciate that, Bob, Siegfried says gravely. He waits for me to go on. I shift restlessly. This couch isn't nearly as comfortable as the mat, I complain. I'm sorry about that, Bob. You said you recognized them? Who? The two women on the train that you were getting farther and farther away from. Oh, no, I see what you mean. I recognized them in the dream. Really, I have no idea who they were. Did they look like anyone you knew? Not a bit. I wondered about that myself. Siegfried says, after a moment, which I happen to know is his way of giving me a chance to change my mind about an answer he doesn't like. You mentioned one of the women was a motherly type who coughed. Yes, but I didn't recognize her. I think in a way she did look familiar, but, you know, the way people in a dream do. He says patiently, Can you think of any woman you've ever known who was motherly and coughed a lot? I laughed out loud at that. Dear friend, Siegfried, I assure you, the women I know are not at all the motherly type, and they are all, on at least major medical, they're not likely to cough. I see. Are you sure, Robbie? Don't be a pain in the ass, Siegfried, I say, angry because the crappy couch is hard to get comfortable on, and also because I need to go to the bathroom, and this situation looks to be prolonging itself indefinitely. I see. And after a moment he picks up on something else, as I know he is going to. He's a pigeon, Siegfried is, pecking at everything I throw out before him, one piece at a time. How about the other woman, the one with the bushy eyebrows? What about her? Did you ever know any girl who had bushy eyebrows? Oh, Christ, Siegfried, I've gone to bed with 500 girls. Some of them have every kind of eyebrows you ever heard of. No particular one? Not that I can think of offhand. Not offhand, Bob. Please make an effort to remember. It is easier to do what he wants than to argue with him about it, so I make the effort. All right, let's see. Ida May? No. Sue Ann? No. Esya? No. Gretchen? No. Well, to tell you the truth, Siegfried, Gretchen was so blonde I couldn't really tell you if she had eyebrows at all. Those are girls you've known recently, aren't they, Rob? Perhaps someone longer ago. You mean way back? I reflect deeply, as far back as I can go, all the way to the food mines and Sylvia. I laugh out loud. You know something, Siegfried? It's funny, but I can hardly remember what Sylvia looked like. Oh, wait a minute. No, now I remember. She used to pluck her eyebrows almost altogether away and then pencil them in. The reason I know is one time when we were in bed together, we drew pictures on each other with her eyebrow pencil. I can almost hear him sigh. The cars, he says, pecking at another bright bit. How would you describe them? Like any railroad train, long, narrow, moving pretty fast through the tunnel. Long and narrow, moving through a tunnel, Bob? I lose my patience at that. He is so fucking transparent. Come on, Siegfried. You don't get away with any corny penis symbols with me. I'm not trying to get away with anything, Bob. Well, you're being an asshole about this whole dream. I swear you are. There's nothing in it. The train was just a train. I don't know who the women were. And listen, while we're on the subject, I really hate this goddamn couch. For the kind of money my insurance is paying you, you can do a lot better than this. He has really got me angry now. He keeps trying to get back to the dream, but I'm determined to get a fair shake from him for the insurance company's money. And by the time I leave, he has promised to redecorate before my next visit. As I go out that day, I feel pretty pleased with myself. He is really doing me a lot of good. I suppose it is because I'm getting the courage to stand up to him, and perhaps all this nonsense has been helpful to me in that way, or in some way, even if it is true that some of his ideas are pretty crazy. Chapter 14. I struggled out of my sling to get out of the way of Clara's knee and bumped into Sam Cahane's elbow. Sorry, he said, not even looking around to see who he was sorry about. His hand was still on the go-teat, although we were 10 minutes on our way. He was studying the flickering colors on the Heechee instrument board, and the only time he looked away was when he glanced at the view screen overhead. I sat up, feeling very queasy. It had taken me weeks to get used to Gateway's virtual absence of gravity. The fluctuating G-forces in the capsule were something else. They were very light, but they didn't stay the same for more than a minute at a time, and my inner ear was complaining. I squeezed out of the way into the kitchen area, with one eye on the door to the toilet. Ham Taya was still in there. If he didn't get out pretty soon, my situation was going to become critical. Clara laughed, reached out from her sling, put an arm around me. Poor Bobby, she said, and we're just beginning. I swallowed a pill and recklessly lit a cigarette and concentrated on not throwing up. I don't know how much it was actually motion sickness. A lot of it was fear. There is something very frightening about knowing that there is nothing between you and instant ugly death except a thin skin of metal made by some peculiar strangers 500,000 years ago, and about knowing that you're committed to go somewhere over which you no longer have any control, which may turn out to be extremely unpleasant. I crawled back into my sling, stubbed out the cigarette, closed my eyes, and concentrated on making the time pass. There was going to be a lot of it to pass. The average trip lasts maybe 45 days each way. It doesn't matter as much as you might think how far you are going, 10 light years or 10,000. It matters some, but not linearly. They tell me that the ships are continually accelerating, and accelerating the rate of acceleration the whole time. That delta isn't linear either, or even exponential in any way that anybody can figure out. You hit the speed of light very quickly, in less than an hour. Then it seems to take quite a while before you exceed it by very much. Then they really pick up speed. You can tell all this, they say, by watching the stars displayed on the overhead Hichi navigation screen, they say. Inside the first hour, the stars all begin to change color and swim around. When you pass C, you know it, because they've all clustered in the center of the screen, which is in front of the ship as it flies. Actually, the stars haven't moved. You're catching up with the light emitted by sources behind you, or to one side. The photons that are hitting the front viewer were emitted a day, or a week, or 100 years ago. After a day or two, they stop even looking like stars. There's just a sort of mottled gray surface. It looks a little like a holofilm held up to the light, but you can make a virtual image out of a holofilm with a flashlight, and nobody has ever made anything but pebbly gray out of what's on the Hichi screens. By the time I finally got into the toilet, the emergency didn't seem as emergent, and when I came out, Clara was alone in the capsule checking star images with the theodolitic camera. She turned to regard me, then nodded. "You're looking a little less green," she said approvingly. "I'll live. Where are the boys?" "Where would they be? They're down in the lander. Dred thinks maybe we should split things up, so you and I get the lander to ourselves part of the time while they're up here. Then we come up here, and they take it." That sounded pretty nice, actually. I'd been wondering how we were going to work out anything like privacy. "Okay. What do you want me to do now?" She reached over and gave me an absent-minded kiss. "Just stay out of the way. Know what? We look like we're going almost toward straight galactic north." I received that information with the weighty consideration of ignorance. Then I said, "Is that good?" She grinned. "How can you tell?" I lay back and watched her. If she was as frightened as I was, and I had little doubt she was, she certainly was not letting it show. I began wondering what was toward galactic north, and more important, how long it would take us to get there. The shortest trip to another star system on record was 18 days. That was Barnard's star, and it was a bust, nothing there. The longest, or anyway the longest anybody knows of so far, who knows how many ships containing dead prospectors are still on their way back from maybe M31 in Andromeda, was 175 days each way. They did come back dead. Hard to tell where they were. The pictures they took didn't show much, and the prospectors themselves, of course, were no longer in condition to say. When you start out, it's pretty scary, even for a veteran. You know you're accelerating. You don't know how long the acceleration will last. When you hit turnaround, you can tell. First thing you know, formally, because that golden coil in every Hichi ship flickers a little bit. No one knows why. But you know that you're turning around even without looking, because the little pseudo-grav that had been dragging you toward the back of the ship now starts dragging you toward the front. Bottom becomes top. Why didn't the Hichi just turn their ships around in mid-flight so as to use the same propulsive thrust for both acceleration and deceleration? I wouldn't know. You'd have to be a Hichi to know that. Maybe it has something to do with the fact that all their viewing equipment seems to be in front. Maybe it's because the front part of the ship is always heavily armored, even in the lightweight ships, against, I guess, the impact of stray molecules of gas or dust. But some of the bigger ships, a few 3s, and almost all the 5s, are armored all over. They don't turn around either. So anyway, when the coil flickers and you feel the turnaround, you know you've done 1/4 of your actual travel time. Not necessarily 1/4 of your total out time, of course. How long you stay at your destination is another matter entirely. You make up your own mind about that, but you've gone half of the automatically controlled trip out. So you multiply the number of days elapsed so far by 4, and if that number is less than the number of days your life support capability is good for, then you know that at least you don't have to starve to death. The difference between the two numbers is how long you can hang around at destination. Your basic ration, food, water, air replenishment, is for 250 days. You can stretch it to 300 without much trouble. You just come back skinny and maybe with a few deficiency diseases. So if you get up to 60 or 65 days on the outbound leg without turnaround, then you know you may be having a problem, and you begin eating lighter. If you get up to 80 or 90, then your problem solves itself because you don't have any options anymore. You're going to die before you get back. You could try changing the course settings, but that's just another way of dying, as far as can be told from what the survivors say. Presumably, the Hichi could change course when they wanted to, but how they did it is one of those great unanswered questions about the Hichi, like why did they tidy everything up before they left, or what did they look like, or where did they go. There used to be a jokey kind of book they sold at the fairs when I was a kid. It was called Everything We Know About the Hichi. It had 128 pages, and they were all blank. If Sam and Dredd and Mohammed were gay, and I had no reason to doubt it, they didn't show much of it in the first few days. They followed their own interests, reading, listening to music tapes with earphones, playing chess, and, when they could talk Clara and me into it, Chinese poker. We didn't play for money. We played for shift time. After a couple of days, Clara said it was more like winning to lose, because if you lost, you had more to occupy your time. They were quite benignly tolerant of Clara and me, the oppressed heterosexual minority in the dominantly homosexual culture that occupied our ship, and gave us the lander an exact 50% of the time, even though we comprised only 40% of the population. We got along. It was good that we did. We were living in each other's shadow, and stink every minute. The inside of a Hichi ship, even a 5, is not much bigger than an apartment kitchen. The lander gives you a little extra space, add on the equivalent of a fair-sized closet, but on the outleg, at least that's usually filled with supplies and equipment. And from that total available cubage, say 42 or 43 cubic meters, subtract what else goes into it besides me and thee and the other prospectors. When you're in Tau space, you have a steady low thrust of acceleration. It isn't really acceleration. It is only a reluctance of the atoms of your body to exceed c, and it can as well be described as friction as gravity. But it feels like a little gravity. You feel as though you weighed about 2 kilos. This means you need something to rest in when you are resting. And so each person in your crew has a personal folding sling that opens out and wraps around you to sleep in, or folds to become a sort of a chair. Add to that each person's own personal space, cupboards for tapes and discs and clothing. You don't wear much of that. For toilet articles, for pictures of the near and dear, if any, for whatever you have elected to bring, up to your total allowance of weight and bulk, 75 kilograms, 1/3 of a cubic meter, and you have a certain amount of crowding already. Add on to that the original Hichi equipment of the ship. 3/4 of that you will never use. Most of it you wouldn't know how to use if you had to. What you do with it, most of all, is leave it alone. But you can't remove it. Hichi machinery is intricately designed. If you amputate a piece of it, it dies. Perhaps if we knew how to heal the wound, we could take out some of the junk and the ship would operate anyway. But we don't, and so it stays. The great diamond-shaped golden box that explodes if you try to open it. The flimsy spiral of golden tubing that from time to time glows, and even more often becomes unneighborly hot. No one knows why, exactly. And so on. It all stays there, and you bump against it all the time. Add on to that the human equipment, the spacesuits, one apiece, fitted to your form and figure, the photographic equipment, the toilet and bath installations, the food-preparing section, the waste disposers, the test kits, the weapons, the drills, the sample boxes, the entire rig that you take down to the surface of the planet with you, if you happen to be lucky enough to reach a planet you can land on. What you have left is not very much. It is a little like living for weeks on end under the hood of a very large truck with the engine going and with 4 other people competing for space. After the first 2 days, I developed an unreasoning prejudice against Ham Taya. He was too big. He took more than his fair share. To be truthful, Ham wasn't even as tall as I was, though he weighed more. But I didn't mind the amount of space I took up. I only minded when other people got in the way of it. Sam Kahane was a better size, no more than 160 centimeters, with stiff black beard and coarse crinkled hair all up his abdomen, over his cache-sex to his chest, and all up and down his back as well. I didn't think of Sam as violating my living space until I found a long black beard hair in my food. Ham, at least, was almost hairless, with a soft golden skin that made him look like a Jordanian harem eunuch. Did the Jordanian kings have eunuchs in their harems? Did they have harems? Ham didn't seem to know much about that. His parents had lived in New Jersey for 3 generations. I even found myself contrasting Clara with Sherry, who was at least 2 sizes smaller. Not usually. Usually Clara was just right. And Dred Frauenglass, who came with Sam's set, was a gentle, thin young man who didn't talk much and seemed to take up less room than anyone else. I was the virgin in the group, and everybody took turns showing me how to do what little we had to do. You have to take the routine photographic and spectrometer readings, keep a tape of readouts from the heat sheet control panel, where there are constant minute variations in hue and intensity from the colored lights. They still keep studying them, hoping to understand what they mean. Snap and analyze the spectra of the Tau space stars in the view screen. And all that put together takes, maybe 2 man-hours a day. The household tasks of preparing meals and cleaning up take about another 2. So you have used up some 4 man-hours out of each day for the 5 of you, in which you have collectively something like 80 man-hours to use up. I'm lying. That's not really what you do with your time. What you do with your time is wait for turnaround. 3 days, 4 days, a week. And I became conscious that there was a building tension that I didn't share. 2 weeks, and I knew what it was, because I was feeling it too. We were all waiting for it to happen. When we went to sleep, our last look was at the golden spiral to see if, miraculously, it had flickered a light. When we woke up, our first thought was whether the ceiling had become the floor. By the 3rd week, we were all definitely edgy. Ham showed it the most, plump, golden-skinned Ham with the jolly genie's face. "Let's play some poker, Bob." "No, thanks." "Come on, Bob, we need a 4th. In Chinese poker, you deal out the whole deck, 13 cards to each player. You can't play it any other way. "I don't want to." And suddenly furious, "Piss on you. You're not worth a snake's fart as crew. Now you won't even play cards." And then he would sit cutting the cards moodily for half an hour at a time, as though it were a skill he needed to perfect for his life's sake. And come right down to it, it almost was. Because, figure it out for yourself. Suppose you're in a 5, and you pass 75 days without turnaround. Right away you know that you're in trouble. The rations won't support 5 people for more than 300 days. But they might support 4, or 3, or 2, or 1. At that point, it has become clear that at least one person is not going to come back from the trip alive, and what most crews do is start cutting the cards. Loser politely cuts his throat. If loser is not polite, the other 4 give him etiquette lessons. A lot of ships that went out as 5s have come back as 3s. A few come back as 1s. A note on stellar birth. Dr. Asmenian. I suppose most of you are here more because you hope to collect a science bonus than because you're really interested in astrophysics. But you don't have to worry. The instruments do most of the work. You do your routine scan, and if you hit anything special, it'll come out in the evaluation when you're back. Question. Isn't there anything special we should look out for? Dr. Asmenian. Oh, sure. For instance, there was a prospector who cleaned up 500,000, I think, by coming out in the Orion Nebula and realizing that one part of the gas cloud was showing a hotter temperature than the rest of it. He decided a star was being born. Gas was condensing and beginning to heat up. In another 10,000 years, there'll probably be a recognizable solar system forming there. And he did a special scan mosaic of that whole part of the sky. So he got the bonus. And now, every year, the corporation sends that ship out there to get new readings. They pay a $100,000 bonus, and $50,000 of it goes to him. I'll give you the coordinates for some likely spots, like the Trifid Nebula, if you want me to. You won't get a $500,000, but you'll get something.
and a note on stellar birth. So we made the time pass, not easily and certainly not fast. Sex was the sovereign anodyne for a while, and Claire and I spent hours on end wrapped in each other's arms, drowsing off for a while and waking to wake the other to sex again. I suppose the boys did much the same. It was not long before the lander began to smell like the locker room in a boys' gym. Then we began seeking solitude, all 5 of us. Well, there wasn't enough solitude on the ship to split 5 ways, but we did what we could. By common consent, we began letting one of us have the lander to himself or herself for an hour or 2 at a time. While I was there, Clara was tolerated in a capsule. While Clara was there, I usually played cards with the boys. While one of them was there, the other 2 kept us company. I have no idea what the others did with their solo time. What I did with mine was mostly stare into space. I mean that literally. I looked out the lander ports at absolute blackness. There was nothing to see, but it was better than seeing what I had grown infinitely tired of seeing inside the ship. Then, after a while, we began developing our own routines. I played my tapes, Dredd watched his porno discs, Ham unrolled a flexible piano keyboard and played electronic music into earplugs. Even so, some of it leaked out if you listened hard, and I got terribly, terribly sick of Bach, Palestrina, and Mozart. Sam Kahane gently organized us into classes, and we spent a lot of time humoring him, discussing the nature of neutron stars, black holes, and Seyfert galaxies when we were not reviewing test procedures before landing on a new world. The good thing about that was that we managed not to hate each other for half an hour at a time. The rest of the time, well, yes, usually we hated each other. I could not stand Ham Taya's constant shuffling of the cards. Dread developed an unreasoning hostility toward my occasional cigarette. Sam's armpits were a horror, even in the festering reek of the inside of the capsule, against which the worst of Gateway's air would have seemed a rose garden. And Clara? Well, Clara had this bad habit. She liked asparagus. She had brought 4 kilos of dehydrated foods with her, just for variety and for something to do. And although she shared them with me, and sometimes with the others, she insisted on eating asparagus now and then all by herself. Asparagus makes your urine smell funny. It is not a romantic thing to know when your darling has been eating asparagus, but the change in air quality in the common toilet. And yet, she was my darling, all right. She really was. We had not just been screwing in those endless hours in the lander. We had been talking. I have never known the inside of anyone's head a fraction as well as I came to know Clara's. I had to love her. I could not help it, and I could not stop. Ever. On the 23rd day, I was playing with Ham's electronic piano when I suddenly felt seasick. The fluctuating grav force that had come hardly to notice was abruptly intensifying. I looked up and met Clara's eyes. She was timorously, almost weepily smiling. She pointed, and all up through the sinuous curves of the spiral of glass, golden sparks were chasing themselves like bright minnows in a stream. We grabbed each other and held on, laughing, as space swooped around us and bottom became top. We had reached turnaround, and we had margin to spare. Chapter 15. Siegfried's office is, of course, under the bubble like anybody else's. It can't be too hot or too cold, but sometimes it feels that way. I say to him, "Christ, it's hot in here. Your air conditioner is malfunctioning." "I don't have an air conditioner, Robbie," he says patiently. "Getting back to your mother." "Screw my mother," I say. "Screw yours, too." There's a pause. I know what his circuits are thinking, and I feel I will regret that impetuous remark. So I add quickly, I'm really uncomfortable, Siegfried. It's hot in here." "You are hot in here," he corrects me. "What?" "My sensors indicate that your temperature goes up almost a degree whenever we talk about certain subjects. Your mother, the woman Gel Clara Moynihan, your first trip, your third trip, Dane Metchnikoff, and excretion." "Well, that's great," I yell, suddenly angry. "You're telling me you spy on me?" "You know that I monitor your external signs, Robbie," he says reprovingly. "There's no harm in that. It is no more significant than a friend observing that you blush or stammer or drum your fingers." "So you say." "I do say that, Rob.
I tell you this because I think you should know that these subjects are charged with some emotional overload for you. Would you like to talk about why that might be? No. What I'd like to talk about is you, Siegfried. What other little secrets are you holding out on me? Do you count my erections, bud my bed, tap my phone? No, Bob, I don't do any of those things. I certainly hope that's the truth, Siegfried. I have my ways of knowing when you lie. Pause. I don't think I understand what you are saying, Rob. You don't have to, I sneer. You're just a machine. It's enough that I understand. It is very important to me to have that little secret from Siegfried. In my pocket is the slip of paper that Esya Lazarovna gave me one night, full of pot, wine, and great sex. One day soon I will take it out of my pocket, and then we will see which of us is the boss. I really enjoyed this contest with Siegfried. It gets me angry. When I am angry, I forget that very large place where I hurt, and go on hurting, and don't know how to stop. Chapter 16. After 46 days of superlight travel, the capsule dropped back into a velocity that felt like no velocity at all. We were in orbit around something, and all the engines were still. We stank to high heaven, and we were incredibly tired of one another's company, but we clustered around the view screens, locked arm to arm, like dearest lovers in the zero gravity, staring at the sun before us. It was a larger and oranger star than Sol, either larger or we were closer to it than 1 AU, but it wasn't the star we were orbiting. Our primary was a gas giant planet with one large moon, half again as big as Luna. Neither Clara nor the boys were whooping and cheering, so I waited as long as I could and then said, "What's the matter?" Clara said absently, "I doubt we can land on that." She did not seem disappointed. She didn't seem to care at all. Sam Kahane blew a long, soft sigh through his beard and said, "Well, first thing, we'd better get some clean spectra. Bob and I will do it. The rest of you start sweeping for Heechee signatures." "Fat chance," said one of the others, but so softly that I wasn't sure who. It could even have been Clara. I wanted to ask more, but I had a feeling that if I asked why they weren't happy, one of them would tell me, and then I wouldn't like the answer. So I squeezed after Sam into the lander, and we got in each other's way while we pulled on our top gear, checked our life support systems and comms, and sealed up. Sam waved me into the lock. I heard the flash pumps sucking the air out, and then the little bit left puffed me out into space as the lock door opened. For a moment I was in naked terror, all alone in the middle of no place any human being had ever been, terrified that I'd forgotten to snap my tether. But I hadn't had to. The magnetic clamp had slipped itself into a locked position, and I came to the end of the cable, twitched sharply, and began more slowly to recoil back toward the ship. Before I got there, Sam was out too, spinning toward me. We managed to grab each other and began setting up to take photographs. Sam gestured at a point between the immense saucer-shaped gas giant disk and the hurtfully bright orange sun, and I visored my eyes with my gauntlets until I saw what he was indicating, M31 in Andromeda. Of course, from where we were, it wasn't in the constellation of Andromeda. There wasn't anything in sight that looked like Andromeda, or for that matter, like any other constellation I have ever seen, but M31 is so big and so bright that you can even pick it out from the surface of the Earth when the smog isn't too bad, whirlpool lens-shaped fog of stars. It is the brightest of the external galaxies, and you can recognize it fairly well from almost anywhere a Heechee ship is likely to go. With a little magnification, you can be sure of the spiral shape, and you can double-check by comparing the smaller galaxies in roughly the same line of sight. While I was zeroing in with M31, Sam was doing the same with the Magellanic Clouds, or what he thought were the Magellanic Clouds. He claimed he had identified S. Doradus. We both began taking theodolitic shots. The purpose of all that, of course, is so that the academics who belong to the corporation can triangulate and locate where we've been. You might wonder why they care, but they do, so much that you don't qualify for any scientific bonus unless you do the full series of photos. You'd think they would know where we were going from the pictures we take out the windows while in super light travel. It doesn't work out that way. They can get the main direction of thrust, but after the first few light years, it gets harder and harder to track identifiable stars, and it's not clear that the line of flight is a straight line. Some say it follows
some wrinkly configuration in the curvature of space. Anyway, the big heads use everything they can get, including a measure of how far the Magellanic Clouds have rotated and in which direction. Know why that is? Because you can tell from that how many light years away we are from them, and thus how deep we are into the galaxy. The clouds revolve in about 80 million years. Careful mapping can show changes of 1 part in 2 or 3 millions, say differences in ranging of 150 light years or so. What with Sam's group study courses, I had got pretty interested in that sort of thing, actually taking the photos and trying to guess how Gateway would interpret them. I almost forgot to be scared. And almost, but not quite, forgot to worry that this trip, taken at so great an investment in courage, was turning out to be a bust. But it was a bust. Ham grabbed the sphere sweep tapes from Sam Kahane as soon as we were back in the ship and fed them into the scanner. The first subject was the big planet itself. In every octave of the electromagnetic spectrum there was nothing coming out of it that suggested artifactual radiation. So he began looking for other planets. Finding them was slow, even for the automatic scanner, and probably there could have been a dozen we couldn't locate in the time we spent there, but that hardly mattered, because if we couldn't locate them, they would have been too distant to reach anyway. The way Ham did it was by taking key signatures from a spectrogram of the primary star's radiation, then programming the scanner to look for reflections of it. It picked out 5 objects. 2 of them turned out to be stars with similar spectra. The other 3 were planets, all right, but they showed no artifactual radiation either, not to mention that they were both small and distant, which left the gas giants one big moon. "Check it out," Sam commanded. Mohammed grumbled. "It doesn't look very good. I don't want your opinion. I only want you to do what you're told. Check it out." "Out loud, please," Clara added. Ham looked at her in surprise, perhaps at the word please, but he did what she asked. He punched a button and said, "Signatures for coded electromagnetic radiation." A slow sine curve leaped onto the scanner's readout plate, wiggled briefly for a moment, and then straightened to an absolutely motionless line. "Negative," said Ham. "Anomalous time-variant temperatures." That was a new one on me. "What's an anomalous time-variant temperature?" I asked. "Like if something gets warmer when the sun sets," said Clara impatiently. "Well?" But that line was flat, too. "None of them either," said Ham. "High albedo surface metal?" Slow sine wave, then nothing. Said Ham. "Ha! Well, the rest of the signatures don't apply. There won't be any methane because there isn't any atmosphere, and so on. So what do we do, boss?" Sam opened his lips to speak, but Clara was ahead of him. "I beg your pardon," she said tightly, "but who do you mean when you say boss?" "Oh, shut up," Ham said impatiently. "Sam?" Kahane gave Clara a slight forgiving smile. "If you want to say something, go ahead and say it," he invited. "Me? I think we ought to orbit the moon." "Plain waste of fuel," Clara snapped. "I think that's crazy." "Have you got a better idea?" "What do you mean, better? What's the point?" "Well," said Sam reasonably, "we haven't looked all over the moon. It's rotating pretty slow. We could take the lander and look all around. There might be a whole Heechee city on the far side." "Fat chance," Clara sniffed almost inaudibly, thus clearing up the question of who had said it before. The boys weren't listening. All 3 of them were already on their way down into the lander, leaving Clara and me in sole possession of the capsule. Clara disappeared into the toilet. I lit a cigarette, almost the last I had, and blew smoke plumes through the expanding smoke plumes before them, hanging motionless in the unmoving air. The capsule was tumbling slightly, and I could see the distant brownish disk of the planet's moon slide upward across the view screen, and a minute later the tiny, bright hydrogen flame of the lander heading toward it. I wondered what I would do if they ran out of fuel, or crashed, or suffered some sort of malfunction. What I would have to do in that case was leave them there forever. What I wondered was whether I would have the nerve to do what I had to do. It did seem like a terrible, trivial waste of human lives. What were we doing here, traveling hundreds or thousands of light years to break our hearts? I found that I was holding my chest, as though the metaphor were real. I spat on the end of the cigarette to put it out and folded it into a disposal bag. Little crumbs of ash were floating around where I had flicked them without thinking, but I didn't feel like chasing them.
I watched the big mottled crescent of the planet swing into view in the corner of the screen, admiring it as an art object. Yellowish-green on the daylight side of the terminator, and amorphous black that obscured the stars on the rest of it. You could see where the outer, thinner stretches of the atmosphere began by the few bright stars that peeped twinklingly through it, but most of it was so dense that nothing came through. Of course, there was no question of landing on it. Even if it had a solid surface, it would be buried under so much dense gas that we could never survive there. The corporation was talking about designing a special lander that could penetrate the air of a Jupiter-like planet, and maybe someday they would, but not in time to help us now. Clara was still in the toilet. I stretched my sling across the cabin, pulled myself into it, put down my head, and went to sleep. 4 days later, they were back. Empty. Dredd and Hamtaya were glum, dirty, and irritable. Sam Kahane looked quite cheerful. I wasn't fooled by it. If he had found anything worth having, they would have let us know by radio, but I was curious. "What's the score, Sam?" "Batting 0, he said. "It's just rock. Couldn't get a flicker of anything worth going down for. But I have an idea." Clara came up beside me, looking curiously at Sam. I was looking at the other two. They looked as though they knew what Sam's idea was and didn't like it.
"You know," he said, "that star's a binary."
"How can you tell?" I asked. I put the scanners to work. "You've seen that big blue baby out?" He looked around and grinned. "Well, I don't know which direction it is now, but it was near the planet when we first took the pictures. Anyway, it looked close, so I put the scanners on it, and they gave a proper motion I couldn't believe."
"It has to be binary with the primary here, and not more than half a light year away."
"It could be a wanderer, Sam," said Hamtaya. "I told you that. Just a star that passes in the night." Kahane shrugged. "Even so, it's close." Clara put in, "Any planets?" "I don't know," he admitted. "Wait a minute. There it is, I think." We all looked toward the view screen. There was no question which star Kahane was talking about. It was brighter than Sirius, as seen from Earth, -2 magnitude at least.
Clara said gently, "That's interesting, and I hope I don't know what you're thinking, Sam. Half a light year is at best maybe 2 years travel time at top lander speed, even if we had the fuel for it. Which we don't, boys."
"I know that," Sam insisted, "but I've been thinking, if we could just give a little nudge on the main capsule drive." I astounded myself by shouting, "Stop that!" I was shaking all over. I couldn't stop. Sometimes it felt like terror, and sometimes it felt like rage. I think if I had had a gun in my hand at that moment, I could have shot Sam without a thought. Clara touched me to calm me down. "Sam," she said quite gently for her, "I know how you feel." Kahane had come up empty on 5 straight trips. "I bet it's possible to do that."
He looked astonished, suspicious, and defensive all at once. "You do?"
"I mean, I can imagine that if we were Hichi in this ship instead of the human clods we really are, why then we'd know what we were doing. We'd come out here and look around and say, 'Oh, hey, look, our friend's here.' Or, whatever it was that was here when they set a course for this place. 'Our friends must have moved. They're not home anymore.' And then we'd say, 'Oh, well, what the hell? Let's see if they're next door.' And we'd push this thing here and this one there, and then we'd zap right over to that big blue one." She paused and looked at him, still holding my arm. "Only we're not Hichi, Sam." "Christ, Clara, I know that. But there has to be a way." She nodded. "There sure does, but we don't know what it is. What we know, Sam, is that no ship ever has changed its course settings and come back to tell about it. Remember that? Not one." He didn't answer her directly. He only stared at the big blue star on the view screen and said, "Let's vote on it." The vote, of course, was 4-1 against changing the settings on the course board, and Hamtaya never got from in between Sam and the board until we had passed light speed on the way home. The trip back to Gateway was no longer than the trip out, but it seemed like forever. Classifieds. I will massage your 7 points if you will read Gibran to me. Nudity optional, 86-004. Invest your royalties in fastest-growing condominial nation in West Africa. Favorable tax laws, proven growth record. Our registered representative is here on Gateway to explain how. Free tape lecture, refreshments. The Blue Hell, Wednesday, 1500 hours. Dahomey is the luxury resort of tomorrow. Anyone from Aberdeen? Let's talk. 87-396. Your portrait in pastels, oils, other, $150. Other subjects, 86-569. Recorder lessons or play at parties, 87-429. Christmas is coming. Remember your loved ones at home with a genuine, recomposed, Heechy plastic model of Gateway or Gateway 2. Lift it and see a lovely, whirling snowfall of authentic Peggy's World glitter dust, scenic holofeatures, hand-etched Junior Launce bracelets, many other gift items. Phone 88-542. Do you have a sister, daughter, female, friends back on Earth? I'd like to correspond. Ultimate object? Matrimony. 86-032. End classifieds. Chapter 17. It feels as if Siegfried's air conditioning isn't working again, but I don't mention it to him. He will only report that the temperature is exactly 22.5 degrees Celsius, as it always has been, and ask why I express mental pain as being too hot physically. Of that crap, I am very tired. In fact, I say out loud, I'm altogether tired of you, Siggy. I'm sorry, Rob, but I would appreciate it if you would tell me a little more about your dream. Oh, shit. I loosen the restraining straps because they are uncomfortable. This also disconnects some of Siegfried's monitoring devices, but for once he doesn't point that out to me. It's a pretty boring dream. We're in the ship. We come to a planet that stares at me like it had a human face. I can't see the eyes very well because of the eyebrows, but somehow or other I know that it's crying, and it's my fault. Do you recognize that face, Bob? No idea. Just a face. Female, I think. Do you know what she is crying about? Not really, but I'm responsible for it, whatever it is. I'm sure of that. Pause. Then, would you mind putting the straps back on, Rob? My guard is suddenly up. What's the matter? I sneer bitterly. Do you think I'm going to leap off the pad and assault you? No, Robbie, of course I don't think that, but I'd be grateful if you would do it. I begin to do it, slowly and unwillingly. What, I wonder, is the gratitude of a computer program worth? He does not answer that, just outweights me. I let him win that and say, all right, I'm back in the straitjacket. Now, what are you going to say that's going to make me need restraint? Why, he says, probably nothing like that, Robbie. I just am wondering why you feel responsible for the girl in the planet crying. I wish I knew, I say, and that's the truth as I see it. I know some reality things you do blame yourself for, Robbie, he says. One of them is your mother's death. End of side 3. To continue, turn the cassette over. Side 4, Gateway. Continuing on page 164. I agreed. I suppose so, in some silly way. And I think you feel quite guilty about your lover, Gel Clara Moynihan. I thrash about a little. It is fucking hot in here, I complain. Do you feel that either of them actively blamed you? How the fuck would I know? Perhaps you can remember something they said. No, I can't. It's getting very personal, and I want to keep this on an objective level, so I say, I grant that I have a definite tendency toward loading responsibility on myself. It's a pretty classic pattern, after all, isn't it? You can find me on page 277 of any of the texts. He humors me by letting me get impersonal for a moment. But on the same page, Rob, he says, it probably points out that the responsibility is self-inflicted. You do it to yourself, Robbie. No doubt. You don't have to accept any responsibility you don't want to. Certainly not. I want to. He asks almost offhandedly, can you get any idea of why that is? Why you want to feel that everything that goes wrong is your responsibility? Oh, shit, Siegfried, I say in disgust. Your circuits are wacko again. That's not the way it is at all. It's more... Well, here's the thing. When I sit down to the feast of life, Siegfried, I'm so busy planning on how to pick up the check and wondering what the other people will think of me for paying it and wondering if I have enough money in my pocket to pay the bill that I don't get around to eating. He says gently, I don't like to encourage these literary excursions of yours, Bob. Sorry about that. I'm not really. He's making me mad. But to use your own image, Bob, why don't you listen to what the other people are saying? Maybe they're saying something nice or something important about you. I restrain the impulse to throw the straps off, punch his grinning dummy in the face, and walk out of that dump forever.
He waits while I stew inside my own head, and finally I burst out. Listen to them? Siegfried, you crazy old clanker. I do nothing but listen to them. I want them to say they love me. I even want them to say they hate me. Anything, just so they say it to me. From them, out of the heart. I'm so busy listening to the heart that I don't even hear when somebody asks me to pass the salt. Pause. I feel as if I'm going to explode. Then he says admiringly, "You express things very beautifully, Robbie. But what I'd really—" "Stop it, Siegfried!" I roar, really angry at last. I kick off the straps and sit up to confront him. "And quit calling me Robbie. You only do that when you think I'm childish, and I'm not being a child now." "That's not entirely I said stop it." I jump off the mat and grab my handbag. Out of it, I take the slip of paper S.Y.A. gave me after all those drinks and all that time in bed. "Siegfried," I snarl, "I've taken a lot from you. Now it's my turn." Chapter 18. We dropped into normal space and felt the lander jets engage. The ship spun and Gateway drifted diagonally down across the view screen, lumpy, pear-shaped blob of charcoal and blue glitter. The four of us just sat there and waited. Nearly an hour it took until we felt the grinding jar that meant we had docked. Clara sighed. Ham slowly began to unstrap himself from his sling. Dredd stared absorbedly at the view screen, although it was not showing anything more interesting than Sirius and Orion. It occurred to me, looking at the three others in the capsule, that we were going to be as unpleasant a sight to the boarding crews as some of the scarier returnees had been for me in that long-ago previous time when I had been a fresh fish on Gateway. I touched my nose tenderly. It hurt a great deal, and above all it stank, internally right next to my own sense of smell, where there was no way I could get away from it. We heard the hatches open as the boarding crew entered, and then heard their startled voices in 2 or 3 languages as they saw Sam Kahane where we had put him in the lander. Clara stirred. "Might as well get off," she murmured to no one, and started toward the hatch, now overhead again. One of the cruiser crew stuck his head through the hatch and said, "Oh, you're all still alive. We were wondering." Then he looked at us more closely and didn't say anything else. It had been a wearing trip, especially the last 2 weeks. We climbed out, one by one, past where Sam Kahane still hung in the improvised straitjacket Dredd had made for him out of his spacesuit top, surrounded by his own excrement and litter of food, staring at us out of his calm, mad eyes. 2 of the crewmen were untying him and getting ready to lift him out of the lander. He didn't say anything, and that was a blessing. "Hello, Bob, Clara." It was the Brazilian member of the detail who turned out to be Francie Herrera. "Looks like a bad one?" "Oh," I said, "at least we came back. But Kahane's in bad shape, and we came up empty." He nodded sympathetically and said something in what I took to be Spanish to the Venusian member of the detail, a short, plump woman with dark eyes. She tapped me on the shoulder and led me away to a little cubicle where she signaled me to take off my clothes. I had always thought that they'd have men searching men and women searching women, but, come to think of it, it didn't seem to matter much. She went over every stitch I owned, both visually and with a radiation counter, then examined my armpits and poked something into my anus. She opened her mouth wide to signal I should open mine, peered inside, and then drew back, covering her face with her hand. "Your nose stink very much," she said. "What happened to you?" "I got hit," I said. "That other fellow, Sam Kahane, he went crazy, wanted to change the settings." She nodded doubtfully and peered up my nose at the packed gauze. She touched the nostril gently with one finger. "What?" "In there. We had to pack it. It was hemorrhaging a lot." She sighed. "I should pull it out." She meditated and then shrugged. "No, put clothes on. All right." So I got dressed again and went out into the lander chamber, but that wasn't the end of it. I had to be debriefed. All of us did, except Sam. They had already taken him away to Terminal Hospital. You wouldn't think there was much for us to tell anybody about our trip. All of it had been fully documented as we went along. That was what all the readings and observations were for. But that wasn't the way the corporation worked. They pumped us for every fact and every recollection, and then for every subjective impression and fleeting suspicion. The debriefing went on for 2 solid hours, and we all were careful to give them everything they asked. That's another way the corporation has you. The evaluation board can decide to give you a bonus for anything at all. Anything from noticing something nobody has noticed before about the way the spiral gadget lights up, to figuring out a way of disposing of used sanitary tampons without flushing them down the toilet. The story is that they try hard to find some excuse to throw a tip to crews that have had a hard time without coming up with a real find. Well, that was us, all right. We wanted to give them every chance we could for a handout. One of our debriefers was Dane Metchnikoff, which surprised me and even pleased me a little. Back in the far less foul air of Gateway, I was beginning to feel a little more human. He had come up empty, too, emerging into orbit around a sun that had apparently gone nova within the previous 50,000 years or so. Maybe there had been a planet once, but now it only existed in the memory of the Heechee course-setting machines. There wasn't enough left to justify a science bonus, so he had turned around and come back. "I'm surprised to see you working," I said during a lull. He didn't take offense. For Metchnikoff, surly creature that he had always been, he seemed strangely cheerful. "It isn't the money. You learn something doing this." "About what?" "About how to beat the odds, Broadhead. I'm going out again, but this time I'm going to have a little more of an edge. There's a new wrinkle." Dredd, sitting next to me with his own interviewer, perked up and leaned over. "Tell us." Metchnikoff looked wary. "It's better readings on the spectrum lines," he said vaguely. "Now, what about the rations? You say some of the food tasted funny toward the end?" But before I left, I made him promise to tell me what he meant. "I'll call you," he said to Clara and me, "maybe tomorrow." And so the two of us went home. A note on dwarfs and giants. Dr. Esmenian. You all ought to know what a Hertzsprung-Russell diagram looks like. If you find yourself in a globular cluster or anywhere where there's a compact mass of stars, it's worth plotting an HR for that group. Also, keep your eye out for unusual spectral classes. You won't get a nickel for Fs, Gs, or Ks. We've got all the readings on them you could want. But if you happen to find yourself orbiting a white dwarf or a very late red giant, make all the tape you've got. Also, O's and B's are worth investigating, even if they're not your primary. But if you happen to be in close orbit in an armored 5 around a good bright O, that ought to be worth a couple 100,000 at least, if you bring back the data. Question. Why? Dr. Esmenian. What? Question. Why do we only get the bonus if we're in an armored 5? Dr. Esmenian. Oh, because if you aren't, you won't come back. End. A note on dwarfs and giants. Chapter 19. I'm feeling so powerful and so scared that I don't know how to deal with it. On a slip of paper, S. Yaw has written out the command words that will turn Siegfried von Schrink, the remorseless pursuer, into a tabby cat. I don't have to look at the words. I know them by heart. Nevertheless, I read them slowly and carefully. Pay attention, Siegfried. This is an override command. Category Alpha Alpha Margaret Truman Daniel, Mercury, Venus, Mars, Earth, 6606. You are commanded to assume passive display mode. I look at him. Nothing happens. Siegfried, did I say it right? Do you accept the command? Of course, Bob. His voice is exactly the same as it was before, which shakes me. I don't know what I expected. I just don't know. Maybe my fantasy was that the father figure hologram would disappear and a cathode tube display would suddenly light up to spell out, "Roger Wilco, I am your slave." I find myself trembling. I don't analyze what that is from. It feels almost sexual. I say, "Well, Siegfried, old bucket of bolts, does this mean I have you in my power?" The father figure says patiently, "It means you can command me, Bob. The command function is, of course, limited to display." I frown. Meaning what? You cannot change my basic programming. For that, you would need a different command. All right, I say. Ha! Here's your first instruction. Display that different command for me. I can't, Bob. You must, mustn't you? I am not refusing your order, Bob. I simply do not know what that other command is. Bullshit, I yell. How can you respond to it if you don't know what it is? I just do, Bob. Or, always fatherly, always patient, to answer you more fully, each bit of the command actuates a sequenced instruction, which, when completed, releases another area of command. In technical terms, each key socket intermatching go-tos another socket, which the following bit keys. Shit, I say. I stew over that for a moment.
Then what is it that I actually can control, Siegfried? You can direct me to display any information stored. You can direct me to display it in any mode within my capabilities. Any mode? I look at my watch and realize with annoyance that there is a time limit on this game. I only have about 10 minutes left of my appointment. Do you mean that I could make you talk to me, for instance, in French? Oui, Robert, d'accord. Que voulez-vous? Or in Russian with a... Wait a minute. I'm experimenting pretty much at random. I mean like in the voice of a basso profundo from the Bolshoi opera? Tones that came out of the bottom of a cave. Da gospodin. And you'll tell me anything I want to know about me? Da gospodin. In English, damn it. Yes. Or about your other clients? Yes. That sounds like fun. And just who are these lucky other clients, dear Siegfried? Run down the list. I can hear my own prurience leaking out of my voice. Monday, 900, he begins obligingly. Jan Ilaveski, 1000, Mario Laterani, 1100, Julie Loudon Martin, 12... Her? I say. Tell me about her. Julie Loudon Martin is a referral from Kings County General, where she was an outpatient after 6 months of treatment with aversion therapy and immune response activators for alcoholism. She has a history of 2 apparent suicide attempts following postpartum depression 53 years ago. She has been in therapy with me for... Wait a minute, I say, having added the probable age of childbearing to 53 years. I'm not so sure I'm interested in Julie. Can you give me an idea of what she looks like? I can display hollow views, Bob. So do it. At once there is a quick subliminal flash and a blur of color, and then I see this tiny black lady lying on a mat, my mat, in a corner of the room. She is talking slowly and without much interest to no one perceptible. I cannot hear what she is saying, but then I don't much want to. Go on, I say, and when you name your patients, show me what they look like. 1200, Lorne Schofield, old man with arthritic fingers bent into claws holding his head. 1300, Frances Astrit, young girl, not even pubescent. 1400, I let him go on for a while, all through Monday and halfway through Tuesday. I had not realized he kept such long hours, but then, of course, being a machine, he doesn't really get tired. 1 or 2 of the patients look interesting, but there is no one I know, or no one that looks more worth knowing than Yvette, Donna, S. Yaw, or about a dozen others. You can stop that now, I say, and think for a minute. This isn't really as much fun as I thought it was going to be, plus my time is running out. I guess I can play this game any old time, I say. Right now, let's talk about me. What would you like me to display, Bob? What you usually keep from me. Diagnosis, prognosis, general comments on my case. What kind of a guy you think I am, really? The subject, Robinette Broadhead, he says at once, exhibits moderate depression symptoms, well compensated by an active lifestyle. His reason for seeking psychiatric help is given as depression and disorientation. He has pronounced guilt feelings and exhibits selective aphasia on the conscious level about several episodes that recur as dream symbols. His sexual drive is relatively low. His relationships with women are generally unsatisfactory, although his psychosexual orientation is predominantly heterosexual in the 80th percentile. The hell you say? I begin on a delayed reaction to low sexual drive and unsatisfactory relationships. But I don't really feel like arguing with him, and anyway, he says voluntarily at that point, I must inform you, Bob, that your time is nearly up. You should go to the recovery room now. Crap. What have I got to recover from? But his point is well taken. All right, I say. Go back to normal. Cancel the command. Is that all I have to say? Is it canceled? Yes, Robbie. You're doing it again, I yell. Make up your fucking mind what you're going to call me. I address you by the term appropriate to your state of mind, or to the state of mind I wish to induce in you, Robbie. And now you want me to be a baby? No, never mind that. Listen, I say, getting up. Do you remember all our conversation while I have you commanded to display? Certainly I do, Robbie. And then he adds on his own a full, surprising 10 or 20 seconds after my time is up. Are you satisfied, Robbie? What? Have you established to your own satisfaction that I am only a machine, that you can control me at any time? I stop short. Is that what I'm doing? I demand, surprised, and then, all right, I guess so. You're a machine, Siegfried. I can control you. And he says after me as I leave, we always knew that really, didn't we? The real thing you fear, the place where you feel control is needed, isn't that in you? Classifieds. Painless dentistry, private fee basis, completely equipped, all needs. References, 87-579. Non-smoker, uptights in your crew. I'm exclusive gateway agent for smoke suppressor cigarette smoking hood. Gives you all the fun. Spares your crewmates the smog. Phone 87-196 for demonstration. End classifieds.
Chapter 20. When you spend weeks on end close to another person, so close that you know every hiccup, every smell, and every scratch on the skin, you either come out of it hating each other or so deep in each other's gut that you can't find a way out. Claire and I were both. Our little love affair had turned into a Siamese twin relationship. There wasn't any romance in it. There wasn't room enough between us for romance to occur. And yet I knew every inch of Clara, every pore and every thought, far better than I'd known my own mother. And in the same way, from the womb out, I was surrounded by Clara. And like a Klein bottle yin and yang, she was surrounded by me, too. We each defined the other's universe, and there were times when I, and I am sure she, was desperate to break out and breathe free air again. The first day we got back, filthy and exhausted, we automatically headed for Clara's place. That was where the private bath was. There was plenty of room. It was all ready for us, and we fell into bed together, like old marrieds, after a week of backpacking. Only we weren't old marrieds. I had no claim on her. At breakfast the next morning, earth-born Canadian bacon and eggs, scandalously expensive, fresh pineapple, cereal with real cream, cappuccino. Clara made sure to remind me of that fact by ostentatiously paying for it on her own credit. I exhibited the Pavlovian reflex she wanted. I said, "You don't have to do that. I know you have more money than I do." "And you wish you knew how much," she said, smiling sweetly. Actually, I did know. Shiki had told me. She had $700,000 and change in her account, enough to go back to Venus and live the rest of her life there in reasonable security if she wanted to. Although why anyone would want to live on Venus in the first place, I can't say. Maybe that was why she stayed on Gateway when she didn't have to. One tunnel is much like another. You really ought to let yourself be born, I said, finishing out the thought aloud. You can't stay in the womb forever. She was surprised, but game. "Bob, dear," she said, fishing a cigarette out of my pocket and allowing me to light it, "you really ought to let your poor mother be dead. It's just so much trouble for me trying to remember to keep rejecting you so you can court her through me." I perceived that we were talking at cross purposes, but on the other hand, I perceived that we really weren't. The actual agenda was not to communicate, but to draw blood. "Clara," I said kindly, "you know that I love you. It worries me that you've reached 40 without really ever having had a good, long, lasting relationship with a man." She giggled. "Honey," she said, "I've been meaning to talk to you about that. That nose," she made a face. "Last night in bed, tired as I was, I thought I might upchuck until you turned the other way. Maybe if you went down to the hospital, they could unpack it. Well, I could even smell it myself. I don't know what it is about stale surgical packing, but it is pretty hard to take. So I promised I would do that. And then to punish her, I didn't finish the $100 order of fresh pineapple. And so to punish me, she irritably began shifting my belongings around in her cupboards to make room for the contents of her knapsack. So naturally I had to say, "Don't do that, dear. Much as I love you, I think I'd better move back to my own room for a while." She reached over and patted my arm. "It will be pretty lonely," she said, stubbing out the cigarette. "I've got pretty used to waking up next to you. On the other hand—" "I'll pick up my stuff on the way back from the hospital," I said. I wasn't enjoying the conversation that much. I didn't want to prolong it. It is the sort of man-to-woman infight that I try, whenever possible, to ascribe to premenstrual tension. I like the theory, but unfortunately in this case I happen to know that it didn't account for Clara, and of course it leaves unresolved at any time the question of how to account for me. At the hospital, They kept me waiting for more than an hour, and then they hurt me a lot. I bled like a stuck pig all over my shirt and pants. And while they were reeling out of my nose those endless yards of cotton gauze that Ham Taya had stuffed there to keep me from bleeding to death, it felt exactly as if they were pulling out huge gobbets of flesh. I yelled. The little old Japanese lady who was working as outpatient paramedic that day gave me scant patience. "Oh, shut up, please," she said. "You sound like that crazy returnee who killed himself. Screamed for an hour." I waved her away, one hand to my nose to stop the blood. Alarm bells were going off. What was his name? She pushed my hand away and dabbed at my nose. "I don't know." "Oh, wait a minute. You were from that same hard luck ship, weren't you?" "That's what I'm trying to find out. Was it Sam Kahane?" She became suddenly more human. "I'm sorry, sweet," she said. "I guess that was the name. They went to give him a shot to keep him quiet, and he got the needle away from the doctor, and, well, he stabbed himself to death. It was a real bummer of a day, all right." In the long run, she got me cauterized. "I'm going to put in just a little packing," she said. "Tomorrow you can take it out yourself. Just be slow about it. And if you hemorrhage, get your ass down here in a hurry." She let me go, looking like an axe murder victim. I skulked up to Clara's room to change my clothes, and the day went on, being rotten. "Fucking Gemini," she snarled at me. "Next time I go out, it's going to be with a Taurian like that fellow Metchnikoff." "What's the matter, Clara?" "They gave us a bonus, $12,500. Christ, I tipped my maid more than that." "How do you know?" I had already divided $12,500 by 5, and in the same split second wondered whether under the circumstances they wouldn't divide it by 4 instead. "They called on the P-phone 10 minutes ago. Jesus, the rottenest son of a bitchin' trip I've ever been on, and I wind up with the price of 1 green chip at the casino out of it." Then she looked at my shirt and softened a little. "Well, it's not your fault, Bob. The Geminis never can make up their minds. I should have known that. Let me see if I can find you some clean clothes." And I did let her do that, but I didn't stay anyway. I picked up my stuff, headed for a drop shaft, cashed my goods at the registry office where I signed up to get my room back, and borrowed the use of their phone. When she mentioned Metchnikoff's name, she had reminded me of something I wanted to do. Metchnikoff grumbled but finally agreed to meet me in the schoolroom. I was there before him, of course. He loped in, stopped at the doorway, looked around, and said, "Where's what's-her-name?" "Clara Moynihan. She's in our room." Neat, truthful, deceitful. A model answer. He ran an index finger down each jaw whisker meeting under the chin. "Come on, then." "Leading me," he said over his shoulder. "Actually, she would probably get more out of this than you would." "I suppose she would, Dane." He hesitated at the bump in the floor that was the entrance to one of the instruction ships, then shrugged, opened the hatch, and clambered down inside. He was being unusually open and generous, I thought as I followed him inside. He was already crouched in front of the course selector panel, setting up numbers. He was holding a portable hand readout data linked to the corporation's master computer system. I knew that he was punching in one of the established settings, and so I was not surprised when he got color almost at once. He thumbed the fine-tuner and waited, looking over his shoulder at me until the whole board was drowned in shocking pink. "All right," he said. "Good, clear setting. Now, look at the bottom part of the spectrum." That was the smaller line of rainbow colors along the right side of the board, red to violet. The violet was on the bottom, and the colors merged into one another without break, except for occasional lines of bright color or black. They looked exactly like what the astronomers called Fraunhofer lines, when the only way they had to know what a star or planet was made of was to study it through a spectroscope. They weren't. Fraunhofer lines show what elements are present in a radiation source, or in something that has gotten itself between the radiation source and you. These showed God knows what. God and maybe Dane Metchnikoff. He was almost smiling, and astonishingly talkative. "That band of 3 dark lines in the blue," he said, "see? They seem to relate to the hazardousness of the mission. At least the computer printouts show that when there are 6 or more bands there, the ships don't come back." He had my full attention. "Christ," I said, thinking of a lot of good people who had died because they hadn't known that.
Why don't they tell us these things in school? He said, patiently, for him, Broadhead, don't be a jerk. All this is brand new, and a lot of it is guesswork. Now, the correlation between number of lines and danger isn't quite so good under 6. I mean, if you think that they might add 1 line for every additional degree of danger, you're wrong. You would expect that the 5-band settings would have heavy loss ratios, and when there are no bands at all, there wouldn't be any losses. Only it isn't true. The best safety record seems to be with 1 or 2 bands. 3 is good too, but there have been some losses. 0 bands, we've had about as many as with 3. For the first time, I began to think that the corporation's science research people might be worth their pay. So why don't we just go out on destination settings that are safer? We're not really sure they are safer, Metchnikoff said again, patiently for him. His tone was far more peremptory than his words. Also, when you have an armored ship, you should be able to deal with more risks than the plain ones. Quit with the dumb questions, Broadhead. Sorry. I was getting uncomfortable, crouched behind him and peering over his shoulder, so that when he turned to look at me, his jaw whiskers almost grazed my nose. I didn't want to change position. So look up here in the yellow. He pointed to 5 bright bands. This reading seems to correlate with the success of the mission. God knows what we're measuring, or what the Hichi were measuring, but in terms of financial rewards to the crews, there's a pretty good correlation between the number of lines in that frequency and the amount of money the crews get. Wow! He went on as though I hadn't said anything. Now, naturally, the Hichi didn't set up a meter to calibrate how much in royalties you or I might make. It has to be measuring something else. Who knows what? Maybe it's a measure of population density in that area, or of technological development. Maybe it's a guide Michelin, and all they're saying is that there was a 4-star restaurant in that area. But there it is. 5-bar yellow expeditions bring in a financial return on the average that's 50 times as high as 2-bar and 10 times as high as most of the others. He turned around again so that his face was maybe a dozen centimeters from mine, his eyes staring right into my eyes. You want to see some other settings? He asked in a tone of voice that demanded I say no, so I did. Okay, and then he stopped. I stood up and backed away to get a little more space. One question, Dane. You probably have a reason for telling me all this before it gets to be public information. What is it? Right, he said. I want what's-her-name for crew if I go in a 3 or a 5. Clara Moynihan? Whatever. She handles herself well, doesn't take up much room, she knows how to get along with people better than I do. I sometimes have difficulty in interpersonal relationships, he explained. Of course, that's only if I take a 3 or a 5. I don't particularly want to. If I can find a 1, that's what I'm going to take out. But if there isn't a 1 with a good setting available, I want somebody along I can rely on, who won't get in my hair, who knows the ropes, can handle the ship, all that. You can come too if you want. When I got back to my own room, Shiki turned up almost before I started to unpack. He was glad to see me. I'm sorry your trip was unfruitful, he said, out of his endless stock of gentleness and warmth. It was too bad about your friend Kahane. He had brought me a flask of tea and then perched on the chest across from my hammock, just like the first time. The disastrous trip was almost out of my mind, which was filled with visions of sugar plums coming out of my talk with Dane Metchnikoff. I couldn't help talking about it. I told Shiki everything Dane had said. He listened like a child to a fairy tale, his black eyes shining. How interesting, he said. I had heard rumors that there was to be a new briefing for everyone. Just think, if we can go out without fear of death, or... He hesitated, fluttering his wing gauze. It isn't that sure, Shiki, I said. No, of course not. But it is an improvement. I think you will agree. He hesitated, watching me take a pull from the flask of almost flavorless Japanese tea. Bob, he said, if you go on such a trip and need an extra man, well, it is true that I would not be of much use in a lander, but in orbit, I am as good as anybody. I know you are, Shiki, I tried to put it tactfully. Does the corporation know that? They would accept me as crew on a mission no one else wanted. I see. I didn't say that I didn't really want to go on a mission no one else wanted. Shiki knew that. He was one of the real old-timers on Gateway. According to the rumor, he had had a big wad stashed away, enough for full medical and everything. But he had given it away, or lost it, and stayed on, and stayed a cripple.
I know that he understood what I was thinking, but I was a long way from understanding Shikati Bakin. He moved out of my way while I stowed my things, and we gossiped about mutual friends. Sherry's ship had not returned. Nothing to worry about yet, of course. It could easily be out another several weeks without disaster. A Congolese couple from just beyond the star point in the corridor had brought back a huge shipment of prayer fans from a previously unknown Hichi-1 on a planet around an F2 star in the end of the Orion spiral arm. They had split $1 million 3 ways and had taken their share back to Mungberry. The Forehands, Louise Forehand, stopped in while we were talking about them. "Heard your voices," she said, craning over to kiss me. "Too bad about your trip. Breaks of the game. Well, welcome home, anyway. I didn't do any better than you, I'm afraid. Dumb little star. No planets that we could find. Can't think why in the world the Hichi had a course setting for it." She smiled and stroked the muscles at the back of my neck fondly. "Can I give you a welcome-home party tonight? Or are you and Clara—" "I'd love it if you did," I said, and she didn't pursue the question of Clara. No doubt the rumor had already got around. The Gateway tom-toms beat day and night. She left after a few minutes. "Nice lady," I said to Shiki, looking after her. "Nice family." Was she looking a little worried? "I fear so, Robinette, yes. Her daughter Lois is on plus time. They have had much sorrow in that family." I looked at him. He said, "No, not Willa or the father. They are out, but not overdue. There was a son." "I know. Henry, I think they called him Hat. He died just before they came here. And now Lois." He inclined his head, then flapped politely over and picked up the empty tea flask on a downstroke of his wing. "I must go to work now, Bob. How's the ivy planting?" He said ruefully, "I no longer have that position, I'm afraid. Emma did not consider me executive material." "Oh? What are you doing?" "I keep Gateway aesthetically attractive," he said. "I think you would call it garbage collector." I didn't know what to say. Gateway was kind of a trashy place. Because of the low gravity, any scrap of paper or bit of featherweight plastic that was thrown away was likely to float anywhere inside the asteroid. You couldn't sweep the floor. The first stroke set everything flying. I had seen the garbage men chasing scraps of newsprint and fluffs of cigarette ash with little hand-pumped vacuum cleaners, and I had even thought about becoming one if I had to, but I didn't like Shiki doing it. He was following what I was thinking about him without difficulty. "It's all right, Bob. Really, I enjoy the work. But please, if you do need a crewman, think of me." A note on blow-ups. Dr. Esmenian. Naturally, if you can get good readings on a nova, or especially on a supernova, that's worth a lot. While it's happening, I mean. Later, not much good. And always look for our own sun. And if you can identify it, take all the tape you can get, at all frequencies, around the immediate area, up to, about 5 degrees each way, anyway, with maximum magnification. Question: why is that, Danny? Dr. Esmenian. Well, maybe you'll be on the far side of the sun from something like Tycho's star or the Crab Nebula, which is what's left of the 1054 supernova in Taurus. And maybe you'll get a picture of what the star looked like before it blew. That ought to be worth, I don't know, 50 or 100,000 right there. End of a note on blow-ups. I took my bonus and paid up my per capita for 3 weeks in advance. I bought a few items I needed, new clothes and some music tapes to get the sound of Mozart and Palestrina out of my ears. That left me about $200 in money. $200 was a lot like nothing at all. It meant 20 drinks at the Blue Hell, or 1 chip at the blackjack table, or maybe half a dozen decent meals outside the prospector's commissary. So I had 3 choices. I could get another job and stall indefinitely, or I could ship out within the 3 weeks, or I could give up and go home. None of the choices was attractive. But, provided I didn't spend any money on anything much, I didn't have to decide for, a long time, as long as 20 days. I resolved to give up smoking and bought meals. That way I could budget myself to a maximum spending of $9 a day, so that my per capita and my cash would run out at the same time. I called Clara, She looked and sounded guarded, but friendly on the P-phone, so I spoke guardedly and amiably to her. I didn't mention the party, and she didn't mention wanting to see me that night, so we left it at that. Nowhere. That was all right with me. I didn't need Clara. At the party that night, I met a new girl around called Doreen Mackenzie. She wasn't a girl, really. She was at least a dozen years older than I was, and she had been out 5 times. What was exciting about her was that she had really hit it once. She'd taken $1.5 million back to Atlanta, spent the whole wad trying to buy herself a career as a PV singer, material writer, manager, publicity team, advertising, demo tapes, the works. And when it hadn't worked, she had come back to Gateway to try again. The other thing was, she was very, very pretty. But after 2 days of getting to know Doreen, I was back on the P-phone to Clara. She said, "Come on down." And she sounded anxious, and I was there in 10 minutes, and we were in bed in 15. The trouble with getting to know Doreen was that I had got to know her. She was nice, and a hell of a racing pilot. But she wasn't Clara Moylan. When we were lying in the hammock together, sweaty and relaxed and spent, Clara yawned, ruffled my hair, pulled back her head, and stared at me. "Oh, shit," she said drowsily. "I think this is what they call being in love." I was gallant. "It's what makes the world go around." "No, not it. You are." She shook her head regretfully. "Sometimes I can't stand you," she said. "Sagittarians never make it with Geminis. I'm a fire sign, and you, well, Geminis can't help being confused." "I wish you wouldn't keep going on about that crap," I said. She didn't take offense. "Let's get something to eat." I slid over the edge of the hammock and stood up, needing to talk without touching for a moment. "Dear Clara," I said, "look, I can't let you keep me because you'll be bitchy about it sooner or later, or if you aren't, I'll be expecting you to, and so I'll be bitchy to you, and I just don't have the money. If you want to eat outside the commissary, you do it by yourself, and I won't take your cigarettes, your liquor, or your chips at the casino. So if you want to get something to eat, go ahead, and I'll meet you later. Maybe we could go for a walk." She sighed. "Geminis never know how to handle money," she told me, "but they can be awfully nice in bed." We put our clothes on and went out and got something to eat, all right, but in the corporation commissary, where you stand in line, carry a tray, and eat standing up. The food isn't bad, if you don't think too much about what substrates they grow it on. The price is right. It doesn't cost anything. They promise that if you eat all your meals in the commissary, you will have 100+% of all the established dietary needs. You will, too, only you have to eat all of everything to be sure of that. Single-cell protein and vegetable protein come out incomplete when considered independently, so it's not enough to eat the soybean jelly or the bacterial pudding alone. You have to eat them both. The other thing about corporation meals is that they produce a hell of a lot of methane, which produces a hell of a lot of what all ex-Gateway types remember as the Gateway Fug. We drifted down toward the lower levels afterward, not talking much. I suppose we were both wondering where we were going. I don't mean just at that moment. "Feel like exploring?" Clara asked. I took her hand as we strolled along, considering. That sort of thing was fun. Some of the old ivy-choked tunnels that no one used were interesting, and beyond them were the bare, dusty places that no one had troubled even to plant ivy in. Usually there was plenty of light from the ancient walls themselves, still glowing with that bluish, heechy metal sheen. Sometimes, not lately, but no more than 6 or 7 years ago, people had actually found heechy artifacts in them, and you never knew when you might stumble on something worth a bonus. But I couldn't work up much enthusiasm for it, because nothing is fun when you don't have a choice. "Why not?" I said, but a few minutes later, when I saw where we were, I said, "Let's go to the museum for a while." "Oh, right," she said, suddenly interested. "Did you know they've fixed up the surround room? Metchnikoff was telling me about it. They opened it while we were out." So we changed course, dropped 2 levels, and came out next to the museum. The surround room was a nearly spherical chamber just beyond it. It was big, 10 meters or more across, and in order to use it, we had to strap on wings like chickees hanging on a rack outside the entrance. Neither Clara nor I had ever used them before, but it wasn't hard. On Gateway, you weigh so little to begin with that flying would be the easiest and best way to get around if there were any places inside the asteroid big enough to fly in. So we dropped through the hatch into the sphere, and were in the middle of a whole universe. The chamber was walled with hexagonal panels, each one of them projected from some source we could not see, probably digital with liquid crystal screens. "How pretty!" Clara cried. All around us there was a sort of globorama of what the scouting ships had found. Stars, nebulae, planets, satellites. Sometimes each plate showed its own independent thing, so that there were, what was it, something like 128 separate scenes. Then, flick, all of them changed. Flick again, and they began to cycle, some of them holding their same scene, some of them changing to something new. Flick again, and one whole hemisphere lit up with a mosaic view of the M31 galaxy as seen from God knew where. "Hey," I said, really excited, "this is great." And it was. It was like being on all the trips any prospector had ever taken without the drudgery and the trouble and the constant fear. There was no one there but us, and I couldn't understand why. It was so pretty. You would think there would be a long line of people waiting to get in. One side began to run through a series of pictures of Hichi artifacts, as discovered by prospectors. Prayer fans of all colors, wall-lining machines, the insides of Hichi ships, some tunnels. Clara cried out that they were places she had been, back home on Venus, but I don't know how she could tell. Then the pattern went back to photographs from space. Some of them were familiar. I could recognize the Pleiades in one quick 6 or 8 panel shot, which vanished and was replaced by a view of Gateway 2 from outside, 2 of the bright young stars of the cluster shining in reflection off its sides. I saw something that might have been the Horsehead Nebula, and a donut-shaped puff of gas and dust that was either the Ring Nebula in Lyra, or what an exploring team had found a few orbits before and called the French Cruller, in the skies of a planet where Hichi digs had been detected but not reached, under a frozen sea. We hung there for half an hour or so, until it began to look as though we were seeing the same things again, and then we fluttered up to the hatch, hung up the wings, and sat down for a cigarette break in a wide place in the tunnel outside the museum. 2 women I recognized vaguely as corporation maintenance crews came by carrying rolled-up strap-on wings. "Hi, Clara," one of them greeted her. "Been inside?" Clara nodded. "It was beautiful," she said. "Enjoy it while you can," said the other one. "Next week it'll cost you $100. We're putting in a P-phone tape lecture system tomorrow, and they'll have the grand opening before the next tourists show up." "It's worth it," Clara said, but then she looked at me. I became aware that in spite of everything I was smoking one of her cigarettes. At $5 a pack, I couldn't afford very much of that, but I made up my mind to buy at least 1 pack out of that day's allowance, and to make sure she took as many from me as I took from her. "Want to walk some more?" she asked. "Maybe a little later," I said. I was wondering how many men and women had died to take the pretty pictures we had been watching, because I was facing one more time the fact that sooner or later I would have to submit myself again to the lethal lottery of the Hichi ships, or give up. I wondered if the new information Metchnikoff had given me was going to make a real difference. Everyone was talking about it now. The corporation had scheduled an all-phone announcement for the next day. "That reminds me," I said. "Did you say you'd seen Metchnikoff?" "I wondered when you'd ask me about that," she said. "Sure. He called and told me he'd shown the color-coding stuff to you, so I went down and got the same lecture. What do you think, Bob?" I stubbed out the cigarette. "I think everybody in Gateway is going to be fighting for the good launches. That's what I think. But maybe Dane knows something. He's been working with the corporation." "I don't doubt he does." I stretched and leaned back, rocking against the low gravity, considering. "He's not that nice a guy, Clara. Maybe he'd tell us if there's something good coming up, that he knows something special about. But he'll want something for it." Clara grinned. "He'd tell me." "What do you mean?" "Oh, he calls me once in a while. Wants a date." "Oh, shit, Clara." I was feeling pretty irritated by then. Not just at Clara, and not just about Dane. About money.
About the fact that if I wanted to go back into the surround room next week, it would cost me half my credit balance. About the dark, shadowed image looming up ahead in time, and not very far ahead, when I would once again have to make up my mind to do what I was scared silly to do again. I wouldn't trust that son of a bitch as far as... No, relax, Bob. He's not such a bad guy, she said, lighting another cigarette and leaving the pack where I could reach it if I wanted it. Sexually, he might be kind of interesting, that raw, rough, rude Taurian thing. Anyway, you've got as much to offer him as I do. What are you talking about? She looked honestly surprised. I thought you knew. He swings both ways. He's never given me any indication, but I stopped, remembering how close he liked to get when he was talking to me, and how uncomfortable I was with him inside my body space. Maybe you're not his type, she grinned, only it wasn't a kindly grin. A couple of Chinese crewmen coming out of the museum looked at us with interest, and then politely looked away. Let's get out of here, Clara. So we went to the Blue Hell, and of course I insisted on paying my share of the drinks, $48 down the tube in 1 hour, and it wasn't all that much fun. We wound up in her place in bed again. That wasn't all that much fun either. The quarrel was still there when we finished, and the time was slipping by. The Gateway Anglican. The Reverend Theo Durley, chaplain. Parish Communion, 10:30 Sundays. Evensong, by arrangement. Eric Manier, who ceased to be my warden on 1 December, has left an indelible mark on Gateway All Saints, and we owe him an incalculable debt for placing his multi-competence at our disposal. Born in Elstree, Hertfordshire, 51 years ago, he graduated as Bachelor of Law from the University of London and then read for the bar. Subsequently, he was employed for some years in Perth at the Natural Gas Works. If we are saddened for ourselves that he is leaving us, it is tempered with joy that he has now achieved his heart's desire and will return to his beloved Hertfordshire, where he expects to devote his retirement years to civic affairs, transcendental meditation, and the study of plain song. A new warden will be elected the first Sunday we attain a quorum of 9 parishioners. End the Gateway Anglican. There are people who never pass a certain point in their emotional development. They cannot live a normal, free, and easy give-and-take life with a sexual partner for more than a short time. Something inside them will not tolerate happiness. The better it gets, the more they have to destroy it. Hacking around Gateway with Clara, I began to suspect that I was one of those people. I knew Clara was. She had never sustained a relationship with a man for more than a few months in her life. She told me so herself. Already I was pretty close to a record with her, and already it was making her edgy. In some ways, Clara was a lot more adult and responsible than I ever would be. The way she got to Gateway in the first place, for instance. She didn't win a lottery to pay her fare. She earned it, and saved it, painfully, over a period of years. She was a fully qualified air body driver, with a guide's license and an engineering degree. She had lived like a fish farmer while earning an income that would have entitled her to a 3-room flat in the Heechee Warrens on Venus, vacations on Earth, and major medical. She knew more than I did about the growing of food on hydrocarbon substrates, in spite of all my years in Wyoming. She had invested in a food factory on Venus, and for all her life she had never put a dollar into anything she didn't fully understand. When we were out together, she was the senior member of the crew. It was she Metchnikoff wanted as a shipmate, if he wanted anybody, not me. She had been my teacher. And yet, between the two of us, she was as inept and unforgiving as ever I had been with Sylvia, or with Dina, Janice, Liz, Esther, or any of the other 2-week romances that had all ended badly in all the years after Sylvia. It was, she said, because she was Sagittarius and I was a Gemini. Sagittarians were prophets, Sagittarians loved freedom. Us poor Geminis were just terribly mixed up and indecisive. It's no wonder, she told me gravely one morning eating breakfast in her room, I accepted no more than a couple of sips of coffee, that you can't make your mind up to go out again. It isn't just physical cowardice, dear Robinette. Part of your twin nature wants to triumph. Part wants to fail. I wonder which side you will allow to win. I gave her an ambiguous answer. I said, honey, go screw yourself. And she laughed, and we got through that day. She had scored her point.
The corporation made its expected announcement, and there was an immense flurry of conferring and planning and exchanging guesses and interpretations among all of us. It was an exciting time. Out of the master computer's files, the corporation pulled 20 launches with low danger factors and high profit expectancies. They were subscribed, equipped, and launched within a week. And I wasn't on any of them, and neither was Clara, and we tried not to discuss why. Surprisingly, Dane Metchnikoff didn't go out on any of them. He knew something, or said he did, or didn't say he didn't. When I asked him, just looked at me in that glowering, contemptuous way and didn't answer. Even Schicke almost went out. He lost out in the last hour before launch to a Finnish boy who had never been able to find anyone to talk to. There were 4 Saudis who wanted to stay together and settled for the Finnish kid to fill out a 5. Louise Forehand didn't go out either, because she was waiting for some member of her family to come back so as to preserve some sort of continuity. You could eat in the corporation commissary now without waiting in line, and there were empty rooms all up and down my tunnel. And one night Clara said to me, "Bob, I think I'm going to go to a shrink." I jumped. It was a surprise. Worse than that, a betrayal. Clara knew about my early psychotic episode and what I thought of psychotherapists. I withheld the first dozen things I thought of to say to her. Tactical, "I'm glad. It's about time." Hypocritical, "I'm glad, and please tell me how I can help." Strategic, "I'm glad, and maybe I ought to go too if I could afford it." I refrained from the only truthful response, which would have been, "I interpret this move on your part as a condemnation of me for bending your head." I didn't say anything at all, and after a moment she went on, "I need help, Bob. I'm confused." That touched me, and I reached out for her hand. She just let it lay limp in mine, not squeezing back and not pulling away. She said, "My psychology professor used to say that was the first step. No, the second step. The first step when you have a problem is to know you have it. Well, I've known that for some time. The second step is to make a decision. Do you want to keep the problem, or do you want to do something about it? I've decided to do something about it." "Where will you go?" I asked, carefully non-committal. "I don't know. The groups don't seem to do much. There's a shrink machine available on the corporation master computer. That would be the cheapest way." "Cheap is cheap," I said. "I spent 2 years with the shrink machines when I was younger, after I was kind of messed up." "And since then you've been operating for 20 years, she said reasonably. "I'd settle for that, for now anyway." I patted her hand. "Any step you take is a good step," I said kindly. "I've had the feeling all along that you and I could get along better if you could clear some of that old birthright crap out of your mind. We all do it, I guess, but I'd rather have you angry at me on my own than because I'm acting as a surrogate for your father or something." She rolled over and looked at me. Even in the pale, heachy metal glow, I could see surprise on her face. "What are you talking about?" "Why, your problem, Clara. I know it took a lot of courage for you to admit to yourself that you needed help." "Well, Bob," she said, "it did, only you don't seem to know what the problem is. Getting along with you isn't the problem. You may be the problem. I just don't know. What I'm worried about is stalling, being unable to make decisions, putting it off so long before I went out again, and, no offense, picking a Gemini like you to go out with. I hate it when you give me that astrology crap. You do have a mixed-up personality, Bob. You know you do. And I seem to lean on that. I don't want to live that way." We were both wide awake again by then, and there seemed to be 2 ways for things to go. We could get into a "but you said you loved me, but I can't stand this scene," probably ending with either more sex or a wide-open split. Or we could do something to take our minds off it. Clara's thoughts were clearly moving in the same direction as mine, because she slid out of the hammock and began pulling on clothes. "Let's go up to the casino," she said brightly. "I feel lucky tonight." Mission Report. Vessel A3-7, Voyage 022D55. Crew S. Rigney, E. Tsian, M. Sindler. Transit time 18 days, 0 hours. Position vicinity Xi Pegasi A. Summary. We emerged in close orbit of a small planet approximately 9 AU from primary. The planet is ice-covered, but we detected Heechy radiation from a spot near the equator. Rigney and Mary Sindler landed nearby, and with some difficulty, the location was mountainous, reached an ice-free warm area within which was a metallic dome
Inside the dome were a number of Heechee artifacts, including 2 empty landers, home equipment of unknown use, and a heating coil. We succeeded in transporting most of the smaller items to the vessel. It proved impossible to stop the heating coil entirely, but we reduced it to a low level of operation and stored it in the lander for the return. Even so, Mary and Cian were seriously dehydrated and in coma when we landed. Corporation evaluation. Heating coil analyzed and rebuilt. Award of $3 million made to crew against royalties. Other artifacts not as yet analyzed. Award of $25,000 per kilo mass. Total $675,000 made against future exploitation, if any. End mission report. There weren't any ships in and no tourists. There weren't all that many prospectors either, with so many shiploads going out in the past few weeks. Half the tables at the casino were closed down with the green cloth hoods over them. Clara found a seat at the blackjack table, signed for a stack of $100 markers, and the dealer let me sit next to her without playing. I told you this was my lucky night, she said, when after 10 minutes she was more than $2,000 ahead of the house. You're doing fine, I encouraged her, but actually it wasn't that much fun for me. I got up and roamed around a little bit. Dane Metchnikoff was cautiously feeding $5 coins into the slots, but he didn't seem to want to talk to me. Nobody was playing baccarat. I told Clara I was going to get a cup of coffee at the Blue Hell, $5, but in slow times like this, they would keep filling the cup for nothing. She flashed me a quarter-profile smile without ever taking her eyes off the cards. In the Blue Hell, Louise's forehand was sipping a rocket fuel and water. Well, it wasn't really rocket fuel, just old-fashioned white whiskey made out of whatever happened to be growing well that week in the hydroponics tanks. She looked up with a welcoming smile, and I sat down next to her. She had, it suddenly occurred to me, a rather lonely time of it. No reason she had to. She was, well, I don't know exactly what there was about her, but she seemed like the only non-threatening, non-reproachful, non-demanding person on Gateway. Everybody else either wanted something I didn't want to give or refused to take what I was offering. Louise was something else. She was at least a dozen years older than I, and really very good-looking. Like me, she wore only the corporation standard clothes, short coveralls in a choice of 3 unattractive colors. But she had remade them for herself, converting the jumpsuit into a 2-piece outfit with tight shorts, bare midriff, and a loose, open sort of top. I discovered that she was watching me take inventory, and I suddenly felt embarrassed. "You're looking good," I said. "Thanks, Bob. All original equipment, too," she bragged and smiled. "I never could afford anything else." "You don't need anything you haven't had all along," I told her sincerely, and she changed the subject. "There's a ship coming in," she said. "Been a long time out, they say." Well, I knew what that meant to her, and that explained why she was sitting around in the Blue Hell instead of being asleep at that hour. I knew she was worried about her daughter, but she wasn't letting it paralyze her. She had a very good attitude about prospecting, too. She was afraid of going out, which was sensible, but she didn't let that keep her from going, which I admired a lot. She was still waiting for some other member of her family to return before she signed on again, as they had agreed, so that whoever did come back would always find family waiting. She told me a little more about their background. They had lived, as far as you could call it living, in the tourist traps of the Spindle on Venus, surviving on what they could eke out, mostly from the cruise ships. There was a lot of money there, but there was also a lot of competition. The Forehands had, at one time, I discovered, worked up a nightclub act, singing, dancing, comedy routines. I gathered that they were not bad, at least by Venus standards, but the few tourists that were around most of the year had so many other birds of prey battling for a scrap of their flesh that there just wasn't enough to nurture them all. Sess and the son, the one who had died, had tried guiding with an old air body they had managed to buy wrecked and rebuild. No big money there. The girls had worked at all kinds of jobs. I was pretty sure that Louise, at least, had been a hooker for a while, but that hadn't paid enough to matter either, for the same sorts of reasons as everything else. They were nearly at the end of their rope when they managed to get to Gateway. It wasn't the first time for them. They'd fought hard to get off Earth in the first place when Earth got so bad for them that Venus had seemed a less hopeless alternative. They had more courage and more willingness to pull up stakes and go than any other people I'd ever met. "How did you pay for all this travel?" I asked. "Well," said Louise, finishing her drink and looking at her watch, Going to Venus, we traveled the cheapest way there is, high mass load, 220 other immigrants, sleeping in shoulder clamps, lining up for 2-minute appointments in the toilets, eating compressed dry rations, and drinking recycled water. It was a hell of a way to spend $40,000 apiece. Fortunately, the kids weren't born yet, except Hat, and he was small enough to go for quarter fare. "Hat's your son?" "What?" "He died," she said. I waited, but when she spoke again, what she said was, "They should have a radio report from that incoming ship by now." It would have been on the P-phone. She nodded and for a moment looked worried. The corporation always makes routine reports on incoming contacts. If they don't have a contact, well, dead prospectors don't check in by radio. So I took her mind off her troubles by telling her about Clara's decision to see a shrink. She listened and then put her hand over mine and said, "Don't get sore, Bob. Did you ever think of seeing a shrink yourself?" "I don't have the money, Louise. Not even for a group. There's a Primal Scream bunch on Level Darling. You can hear them sometimes. And there have been ads for everything. TA, EST, patterning. Of course, a lot of them may have shipped out." But her attention wasn't on me. From where we were sitting, we could see the entrance to the casino, where one of the croupiers was talking interestedly to a crewman from the Chinese cruiser. Louise was staring that way. "Something's going on," I said. I would have added, "Let's go look," but Louise was out of the chair and heading for the casino before me. Play had stopped. Everybody was clustered around the blackjack table, where I noticed Dane Metchnikoff was now sitting next to Clara in the seat I had vacated, with a couple of $25 chips in front of him. And in the middle of them was Shiki Bakin, perched on a dealer's stool, talking. "No," he was saying as I came up, "I do not know the names, but it's a 5. "And they're all still alive?" somebody asked. "As far as I know." "Hello, Bob, Louise." He nodded politely to us both. "I see you've heard." "Not really," Louise said, reaching out unconsciously to hold my hand. "Just that a ship is in. But you don't know the names?" Dane Metchnikoff craned his head around to glare at her. "Names," he growled. "Who cares? It's none of us. That's what's important. And it's a big one." He stood up. Even at that moment, I noticed the measure of his anger. He forgot to pick up his chips from the blackjack table. "I'm going down there," he announced. "I want to see what a once-in-a-lifetime score looks like." The cruiser crews had closed off the area, but one of the guards was Francie Herrera. There were 100 people around the drop shaft, and only Herrera and 2 girls from the American cruiser to keep them back. Metchnikoff plunged through to the lip of the shaft, peering down, before one of the girls chased him away. We saw him talking to another 5-bracelet prospector. Meanwhile, we could hear snatches of gossip. "Almost dead. They ran out of water." "Nah, just exhausted. They'll be all right. $10 million bonus if it's a nickel, and then the royalties." Clara took Louise's elbow and pulled her toward the front. I followed in the space they opened. "Does anybody know whose ship it was?" she demanded. Herrera smiled wearily at her, nodded at me, and said, "Not yet, Clara. They're searching them now. I think they're going to be all right, though." Somebody behind me called out. "What did they find?" "Artifacts. New ones. That's all I know." "But it was a 5? Clara asked. Herrera nodded, then peered down the shaft. "All right," he said. "Now, please, back up, friends. They're bringing some of them up now." We all moved microscopically back, but it didn't matter. They weren't getting off at our level anyway. The first one up the cable was a corporation bigwig whose name I didn't remember, then a Chinese guard, then someone in a terminal hospital robe with a medic on the same grip of the cable, holding him to make sure he didn't fall. I knew the face, but not the name. I had seen him at one of the farewell parties, maybe at several of them. A small, elderly black man who had been out 2 or 3 times without scoring. His eyes were open and clear enough, but he looked infinitely fatigued. He looked without astonishment at the crowd around the shaft, and then was out of sight. I looked away and saw that Louise was weeping quietly, her eyes closed. Clara had an arm around her. In the movement of the crowd, I managed to get next to Clara and look a question at her. "It's a 5, she said softly. Her daughter was in a 3. I knew Louise had heard that, so I patted her and said, "I'm sorry, Louise," and then a space opened at the lip of the shaft, and I peered down. I caught a quick glimpse of what $10 or $20 million looked like. It was a stack of hexagonal boxes made out of Heechee metal, not more than half a meter across and less than that tall. Then Francie Herrera was coaxing, "Come on, Bob, get back, will you?" And I stepped away from the shaft, while another prospector in a hospital robe came up. She didn't see me as she went past. In fact, her eyes were closed, but I saw her. It was Sherry. Chapter 21. I feel pretty foolish, Siegfried, I say. Is there some way I can make you feel more comfortable? You can drop dead. He has done his whole room over in nursery school motifs, for Christ's sake. And the worst part is Siegfried himself. He is trying me out with a surrogate mother this time. He's on the mat with me, a big stuffed doll the size of a human being, warm, soft, made out of something like a bath towel stuffed with foam. It feels good, but I guess I don't want you to treat me like a baby, I say, my voice muffled because I'm pressing my face against the toweling. Just relax, Robbie, it's all right. In a pig's ass it is. He pauses and then reminds me, you were going to tell me about your dream. Yuck. I'm sorry, Robbie. I don't really want to talk about it. Still, I say quickly, lifting my mouth away from the toweling, I might as well do what you want. It was about Sylvia, kind of. Kind of, Robbie? Well, she didn't look like herself exactly. More like, I don't know, someone older, I think. I haven't thought of Sylvia in years, really. We were both kids. Please go on, Robbie, he says after a moment. I put my arms around him, looking up contentedly enough at the wall of circus poster animals and clowns. It is not in the least like any bedroom I occupied as a child, but Siegfried knows enough about me already. There's no reason for me to tell him that. The dream, Robbie? I dreamed we were working in the mines. It wasn't actually the food mines. It was, physically, I would say more like the inside of a 5, one of the gateway ships, you know. Sylvia was in a kind of tunnel that went off it. The tunnel went off? Now, don't rush me into some kind of symbolism, Siegfried. I know about vaginal images and all that. When I say went off, I mean that the tunnel started in the place where I was and led in a direction away from it. I hesitate, then tell him the hard part. Then her tunnel caved in. Sylvia was trapped. I sit up. What's wrong with that? I explain. Is that really that couldn't happen. You could tunnel in order to plant charges to loosen up the shale. All the real mining is scoop shovel stuff. Sylvia's job would never have put her in that position. I don't think it matters if it could really have happened, Robbie. I suppose not. Well, there was Sylvia, trapped inside the collapsed tunnel. I could see the heap of shale stirring. It wasn't really shale. It was fluffy stuff, more like scrap paper. She had a shovel, and she was digging her way out. I thought she was going to be all right. She was digging a good escape hole for herself. I waited for her to come out, only she didn't come out. Siegfried, in his incarnation as a teddy bear, lies warm and waiting in my arms. It is good to feel him there. Of course, he isn't really there. He isn't really anywhere except maybe in the central data stores in Washington Heights where the big machines are kept. All I have is his remote access terminal in a bunny suit. Is there anything else, Robbie? Not really. Not part of the dream, anyway. But, well, I do have a feeling. I feel as though I kicked Claire on the head to keep her from coming out, as though I was afraid the rest of the tunnel was going to fall on me. What do you mean by a feeling, Rob? What I said. It wasn't part of the dream. It was just that I felt, I don't know. He waits. Then he tries a different approach. Bob, are you aware that the name you just said then was Clara, not Sylvia? Really? That's funny. I wonder why. He waits, then he prods a little. Then what happened, Rob? Then I woke up. I roll over on my back and look up at the ceiling, which is textured tile with glittery 5-pointed stars pasted to it. That's all there is, I say. Then I add conversationally, Siegfried, I wonder if all this is getting anywhere. I don't know if I can answer that question, Rob. If you could, I say, I would have made you do it before this. I still have S. Yaw's little piece of paper, which gives me a kind of security I prize. I think, he says, that there is somewhere to get. By that I mean, I think there is something in your mind that you don't much want to think of, to which this dream is related. Something about Sylvia, for Christ's sake? That was years ago. That doesn't really matter, does it? Oh, shit, you bore me, Siegfried. You really do. Then I reflect. Say, I'm getting angry. What does that mean? What do you think it means, Rob? If I knew, I wouldn't have to ask you. I wonder, am I trying to cop out, getting angry because you're getting close to something? Please don't think about process, Rob. Just tell me how you feel. Guilty, I say at once, without knowing that's what I was going to say. Guilty about what? Guilty about... I'm not sure. I lift my wrist to look at my watch. We've got 20 minutes yet. A hell of a lot can happen in 20 minutes, and I stop to think about whether I want to get really shaken up. I've got a game of duplicate lined up for that afternoon,
and I have a good chance to get into the finals if I don't mess it up, if I keep my concentration. I wonder if I oughtn't to leave early today, Siegfried, I say. Guilty about what, Rob? I'm not sure I remember. I stroke the bunny neck and chuckle. This is really nice, Siegfried, although it took me a while to get used to it. Guilty about what, Rob? I scream. About murdering her, you jerk. You mean in your dream? No, really. Twice. I know I am breathing hard, and I know Siegfried's sensors are registering it. I fight to get control of myself so he won't get any crazy ideas. I go over what I have just said in my mind to tidy it up. I didn't really murder Sylvia, that is, but I tried, went after her with a knife. Siegfried, calm, reassuring. It says in your case history that you had a knife in your hand when you had a quarrel with your friend. Yes, it doesn't say you went after her. Well, why the hell do you think they put me away? It's just luck I didn't cut her throat. Did you, in fact, use the knife against her at all? Use it? No, I was too mad. I threw it on the floor and got up and punched her. If you were really trying to murder her, wouldn't you have used the knife? Ah, only it is more like yek, the word you sometimes see written as Shah. I only wish you'd been there when it happened, Siegfried. Maybe you would have talked them out of putting me away. The whole session is going sour. I know it's always a mistake to tell him about my dreams. He twists them around. I sit up looking with contempt at the crazy furnishings Siegfried has dreamed up for my benefit, and I decide to let him have it straight from the shoulder. Siegfried, I say, as computers go, you're a nice guy, and I enjoy these sessions with you in an intellectual way. But I wonder if we haven't gone about as far as we can go. You're just stirring up old, unnecessary pain, and I frankly don't know why I let you do that to me. Your dreams are full of pain, Bob. So let it stay in my dreams. I don't want to go back to all that same stale kind of crap they used to give me at the Institute. Maybe I do want to go to bed with my mother. Maybe I do hate my father because he died and deserted me. So what? I know that is a rhetorical question, Bob, but the way to deal with these things is to bring them out into the open. For what? To make me hurt? To let the inside hurt come out where you can deal with it. Maybe it would be simpler all around if I just made up my mind to go on hurting a little bit inside. As you say, I'm well compensated, right? I'm not denying that I've got something out of all of this. There are times, Siegfried, when we get through with the session and I really get a lift out of it. I go out of here with my head full of new thoughts, and the sun is bright on the dome, and the air is clean, and everybody seems to be smiling at me, but not lately. Lately, I think it's very boring and unproductive. And what would you say if I told you I wanted to pack it in? I would say that was your decision to make, Bob. It always is. Well, maybe I'll do that. The old devil outweights me. He knows I'm not going to make that decision, and he is giving me time to realize it for myself. Then he says, Bob, why did you say you murdered her twice? I look at my watch before I answer, and I say, I guess it was just a slip of the tongue. I really do have to go now, Siegfried. I pass up the time in his recovery room because I don't actually have anything to recover from. Besides, I just want to get out of there. Him and his dumb questions. He acts so wise and superior. But what does a teddy bear know? Song. Out in the holes where the Heechee hid, out in the caves of the stars, sliding the tunnels they slashed and slid, healing the Heechee-hacked scars. We're coming through, little lost Heechee. We're looking for you. End song. Chapter 22. I went back to my own room that night, but it took me a long time to get to sleep, and Shiki woke me up early to tell me what was happening. There had been only 3 survivors, and their base award had already been announced, $17,550,000 against royalties. That drove the sleepies out of my eyes. For what? I demanded. Shiki said, for 23 kilograms of artifacts. They think it's a repair kit, possibly for a ship, since that is where they found it, in a lander on the surface of the planet. But at least they are tools of some sort. Tools. I got up, got rid of Shiki, and plodded down the tunnel to the community shower, thinking about tools. Tools could mean a lot. Tools could mean a way to open the drive mechanism in the Heechee ships without blowing up everything around. Tools could mean finding out how the drive worked and building our own. Tools could mean almost anything, and what they certainly meant was a cash award of $17,550,000, not counting royalties, divided 3 ways. one of which could have been mine. It is hard to get a figure like $5,850,000 out of your mind, not to mention royalties, when you think that if you had been a little more foreseeing in your choice of girlfriends, you could have had it in your pocket. Call it $6 million. At my age and health, I could have bought paid-up full medical for less than half of that, which meant all the tests, therapies, tissue replacements, and organ transplants they could cram into me for the rest of my life, which would have been at least 50 years longer than I could expect without it. The other $3 million plus would have bought me a couple of homes, a career as a lecturer — nobody was more in demand than a successful prospector — a steady income for doing commercials on TV, women, food, cars, travel, women, fame, women, and again, there were always the royalties. They could have come to anything at all, depending on what the R&D people managed to do with the tools. Sherry's find was exactly what Gateway was all about, the pot of gold at the end of the rainbow. It took an hour for me to get down to the hospital, 3 tunnel segments and 5 levels in the drop shaft. I kept changing my mind and going back. When I finally managed to purge my mind of envy, or at least to bury it where I didn't think it was going to show, and turned up at the reception desk, Sherry was asleep anyway. "You can go in," said the ward nurse. "I don't want to wake her up." "I don't think you could," he said. "Don't force it, of course, but she's allowed visitors." She was in the lowest of 3 bunks in a 12-bed room. 3 or 4 of the others were occupied, 2 of them behind the isolation curtains, milky plastic that you could see through only vaguely. I didn't know who they were. Sherry herself looked quite peacefully, resting one arm under her head, her pretty eyes closed, and her strong, dimpled chin resting on her wrist. Her 2 companions were in the same room, one asleep, one sitting under a holo view of Saturn's rings. I had met him once or twice, a Cuban or Venezuelan or something like that from New Jersey. The only name I could remember for him was Manny. We chatted for a while, and he promised to tell Sherry I had been there. I left and went for a cup of coffee at the commissary, thinking about their trip. They had come out near a tiny cold planet way out from a K6 orange-red cinder of a star, and according to Manny, they hadn't even been sure it was worth the trouble of landing. The readings showed Heechee metal radiation, but not much, and almost all of it, apparently, was buried under carbon dioxide snow. Manny was the one who stayed in orbit. Sherry and the other 3 went down, found the Heechee dig, opened it with great effort, and, as usual, found it empty. Then they tracked another trace and found the old lander. They had had to blast to get it open, and in the process, 2 of the prospectors lost integrity of their spacesuits, too close to the blast, I guess. By the time they realized they were in trouble, it was too late for them. They froze. Sherry and the other crewman tried to get them back into their own lander. It must have been pure misery and fear the whole time, and at the end, they had to give up. The other man had made one more trip to the abandoned lander, found the toolkit in it, managed to get it back to their own lander. Then they had taken off, leaving the 2 casualties peacefully frozen behind them. But they had overstayed their limit, and they were physical wrecks when they docked with the orbiter. I wasn't clear on what happened after that, but apparently they had failed to secure the lander's air supply and had lost a good deal of it, so they were on short oxygen rations all the way home. The other man was worse off than Sherry. There was a good chance of residual brain damage, and his $5,850,000 might not do him much good. But Sherry, they said, would be all right once she recovered from plain exhaustion. I didn't envy them the trip. All I envied them was the reward. I got up and got myself another cup of coffee in the commissary. As I brought it back to the corridor outside, where there were a few benches under the ivy planters, I became aware that something was bugging me, something about the trip, about the fact that it had been a real winner, one of the all-time greats of Gateway's history. I dumped the coffee, cup and all, into a disposal hole outside the commissary and headed for the schoolroom. It was only a few minutes away, and there was no one else there. That was good. I wasn't ready to talk to anyone yet about what had occurred to me. I keyed the P-phone to information access and got the settings for Sherry's trip. They were, of course, a matter of public record. Then I went down to the practice capsule, again hitting lucky because there was no one around, and set them up on the course selector. Of course, I got good color immediately, and when I pressed the fine tuner, the whole board turned bright pink, except for the rainbow of colors along the side. There was only one dark line in the blue part of the spectrum. Well, I thought, so much for Metchnikoff's theory about danger readings. They had lost 40% of the crew on that mission, and that struck me as being quite adequately dangerous. But according to what he had told me, the really hairy ones showed 6 or 7 of those bands. And in the yellow, according to Metchnikoff, the more bright bands in the yellow, the more financial reward from a trip. Only in this one, there were no bright bands in the yellow at all. There were 2 thick black absorption lines, that's all. I thumbed the selector off and sat back. So the great brains had labored and brought forth a mouse again. What they had interpreted as an indication of safety didn't really mean you were safe, and what they had interpreted as a promise of good results didn't seem to have any relevance to the first mission in more than a year that had really come up rich. Back to square one, and back to being scared. A note on neutron stars. Dr. Esmenian. Now, you get a star that has used up its fuel, and it collapses. When I say collapses, I mean it's shrunk so far that the whole thing, that starts out with maybe the mass and volume of the sun, is squeezed into a ball maybe 10 kilometers across. That's dense. If your nose was made out of neutron star stuff, Susie, it would weigh more than Gateway does. Question. Maybe even more than you do, Yuri? Dr. Esmenian. Don't make jokes in class. Teacher's sensitive. Anyway, good close-in readings on a neutron star would be worth a lot, but I don't advise you to use your lander to get them. You need to be in a fully armored 5, and then I wouldn't come much closer than 1/10 of an AU. And watch it. It'll seem as if probably you could get closer, but the gravity shear is bad. It's practically a point source, you see. Steepest gravity gradient you'll ever see, unless you happen to get next to a black hole, God forbid. And a note on neutron stars. For the next couple of days, I kept pretty much to myself. There are supposed to be 800 kilometers of tunnels inside Gateway. You wouldn't think there could be that many in a little chunk of rock that's only about 10 kilometers across. But even so, only about 2% of Gateway is airspace. The rest is solid rock. I saw a lot of those 800 kilometers. I didn't cut myself off completely from human companionship. I just didn't seek it out. I saw Clara now and then. I wandered around with Shicky when he was off duty, although it was tiring for him. Sometimes I wandered by myself, sometimes with chance-met friends, sometimes tagging along after a tourist group. The guides knew me and were not averse to having me along. I had been out, even if I didn't wear a bangle, until they got the idea that I was thinking of guiding myself. Then they were less friendly. They were right. I was thinking of it. I was going to have to do something sooner or later. I would have to go out, or I would have to go home. And if I wanted to defer a decision on either of those 2 equally frightening prospects, I would have to decide at least to try to make enough money to stay put. When Sherry got out of the hospital, we had a hell of a party for her. A combination of welcome home, congratulations, and goodbye. Sherry, because she was leaving for Earth the next day. She was shaky but cheerful, and although she wasn't up to dancing, she sat hugging me in the corridor for half an hour, promising to miss me. I got quite drunk. It was a good chance for it. The liquor was free. Sherry and her Cuban friend were picking up the check. In fact, I got so drunk that I never did get to say goodbye to Sherry because I had to head for the toilet and chuck. Drunk as I was, that struck me as a pity. It was genuine Scotch from Scotland, Glenagle. None of your local white lightning boiled out of God knows what. Throwing up cleared my head. I came out and leaned against a wall, my face buried in the ivy, breathing hard. And by, enough oxygen got into my bloodstream that I could recognize Francie Herrera standing next to me. I even said, "Hello, Francie." He grinned apologetically. The smell, it was a little strong. "Sorry," I said huffily, and he looked surprised. "No, what do you mean? I mean, it is bad enough on the cruiser, but every time I come to Gateway, I wonder how you lived through it. And those rooms, phew." "No offense taken," I said grandly, patting his shoulder. I must say good night to Sherry. She's gone, Bob. Got tired. They took her back to the hospital. In that case, I said, I will only say good night to you. I bowed and lurched down the tunnel. It is difficult being drunk in nearly zero gravity. You long for the reassurance of 100 kilos of solid weight to hold you to the ground. I understand, from what was reported to me later, that I pulled a solid rack of ivy off the wall, and I know from what I felt the next morning that I bashed my head into something hard enough to leave a purplish bruise the size of my ear. I became conscious of Francie coming up behind me and helping me navigate, and about halfway home I became conscious that there was someone else on my other arm. I looked, and it was Clara. I have only the most confused recollection of being put to bed, and when I woke up the next morning desperately hungover, I was astonished to find that Clara was in it too. I got up as inconspicuously as I could and headed for the bathroom, needing a lot to throw up some more. It took quite a while, and I topped it off with another shower, my second in 4 days, and a wild extravagance considering my financial state. But I felt a little better, and when I got back to my room, Clara had got up, fetched tea, probably from Shicky, and was waiting for me. Thanks, I said, meaning it. I was infinitely dehydrated. A sip at a time, old horse, she said anxiously, but I knew enough not to force much into my stomach. I managed 2 swallows and stretched out in the hammock again, but by then I was pretty sure I would live. I didn't expect to see you here, I said. You were, insistent, she told me. Not much on performance, but awfully anxious to try. Sorry about that. She reached over and squeezed my foot. Not to worry. How've things been, anyway? Oh, all right. It was a nice party. I don't remember seeing you there. She shrugged. I came late. Wasn't invited, as a matter of fact. End of Side 4. Change side selector switch. This book is continued on the next cassette. Side 5, Gateway, continuing on page 222. I didn't say anything. I'd been aware Clara and Sherry were not very friendly and assumed it was because of me. Clara, reading my mind, said, I've never cared for Scorpios, especially unevolved ones with that awful huge jaw. Never get an intelligent spiritual thought from one of them. Then she said, to be fair, but she has courage. You have to give her that. I don't believe I'm up to this argument, I said. Not an argument, Bob. She leaned over, cradling my head. She smelled sweaty and female, rather nice in some circumstances, but not quite what I wanted right then. Hey, I said, whatever became of musk oil? What? I said, suddenly realizing something that had been true for quite a while. You used to wear that perfume a lot. That was the first thing I remember noticing about you. I thought of Francie Herrera's remark about the gateway smell and realized it had been a long time since I had noticed Clara smelling particularly nice. Honey, Bob, are you trying to start an argument with me? Certainly not, but I'm curious. When did you stop wearing it? She shrugged and didn't answer, unless looking annoyed is an answer. It was enough of an answer for me because I'd told her often enough that I liked the perfume. So how are you doing with your shrink? I asked to change the subject. It didn't seem to be any improvement, Clara said without warmth. I guess you're feeling pretty rotten with that head. I think I'll go home now. No, I mean it, I insisted. I'm curious about your progress. She hadn't told me a word, though I knew she had signed up, and she seemed to spend 2 or 3 hours a day with him, or it. She had elected to try the machine service from the corporation computer, I knew. Not bad, she said distantly. Get over your father fixation yet? I inquired. Clara said, Bob, did it ever occur to you that you might get some good out of a little help yourself? Funny you should say that. Louise Forehand said the very same thing to me the other day. Not funny. Think about it. See you later. I dropped my head back after she had gone and closed my eyes. Go to a shrink. What did I need with that? All I needed was one lucky find like Sherry's, and all I needed to make that was the guts to sign up for another trip. But that kind of guts, for me, seemed to be in very short supply. A note on prayer fans. Question. You didn't tell us anything about Heechee prayer fans, and we see more of them than anything else.
Professor Hegrame. What do you want me to tell you, Susie? Question. Well, I know what they look like, sort of like a rolled-up ice cream cone made out of crystal, all different colors of crystal. If you hold one right and press on it with your thumb, it opens up like a fan. Professor Hegrame. That's what I know, too. They've been analyzed, same as fire pearls and the blood diamonds. But don't ask me what they're for. I don't think the Hichi fanned themselves with them, and I don't think they prayed either. That's just what the novelty dealers called them. The Hichi left them all over the place, even when they tidied everything else up. I suppose they had a reason. I don't have a clue what that reason was, but if I ever find out, I'll tell you. End a note on prayer fans. Time was slipping by, or I was destroying it, and the way I began destroying one day was to go to the museum. They had already installed a complete holo set of Sherry's find. I played the disc over 2 or 3 times just to see what $17,550,000 looked like. It mostly looked like irrelevant junk. That was when each piece was displayed on its own. There were about 10 little prayer fans, proving, I guess, that the Hichi liked to include a few art objects, even with a tire repair kit, or whatever the rest of it was. Things like triangle-bladed screwdrivers with flexible shafts, things like socket wrenches, but made of some soft material, things like electrical test probes, and things like nothing you ever saw before. Spread out item by item, they seemed pretty random, but the way they fit into each other and into the flat nested boxes that made up the set was a marvel of packing economy. $17,550,000, and if I had stayed with Sherry, I could have been one of the shareholders, or one of the corpses. I stopped off at Clara's place and hung around for a while, but she wasn't home. It wasn't her usual time for being shrunk. On the other hand, I had lost track of Clara's usual times. She had found another kid to mother when its parents were busy, a little black girl, maybe 4 years old, who had come up with a mother who was an astrophysicist and a father who was an exobiologist. And what else Clara had found to keep herself busy, I was not sure. I drifted back to my own room, and Louise Forehand peered out of her door and followed me in. "Bob," she said urgently, "do you know anything about a big danger bonus coming up?" I made room for her on the pad. "Me? No. Why would I?" Her pale, muscular face was tauter than ever. I could not tell why. "I thought maybe you'd heard something. From Dane Metchnikoff, maybe. I know you're close to him, and I've seen him talking to Clara in the schoolroom." I didn't respond to that. I wasn't sure what I wanted to say. There's a rumor that there's a science trip coming up that's pretty hairy, and I'd like to sign on for it. I put my arm around her. "What's the matter, Louise?" "They posted Willa dead." She began to cry. I held her for a while and let her cry it out. I would have comforted her if I had known how, but what comfort was there to give? After a while, I got up and rummaged around in my cupboard, looking for a joint Claire had left there a couple days before. I found it, lighted it, passed it to her. Louise took a long, hard pull and held it for quite a while. Then she puffed out. "She's dead, Bob," she said. She was over-crying now, somber but relaxed. Even the muscles around her neck and up and down her spine were tension-free. "She might come back yet, Louise." She shook her head. "Not really. The corporation posted her ship lost. It might come back, maybe. Willa won't be alive in it. Their last stretch of rations would have run out 2 weeks ago." She stared into space for a moment, then sighed and roused herself to take another pull on the joint. "I wish Sess were here," she said, leaning back and stretching. I could feel the play of muscles against the palm of my hand. The dope was hitting her, I could see. I knew it was hitting me. It wasn't any of your usual gateway window box stuff sneaked in among the ivy. Clara had got hold of pure Naples red from one of the cruiser boys, shade-grown on the slopes of Mount Vesuvius between the rows of vines that made Lacrymae Christi wine. She turned toward me and snuggled her chin into my neck. "I really love my family," she said, calmly enough. "I wish we had hit lucky here. We're about due for some luck." "Hush, honey," I said, nuzzling into her hair. Her hair led to her ear, and her ear led to her lips, and step by step we were making love in a timeless, gentle, stoned way. It was very relaxed. Louise was confident, unanxious, and accepting. After a couple of months of Clara's nervous paroxysms, it was like coming home to Mom's chicken soup. At the end, she smiled, kissed me, and turned away. She was very still, and her breathing was even. She lay silent for a long time, and it wasn't until I realized that my wrist was getting damp that I knew she was crying again. "I'm sorry, Bob," she said when I began to pat her. "It's just that we've never had any luck. Some days I can live with that fact, and some days not. This is one of the bad ones." "You will." "I don't think so. I don't believe it anymore." "You got here, didn't you? That's pretty lucky." She twisted herself around to face me, her eyes scanning mine. I said, think of how many billion people would give their left testicles to be here." Louise said slowly, "Bob." She stopped. I started to speak, but she put her hand over my lips. "Bob," she said, "do you know how we managed to get here?" "Sure. Seth sold his air body." "We sold more than that. The air body brought a little over 100,000. That wasn't enough for even one of us. We got the money from Hat." "Your son? The one that died?" She said, "Hat had a brain tumor. They caught it in time, or anyway, almost in time. It was operable. He could have lived, 10 years at least. He would have been messed up some. His speech centers were affected, and so was his muscle control. But he could have been alive right now. Only," she took her hand off my chest to rub it across her face, but she wasn't crying, "he didn't want us to spend the air body money on term medical for him. It would have just about paid for the surgery, and then we would have been broke again. So what he did, he sold himself, Bob. He sold off all his parts, more than just a left testicle, all of him. They were fine, first-quality Nordic male 22-year-old parts, and they were worth a bundle. He signed himself over to the medics, and they, put him to sleep. There must be pieces of Hat in a dozen different people now. They sold off everything for transplants, and they gave us the money, close to $1 million, got us here with some despair. So that's where our luck came from, Bob." I said, "I'm sorry." "For what?" "We just don't have the luck, Bob. Hat's dead, Willa's dead, God knows where my husband is, or our one last surviving kid. And I'm here, and Bob, half the time I wish with all my heart that I were dead too." Corporation Report. Orbit 37. 74 vessels returned from launches during this period with a total crew of 216. 20 additional vessels were judged lost with a total crew of 54. In addition, 19 crew members were killed or died of injuries, although the vessels returned. 3 returning vessels were damaged past the point of feasible repair. Landing reports. 19. 5 of the surveyed planets had life at the microscopic level or higher. 1 possessed structured plant or animal life, none intelligent. Artifacts. Additional samples of usual Hichi equipment were returned. No artifacts from other sources. No previously unknown Hichi artifacts. Samples. Chemical or mineral, 145. None adjudged of sufficient value to justify exploitation. Living organic, 31. 3 of these were judged hazardous and disposed of in space. None found of exploitable value. Science awards in period, $8,754,500. Other cash awards in period, including royalties, $357,856,000. Awards and royalties arising from new discoveries in period, other than science awards, 0. Personnel grounded or existing gateway in period, 151. Lost operationally, 75, including 2 lost in lander exercises. Medically unfit at end of year, 84. Total losses, 310. New personnel arriving in period, 415. Returned to duty, 66. Total increment during period, 481. Net gain in personnel, 171. End Corporation Report, Orbit 37. I left her sleeping in my bed and wandered down to Central Park. I called Clara, found her out, left a message to say where I was, and spent the next hour or so on my back looking up the mulberries ripening on the tree. There was no one there except for a couple of tourists taking a fast look through before their ship left. I didn't pay attention to them, didn't even hear them leave. I was feeling sorry for Louise and for all the four hands, and even sorrier for myself. They didn't have the luck, but what I didn't have hurt a lot more. I didn't have the courage to see where my luck would take me. 6 societies squeeze adventurers out like grape pips. The grape pips don't have much to say about it. I suppose it was the same with Columbus's seamen or the pioneers manhandling their covered wagons through Comanche territory. They must have been scared witless like me, but they didn't have much choice. Like me, but God, how frightened I was. I heard voices, a child's, and a light, slower laugh that was Clara's. I sat up. "Hello, Bob," she said, standing before me with her hand on the head of a tiny black girl in cornrow hair. "This is Waddy." "Hello, Waddy." My voice didn't sound right, even to me. Clara took a closer look and demanded, "What's the matter?" I couldn't answer that question in one sentence, so I chose one facet. Willa Forehand's been posted dead. Clara nodded without saying anything. Waddy piped, "Please, Clara, throw the ball." Clara tossed it to her, caught it, tossed it again, all in the gateway adagio. I said, "Louise wants to go on a danger bonus launch. I think what she wants is for us, to go and take her with us." "Oh? Well, what about it? Has Dane said anything to you about one of his specials?" "No. I haven't seen Dane for, I don't know. Anyway, he shipped out this morning on a 1. "He didn't have a farewell party," I protested, surprised. She pursed her lips. The little girl called, "Hey, mister, catch." When she threw the ball, it came floating up like a hot air balloon to a mooring mast. But even so, I almost missed it. My mind was on something else. I tossed it back with concentration. After a minute, Clara said, "Bob, I'm sorry. I guess I was in a bad mood." "Yeah, my mind was very busy." She said placatingly, "We've been having some hard times, Bob. I don't want to be raspy with you. I brought you something." I looked around, and she took my hand and slid something up over it, onto my arm. It was a launch bracelet, Heechee metal, worth $500 anywhere. I hadn't been able to afford to buy one. I stared at it, trying to think of what I wanted to say. "Bob?" "What?" There was an edge to her voice. "It's customary to say thank you." "It's customary," I said, "to give a truthful answer to a question, like not saying you hadn't seen Dane Metchnikoff when you were with him just last night." She flared, "You've been spying on me. You've been lying to me. Bob, you don't own me. Dane's a human being and a friend." "Friend?" I barked. The last thing Metchnikoff was to anyone was a friend. Just thinking about Clara with him made my groin crawl. I didn't like the sensation because I couldn't identify it. It wasn't just anger. It wasn't even just jealousy. There was a component that remained obstinately opaque. I said, knowing it was illogical, hearing myself seem almost to whine, "I introduced you to him." "That doesn't give you ownership, all right?" Clara snarled. "Maybe I went to bed with him a few times. It doesn't change how I feel about you." "It changes how I feel about you, Clara." She stared incredulously. "You have the nerve to say that? Coming here, smelling of sex with some cheap floozy?" That one caught me off guard. There was nothing cheap about it. I was comforting someone in pain. She laughed. The sound was unpleasant. Anger is unbecoming. "Louise Forehand, she hustled her way up here. Did you know that?" The little girl was holding the ball and staring at us now. I could see we were frightening her. I said, trying to tighten my voice to keep the anger from spilling out, "Clara, I'm not going to let you make a fool out of me." "Ah," she said in inarticulate disgust, and turned around to go. I reached out to touch her, and she sobbed and hit me as hard as she could. The blow caught me on the shoulder. That was a mistake. That's always a mistake. It isn't a matter of what's rational or justified. It is a matter of signals. It was the wrong signal to give me. The reason wolves don't kill each other off is that the smaller and weaker wolf always surrenders. It rolls over, bares its throat, and puts its paws in the air to signal that it is beaten. When that happens, the winner is physically unable to attack any more. If it were not that way, there wouldn't be any wolves left. For the same reason, men don't usually kill women, or not by beating them to death. They can't, however much he wants to hit her. His internal machinery vetoes it. But if the woman makes the mistake of giving him a different signal by hitting him first, I punched her 4 or 5 times as hard as I could, on the breast, in the face, in the belly. She fell to the ground sobbing. I knelt beside her, lifted her up with one hand, and, in absolutely cold blood, slapped her twice more. It was all happening as if choreographed by God, absolutely inevitably, and at the same time I could feel that I was breathing as hard as though I'd climbed a mountain on a dead run. The blood was thundering in my ears. Everything I saw was hazed with red. I finally heard a distant thin crying. I looked and saw the little girl Waddy staring at me, her mouth open, tears rolling down her wide, purplish black cheeks. I started to move toward her to reassure her. She screamed and ran behind a grape trellis. I turned back toward Clara, who was sitting up, not looking at me, her hand cupped over her mouth. She took the hand away and stared at something in it, a tooth. I didn't say anything. I didn't know what to say, and didn't trust myself to think of anything. I turned and left. I don't remember what I did for the next few hours. I didn't sleep, although I was physically exhausted. I sat on the chest of drawers in my room for a while. Then I left it again. I remember talking to somebody, I think it was a straggling tourist off the Venus ship, about how adventurous and exciting prospecting was. I remember eating something in the commissary. And all the time I was thinking, I wanted to kill Clara. I had been containing all that stored-up fury, and I hadn't even let myself know it was there until she pulled the trigger. I didn't know if she would ever forgive me. I wasn't sure she ought to, and I wasn't even sure that I wanted her to. I could not imagine our ever being lovers again, but what I finally was sure I wanted was to apologize. Only she wasn't in her rooms. There was no one there but a plump young black woman slowly sorting out clothes with a tragic face. When I asked after Clara, she began to cry. "She's gone," the woman sobbed. "Gone?" "Oh, she looked awful. Someone must have beaten her up. She brought Waddy back and said she wouldn't be able to take care of her any more. She gave me all her clothes. But what am I going to do with Waddy when I'm working?" "Gone where?" The woman lifted her head. "Back to Venus, on the ship. It left an hour ago." I didn't talk to anyone else. Alone in my own bed, somehow I got to sleep. When I got up, I gathered together everything I owned. My clothes, my holodiscs, my chess set, my wristwatch. The Hichi bracelet that Clara had given me. I went around and sold them off. I cleaned out my credit account and put all the money together. It came to a total of $1,400 and change. I took the money up to the casino and put it all on number 31 on the roulette wheel. The big slow ball drifted into a socket. Green. 0. I went down to Mission Control and signed for the first one that was available, and 24 hours later I was in space. Classifieds. I need your courage to go for any half-mil plus bonus. Don't ask me. Order me. 87-299. Public auction, unclaimed personal effects, non-returnees. Corporation area, Charlie 9, 1300 to 1700 tomorrow. Your debts are paid when you achieve oneness. He, she is Hichi, and he, she forgives. Church of the Marvelously Maintained Motorcycle, 88-344. Monosexuals only, for mutual sympathy only. No touching, 87-913. End classifieds. Chapter 23. How do you really feel about Dane, Bob? How the hell do you think I feel? He seduced my girl. That's a strangely old-fashioned way to put it, Bob, and it happened an awfully long time ago. Sure it did. Siegfried strikes me as being unfair. He sets up rules, then he doesn't play by them. I say indignantly, cut it out, Siegfried. All that happened a long time ago, but it isn't being a long time ago for me, because I've never let it come out. It's still brand new inside my head. Isn't that what you're supposed to do for me? Let all that old stuff inside my head come out so it can dry up and blow away and not cripple me anymore? I'd still like to know why it stays so brand new inside your head, Bob. Oh, Christ, Siegfried. This is one of Siegfried's stupid times. He can't handle some complex kinds of input, I guess. When you come right down to it, he's only a machine and can't do anything he isn't programmed to do. Mostly, he just responds to key words. Well, with a little attention to meaning, sure. and to nuance, as far as it's expressed by voice tone or by what the sensors in the pad and straps tell him about my muscle activity. If you were a person instead of a machine, you'd understand, I tell him. Perhaps so, Bob. To get him back on the right track, I say, it is true that it happened a long time ago. I don't see what you're asking beyond that. I'm asking you to resolve a contradiction I perceive in what you say. You've been saying that you don't mind the fact that your girlfriend, Clara, had sexual relations with other men. Why is it so important that she did with Dane? Dane didn't treat her right. And good God, he certainly didn't. He left her stuck like a fly in amber. Is it because of how he treated Clara, Bob? Or is it something between Dane and you? Never. There was never anything between Dane and me. You did tell me he was bi, Bob. What about the flight you took with him? He had 2 other men to play with. Not me, boy, no. I swear, not me. Oh, I say, trying to calm my voice enough to make it reflect the very mild interest I really felt in this stupid subject. To be sure, he tried to put the make on me once or twice, but I told him it wasn't my style. Your voice, Bob, he says, seems to reflect more anger than your words account for. Damn you, Siegfried. I really am angry now. I admit it. I can hardly get the words out. You get me pissed off with your wild accusations. Sure, I let him put his arm around me once or twice. That's as far as I went. Nothing serious. I was just abusing myself to make the time pass. I liked him well enough. Big, good-looking fellow. You get lonesome when... Now what? Siegfried is making a sound, sort of like clearing one's throat. It is how he interrupts without interrupting. What did you just say, Bob? What? When? When you said there was nothing serious between you. Christ, I don't know what I said. There was nothing serious, that's all. I was just entertaining myself to make the time pass. You didn't use the word entertaining, Bob. I didn't? What word did I use? I reflect, listening for the echo of my own voice. I guess I said amusing myself. What about it? You didn't say amusing either, Bob. What did you say? I don't know. You said I was just abusing myself, Bob. My defenses go up. I feel as though I had suddenly discovered I'd wet my pants, or that my fly was open. I step outside my body and look at my own head. What does abusing myself mean to you, Bob? Say, I say, laughing, genuinely impressed and amused at the same time. That's a real Freudian slip, isn't it? You fellows are pretty keen. My compliments to the programmers. Siegfried doesn't respond to my urbane comment. He just lets me stew in it for a minute. All right, I say. I feel very open and vulnerable, letting nothing at all happen, living in that moment as though it were lasting forever, like Clara, stuck in her instant and eternal fall. Siegfried says gently, Bob, when you masturbated, did you ever have fantasies about Dane? I hated it, I say. He waits. I hated myself for it. I mean, not hated exactly, more like despised. Poor goddamn son of a bitch. Me all kinky and awful, beating his meat and thinking about being screwed by his girl's lover. Siegfried waits me out for a while. Then he says, I think you really want to cry, Bob. He's right, but I don't say anything. Would you like to cry? He invites. I'd love it, I say. Then why don't you go ahead and cry, Bob? I wish I could, I say. Unfortunately, I just don't know how. A note on metallurgy. Question. I saw a report that Hichi metal had been analyzed by the National Bureau of Standards. Professor Hegrame. No, you didn't, Tetsu. Question. But it was on the PV. Professor Hegrame. No. You saw a report that the Bureau of Standards had issued a quantitative assessment of Hichi metal, not an analysis, just a description, tensile strength, fracture strength, melting point, all that stuff. Question. I'm not sure I understand the difference. Professor Hegrame. No, you didn't, Tetsu. We know exactly what it does. We don't yet know what it is. What's the most interesting thing about Hichi metal? You, Terry. Question. It glows? Professor Hegrame. It glows, yes. It emits light, bright enough so that we don't need anything else to light our rooms. We have to cover it over when we want dark. And it's been glowing for 500,000 years at least like that. Where does the energy come from? The Bureau says there are some post-uranic elements in it, and probably they drive the radiation, but we don't know what they are. There's also something in it that looks like an isotope of copper. Well, copper doesn't have any stable isotopes up to now, so what the Bureau says is what the exact frequency of the blue light is and all the physical measurements to 8 or 9 decimals, but the report doesn't tell you how to make any. And a note on metallurgy. A note on Heechee habitat. Question: don't we even know what a Heechee table or any old housekeeping thing looks like? Professor Hegrame, we don't even know what a Heechee house looks like. We never found one, just tunnels. They're like branching shafts with rooms opening out of them. They're like big chambers shaped like spindles, tapered at both ends, too. There's one here, 2 on Venus, probably the remains of one that's half eroded away on Peggy's world. Question: I know what the bonus is for, finding intelligent alien life, but what's the bonus for finding a Heechee? Professor Hegrame, just find one, then name your price. End a note on Heechee habitat. Chapter 24. I was just turning over, making up my mind to go to sleep, when I noticed that the colors on the Heechee guidance system were breaking up. It was the 55th day of my trip, the 27th since turnover. The colors had been shocking pink for the whole 55 days. Now whorls of pure white formed, grew, clotted together. I was arriving. Wherever it was going to turn out to be when I got there, I was arriving. My little old ship, the smelly, hurtful, tedious coffin I'd been banging around in for nearly 2 months by myself, talking to myself, playing games with myself, tired of myself, was well below light speed. I leaned over to look at the view screen, now relatively down to me because I'd been decelerating, and saw nothing that looked very exciting. Oh, there was a star, yes. There were lots of stars in a scattering of groupings that in no way looked familiar. Half a dozen blues ranging from bright to hurt the eyes. A red one that stood out more for intensity of hue than luminosity. It was an angry-looking red coal, not much brighter than Mars is from Earth, but a deeper, uglier red. I made myself take an interest. That was not really easy. After 2 months of rejecting everything around me because it was boring or threatening, it was hard for me to switch over to a welcoming, vulnerable mode. I switched on the spherical scan and peered out as the ship began to rotate in its scanning pattern, slicing orange peel strips of sky to capture in the cameras and analyzers. And almost at once I got a huge, bright, nearby signal return. 55 days of boredom and exhaustion went right out of my mind. There was something either very big or very close. I forgot about being sleepy. I crouched over the view screen, holding on with hands and knees, and then I saw it. A squared-off object marching into the screen, glowing all over, pure Heechee metal. It was irregularly slab-sided with rounded pimples studding one of the flat sides. And the adrenaline began to flow, and visions of sugar plums danced in my head. I watched it out of sight, and then hauled myself over to the scan analyzer, waiting to see what would come out. There was no question that it was good. The only question was how good. Maybe extraordinarily good. Maybe a whole Peggy's world all my own, with a royalty in the millions of dollars every year all the rest of my life. Maybe only a vacant shell. Maybe the squared-off shape suggested it. Maybe that wildest of dreams, a whole big Heechee ship that I could enter into and fly around anywhere I chose, big enough to carry 1,000 people and 1,000,000 tons of cargo. All those dreams were possible, and even if they all failed, if it was just an abandoned shell, all that it needed was one thing inside it, one little doodad, one gadget, one woozy that nobody had ever found before that could be taken apart and reproduced and made to work on Earth. I stumbled and raked my knuckles against the spiral gadget, now glowing soft gold. I sucked the blood off them and realized the ship was moving. It shouldn't have been moving. It wasn't programmed to do that. It was meant to hang in whatever orbit it was programmed to find and just stay there until I looked around and made my decisions. I stared around, confused and baffled. The glowing slab was firmly in the middle of the view screen now, and it stayed there. The ship had stopped its automatic spherical scan. Belatedly, I heard the distant high yell of the lander motors. They were what was moving me. My ship was targeted for that slab. And a green light was glowing over the pilot's seat. That was wrong. The green light was installed on Gateway by human beings. It had nothing to do with the Heechee. It was the plain old people's radio circuit announcing that someone was calling me. Who? Who could be anywhere near my brand new discovery? I thumbed on the TBS circuit and shouted, "Hello?" There was an answer. I didn't understand it. It seemed to be in some foreign language, perhaps Chinese, but it was human all right. "Talk English," I yelled. "Who the hell are you?" Pause, then another voice. "Who are you?" "My name is Bob Broadhead," I snarled. "Broadhead?" Confused mumbling of a couple of voices, then the English-speaking voice again. "We don't have any record of a prospector named Broadhead. Are you from Aphrodite?" "What's Aphrodite?" "Oh, Christ. Who are you? Listen, this is Gateway 2 Control, and we don't have time to screw around. Identify yourself." "Gateway 2? I snapped off the radio and lay back, watching the slab grow larger, ignoring the demand of the green light. Gateway 2? How ridiculous. If I had wanted to go to Gateway 2, I would have signed up in the regular course and accepted the penalty of paying royalties on anything I might find. I would have flown out secure as any tourist on a course that had been tested 100 times. I hadn't done that. I had picked a setting no one else had ever used and taken my risks, and I had felt, every one of them, scared out of my brain for 55 bad days. It wasn't fair. I lost my head. I lunged towards the Hichi course director and shoved the wheels around at random. It was a failure I couldn't accept. I was braced to find nothing. I was not braced to find I had done something easy for no reward at all. But what I produced was a bigger failure still. There was a bright yellow flash from the course board, and then all the colors went black. The thin scream from the lander motor stopped. The feeling of motion was gone. The ship was dead. Nothing was moving. Nothing worked in the Hichi complex. Nothing. Not even the cooling system. By the time Gateway 2 sent a ship out to haul me in, I was delirious with heat stroke in an ambient temperature of 75 degrees Celsius. Gateway was hot and dank. Gateway 2 was cold enough that I had to borrow jackets, gloves, and heavy underwear. Gateway stank of sweat and sewers. Gateway 2 tasted of rusty steel. Gateway was bright and loud and full of people. On Gateway 2 there was almost no sound, and only 7 human beings, not counting myself, to make any. The Hichi had left Gateway 2 not quite completed. Some of the tunnels ended in bare rock, and there were only a few dozen of them. No one had got around to planting vegetation yet, and all the air there was came from chemical processors. The partial pressure of O2 was under 150 millibars, and the rest of the atmosphere was a nitrogen-helium mix, not much more than half Earth normal pressure altogether, that made the voices high-pitched and left me gasping for the first few hours. The man who helped me out of my lander and bundled me up against the sudden cold was a dark, immense Martian Japanese named Norio Ituno. He put me in his own bed, filled me with liquids, and let me rest for an hour. I dozed, and when I woke up, he was sitting there, looking at me with amusement and respect. The respect was for someone who had slain a $500 million ship. The amusement was that I was idiot enough to do it. "I guess I'm in trouble," I said. "I would say so, yes," he agreed. "The ship is totally dead. Never saw anything like it before. I didn't know a Hichi ship could go dead like that." He shrugged. "You did something original, Broadhead. How are you feeling?" I sat up to answer him, and he nodded. "We're pretty busy right now. I'm going to have to let you take care of yourself for a couple of hours, if you can. Fine? Then we'll have a party for you." Party? It was the farthest thing from my mind. For what? "We don't meet someone like you every day, Broadhead," he said admiringly, and left me to my thoughts. I didn't like my thoughts very much, and after a while I got up, put on the gloves, buttoned up the jacket, and started exploring. It didn't take long. There wasn't much there. I heard sounds of activity from the lower levels, but the echoes traveled at queer angles along the empty corridors, and I saw no one. Gateway 2 didn't have a tourist trade, and so there wasn't any nightclub or casino, no restaurant that I could find, not even a latrine. After a little while, that question began to seem urgent. I reasoned that Ituno would have to have something like that near his room, and tried to retrace my steps to there, but that didn't work either. There were cubicles along some of the corridors, but they were unfinished. No one lived there, and no one had troubled to install plumbing. It was not one of my better days. When I finally found a toilet, I puzzled over it for 10 minutes and would guiltily have left it impolitely soiled if I had not heard a sound outside the cubicle. A plump little woman was standing there waiting. "I don't know how to flush it," I apologized. She looked me up and down. "You're Broadhead," she stated, and then, "Why don't you go to Aphrodite?" "What's Aphrodite?" "No, wait. First, how do you flush this thing? Then, what's Aphrodite?" She pointed to a button on the edge of the door. I had thought it was a light switch. When I touched it, the whole bottom of the seamless bowl began to glow, and in 10 seconds there was nothing inside but ash. Then nothing at all. "Wait for me," she commanded, disappearing inside. When she came out, she said, "Aphrodite is where the money is, Broadhead. You're going to need it." I let her take my arm and pull me along. Aphrodite, I began to understand, was a planet, a new one that a ship from Gateway 2 had opened up less than 40 days earlier, and a big one. "You'd have to pay royalty, of course," she said, "and so far they haven't found anything big, just the usual Hichi debris. But there's thousands of square miles to explore, and it'll be months before the first batch of prospectors starts coming out from Gateway. We only sent the word back 40 days ago. Have you had any hot planet experience?" "Hot planet experience? I mean," she explained, pulling me down a drop shaft and calling up to me, "have you ever explored a planet that's hot?" "No. As a matter of fact, I haven't had any experience at all that counts for anything. One trip. Empty. I didn't even land." "Pity," she said. "Still, there's not that much to learn. You know what Venus is like. Aphrodite is just a little bit worse. The primary is a flare star, and you don't want to be caught in the open. But the Hichi digs are all underground. If you find one, you're in." "What are the chances of finding one?" I asked. "Well," she said thoughtfully, pulling me off the cable and down a tunnel, "not all that good, maybe. After all, you're out in the open when you're prospecting. On Venus, they use armored air bodies, and they zap around anywhere they want to go. No trouble." "Well, maybe a little trouble," she conceded. "But they don't lose very many prospectors anymore. Maybe 1%. "What percent do you lose on Aphrodite?" "More than that. Yes, I grant you, it's higher than that. You have to use the lander from your ship, and, of course, it's not very mobile on the surface of a planet, especially a planet with a surface like molten sulfur and winds like hurricanes when they're mild." "It sounds charming," I said. "Why aren't you out there now?" "Me? I'm an out-pilot. I'm going back to Gateway in about 10 days, as soon as I get a cargo loaded or somebody comes in and wants a ride back. I want a ride back right now." "Oh, cripes, Broadhead. Don't you know what kind of trouble you're in? You broke regulations by messing with the control board. They'll throw the book at you." I thought it over carefully. Then I said, "Thanks, but I think I'll take my chances. Don't you understand? Aphrodite has guaranteed Hichi remains. You could take 100 trips without finding anything like this." "Sweetie," I said, "I couldn't take 100 trips for anything. Not now and not ever. I don't know if I can take one. I think I have the guts to get back to Gateway. Beyond that, I don't know." Mission Report. Vessel 3-104. Voyage 031D18. Crew N. Ahoya, T.S. Zakarzenko, L. Marks. Transit time 119 days, 4 hours. Position not identified. Apparently outside galactic cluster in dust cloud. Identification of external galaxies doubtful. Summary. We found no trace of any planet, artifact, or landable asteroid within scanning distance. Nearest star approximately 1.7 light years. Conjecture whatever was there has since been destroyed. Life support systems began to malfunction on return trip, and Larry Marks died. End mission report. Letter. Dear Voice of Gateway, are you a reasonable and open-minded person? Then prove it by reading this letter all the way through to the end before making up your mind about what it says. There are 13 occupied levels in Gateway. There are 13 residences in each of 13, count them yourself, of the housing halls. Do you think this letter is just silly superstition? Then look at the evidence for yourself. Launches 83-20, 84-1, and 84-10, what do the digits add up to, were all declared overdue in List 86-13. Gateway Corporation, wake up. Let the skeptics and bigots jeer. Human lives depend on your willingness to risk a little ridicule. It would cost nothing to omit the danger numbers from all programs, except courage. M. Gloiner, 88-331. End letter. I was on Gateway 2 altogether 13 days. Hester Bergowitz, the out-pilot, kept trying to talk me into going to Aphrodite, I guess because she didn't want me taking up valuable cargo space on her return flight. The others didn't care. They only thought I was crazy. I was a problem for Ituno, who was loosely in charge of keeping things straight on 2. Technically, I was an illegal entrant without a dime's worth of per capita paid and with nothing to pay it with. He would have been within his rights to toss me out into space without a suit. He solved it by putting me to work loading low-priority cargo into Hester's 5, mostly prayer fans and samples for analysis from Aphrodite. That took 2 days, and then he designated me chief gopher for the next 3 people who were rebuilding suits for the next batch of explorers of Aphrodite. They had to use Hichi torches to soften the metal enough to bend it onto the suits, and I wasn't trusted with any of that. It takes 2 years to train a person to handle a Hichi torch in close quarters, but I was allowed to muscle the suits and sheets of Hichi metal into position for them, to fetch tools, to go for coffee, and to put the suits on when they were finished and exit into space to make sure they didn't leak. None of them leaked. On the 12th day, 2 5s came in from Gateway loaded with happy, eager prospectors bringing all the wrong equipment. The word about Aphrodite had not had time to get to Gateway and back, so the new fish didn't know what goodies were in store. Just by accident, one of them was a young girl on a science mission, a former student of Professor Hegrame's, who was supposed to make anthropometric studies of Gateway 2. On his own authority, Norio Ituno reassigned her to Aphrodite and decreed a combination welcome and farewell party. The 10 newcomers and I outnumbered our hosts, but what they lacked in numbers, they made up in drinking, and it was a good party. I found myself a celebrity. The new fish couldn't get over the fact that I had slain a Hichi ship and survived. I was almost sorry to leave, not counting being scared. Ituno splashed 3 fingers of rice whiskey into a glass for me and offered me a toast. "Sorry to see you go, Broadhead," he said. "Sure you won't change your mind?" "We've got more armored ships and suits than we have prospectors right now, but I don't know how long that's going to last. If you change your mind after you get back..." "I'm not going to change my mind," I said. "Banzai," he said, and drank. "Listen, do you know an old guy named Bakin?" "Shiki? Sure, my neighbor." "Give him my regards," he said, pouring another drink for the purpose. "He's a great guy, but he reminds me of you. I was with him when he lost his legs. Got caught in the lander when we had to jettison. Damn near died. By the time we got him to Gateway, he was all swelled up and smelled like hell. We had to take the legs off 2 days out. I did it myself." "He's a great person, all right," I said absently, finishing the drink and holding the glass out for more. "Hey, what do you mean, he reminds you of me?" "Can't make up his mind, Broadhead. He's got a stake that's enough to put him on full medical, and he can't make up his mind to spend it. If he spends it, he can have his legs back and go out again, but then he'd be broke if he didn't score. So he just stays on, a cripple." I put the glass down. I didn't want any more to drink. "So long, Ituno," I said. "I'm going to bed." Song. We sniff for your scent in the gas of Orion. We dig for your den with the dogs of Procyon. From Baltimore, Buffalo, Bonn, and Benares, we seek you around Algo, Arcturus, Antares. We'll find you someday, little lost Hichi. We're on our way. End song. I spent most of the trip back writing letters to Clara that I didn't know if I would ever mail. There wasn't much else to do. Hester turned out to be surprisingly sexual for a small, plump lady of a certain age, but there's a limit to how long that is entertaining, and with all the cargo we had jammed in the ship, there wasn't room for much else. The days were all the same: sex, letter writing, sleeping, and worrying. Worrying about why Shikibakin wanted to stay a cripple, which was a way of worrying, in a way I could face, about why I did. Classifieds. Shade-grown broadleaf, hand-tended and rolled, $2 roach, 87-307. Present whereabouts, Augusto T. Agnelli, call Corporation Security for Interpol. Reward. Stories, poems published. Perfect way to preserve memories for your children. Surprisingly low cost. Publisher's rep, 87-349. Anybody from Pittsburgh or Paducah? I'm homesick. 88-226. End the classifieds. Chapter 25. Siegfried says, "You sound tired, Bob." Well, that was understandable enough. I'd gone off to Hawaii for the weekend. Some of my money was in tourism there, so it was all tax deductible. It was a lovely couple of days on the Big Island, with a 2-hour stockholders meeting in the morning and afternoons with one of those beautiful island girls on the beach, or sailing in glass-bottomed catamarans, watching the big mantas glide underneath, begging for crumbs. But coming back, you fight time zones all the way, and I was exhausted. Only that is not the sort of thing that Siegfried really wants to hear about. He doesn't care if you're physically exhausted. He doesn't care if you've got a broken leg. He only wants to know if you dream about screwing your mother. I say that. I say, "I'm tired, all right, Siegfried, but why don't you stop making small talk? Get right into my Oedipal feelings about Ma." "Did you have any, Bobby?" "Doesn't everybody?" "Do you want to talk about them, Bobby?" "Not particularly." He waits, and I wait too. Siegfried has been being cute again, and now his room is fixed up like a boy's room from 40 years ago. Crossed ping-pong paddles hologrammed on the wall. A fake window with a fake view of the Montana Rockies in a snowstorm. A hologrammed cassette shelf of boys' stories on tape, Tom Sawyer and Lost Race of Mars, and I can't read the rest of the titles. It is all very homey, but not in the least like my own room as a boy, which was tiny, narrow, and almost filled by the old sofa I slept on. "Do you know what you want to talk about, Rob?" Siegfried probes gently. "You bet. Then I reconsider. Well, no, I'm not sure. Actually, I do know. Something that hit me on the way back from Hawaii, very hard. It's a 5-hour flight. Half the time I had spent drenched in tears. It was funny. There was this lovely Happy Haole girl flying east in the seat next to me, and I had decided right away to get to know her better. And the stewardess was the same one I'd had before, and she I already knew better. So there I was, sitting at the very back of the first-class section of the SST, taking drinks from the stewardess, chatting with my pretty Happy Haole, and every time the girl was drowsing, or in the ladies' room, and the stewardess was looking the other way, racked with silent, immense, tearful sobs. And then one of them would look my way again, and I would be smiling, alert, and on the make. "Do you want to just say what you're feeling at this second, Bob?" "I would in a minute, Siegfried, if I knew what it was." "Don't you know, really? Can't you remember what was in your head while you weren't talking just now?" "Sure I can." I hesitate, then I say, "Oh, hell, Siegfried, I guess I was just waiting to be coaxed. I had an insight the other day, and it hurt. Oh, wow, you wouldn't believe how it hurt. I was crying like a baby." "What was the insight, Bobby?" "I'm trying to tell you. It was about, well, it was partly about my mother, but it was also about, well, you know, Dane Metchnikoff. I think you're trying to say something about the fantasies you had of having anal sex with Dane Metchnikoff, Bob. Is that right?" "Yeah. You remember good, Siegfried. When I was crying, it was about my mother. Partly, you told me that, Bob." "Right." And I close up. Siegfried waits. I wait, too. I suppose I want to be coaxed some more, and after a while, Siegfried obliges me. "Let's see if I can help you, Bob," he says. "What do crying about your mother and your fantasies about anal sex with Dane have to do with each other?" I feel something happening inside of me. It feels as though the soft, wet inside of my chest is starting to bubble into my throat. I can tell that when my voice comes out, it is going to be tremulous and desperately forlorn if I don't control it. So I try to control it, although I know perfectly well that I have no secrets of this sort from Siegfried. He can read his sensors and know what is going on inside me from the tremble of a triceps or the dampness of a palm. But I make the effort anyway. In the tones of a biology instructor explaining a prepared frog, I say, "See, Siegfried, my mother loved me. I knew it. You know it. It was a logical demonstration. She had no choice. And Freud said once that no boy who was certain he was his mother's favorite ever grows up to be neurotic. Only Please, Robbie, that isn't quite right. And besides, you're intellectualizing. You know you really don't want to put in all these preambles. You're stalling, aren't you? Other times I would tear the circuits out of his chips for that, but this time he has my mood gauged correctly. All right, but I did know that my mother loved me. She couldn't help it. I was her only son. My father was dead. Don't clear your throat, Siegfried. I'm getting to it. It was a logical necessity that she loved me, and I understood it that way with no doubt at all in my mind, but she never said so, never once. You mean that never in your whole life did she say to you, I love you, son? No, I scream, then I get control again. Or not directly, no. I mean, once when I was like 18 years old and going to sleep in the next room, I heard her say to one of her friends, girlfriends I mean, that she really thought I was a tremendous kid. She was proud of me. I don't remember what I'd done, something, won a prize or got a job, but she, right that minute, was proud of me and loved me and said so, but not to me. Please go on, Bob, Siegfried says after a moment. I am going on. Give me a minute. It hurts. I guess it's what you call primal pain. Please don't diagnose yourself, Bob. Just say it. Let it come out. Oh, shit. I reach for a cigarette and then stop the motion. That's usually a good thing to do when things get tight with Siegfried, because it will almost always distract him into an argument about whether I am trying to relieve tension instead of dealing with it. But this time I am too disgusted with myself, with Siegfried, even with my mother. I want to get it over with. I say, look, Siegfried, here's how it was. I loved my mother a lot, and I knew she loved me, but she wasn't very good at showing it. I suddenly realize I have a cigarette in my hands, and I'm rolling it around without lighting it, and wondrous to say, Siegfried hasn't even commented on it. I plunge right on. She didn't say the words to me. Not only that, it's funny, Siegfried, but, you know, I can't remember her ever touching me. I mean, not really. She would kiss me goodnight sometimes, on the top of the head. And I remember she told me stories, and she was always there when I needed her. But I have to stop for a moment to get control of my voice again. I inhale deeply and evenly through my nose, concentrating on breath flow. But you see, Siegfried, I say, rehearsing the words ahead of time, pleased with the clarity and balance with which I deliver them, she didn't touch me much, except for one way. She was very good to me when I was sick. I was sick a lot. Everybody around the food mines has runny noses, skin infections, you know. She got me everything I needed. She was there, God knows how, holding down a job and taking care of me all at once. And when I was sick, she... After a moment, Siegfried says, Go on, Robbie, say it. I try, but I am still stuck, and he says, Just say it the fastest way you can. Get it out. Don't worry if I understand or if it makes sense. Just get rid of the words. Well, she would take my temperature, I explain. You know, stick a thermometer into me, and she'd hold me for, you know, whatever it is, 3 minutes or so, and then she'd take the thermometer out and read it. I'm right on the verge of bawling. I'm willing to let it happen, but first I want to follow this thing through. It is almost a sexual thing, like when you are getting right up to the moment of decision with some person, and you don't think you really want to let her be that much a part of you, but you go ahead anyhow. I save up voice control, measuring it out so that I won't run out before I finish. Siegfried doesn't say anything, and after a moment I manage the words. You see how it is, Siegfried? It's funny. All my life now, what is it, maybe 40 years since then? And I still have this crazy notion that being loved has something to do with having things stuck up my ass. Mission Report. Vessel A3-77. Voyage 036D51. Crew T. Perino, N. Ahoya, E. Nimkin. Transit time 5 days, 14 hours. Position vicinity Alpha Centauri A. Summary. The planet was quite Earth-like and heavily vegetated. The color of the vegetation was predominantly yellow. The atmosphere matched the Hichi mix closely. It is a warm planet with no polar ice caps and a temperate range similar to Earth tropics at the equator, Earth temperate extending almost to the poles. We detected no animal life or signatures, methane, etc., thereof. Some of the vegetation predates at a very slow pace, advancing by uprooting portions of a vine-like structure, curling around and rerooting. Maximum velocity measured was approximately 2 kilometers per hour. No artifacts. Pereno and Nimkin landed and returned with samples of vegetation, but died of a toxicodendron-like reaction. Great blisters formed over their bodies. Then they developed pain, itching, and apparent suffocation, probably due to fluids accumulating in the lung. I did not bring them aboard the vessel. I did not open the lander or dock it to the vessel. I recorded personal messages for both, then jettisoned the lander and returned without it. Corporation assessment. No charge made against N. Ahoya in view of past record. End mission report. Chapter 26. There had been a lot of changes on Gateway while I was out. The head tax had been raised. The corporation wanted to get rid of some of the extra hangers-on like Shicky and me. Bad news. It meant that my prepaid per capita wasn't good for 2 or 3 weeks. It was only good for 10 days. They had imported a bunch of double domes from Earth. Astronomers, xenotechs, mathematicians. Even old Professor Hegrame was up from Earth, bruised from the liftoff deltas, but hopping spryly around the tunnels.
One thing that hadn't changed was the evaluation board, and I was impaled on the hot seat in front of it, squirming while my old friend Emma told me what a fool I was. Mr. Chien was actually doing the telling. Emma only translated, but she loved her work. I warned you you'd fuck up, Broadhead. You should have listened to me. Why did you change the setting? I told you, when I found out I was at Gateway 2, I just couldn't handle it. I wanted to go somewhere else. Extraordinarily stupid of you, Broadhead. I glanced at Chien. He had hung himself up on the wall by his rolled-up collar and was hanging there, beaming benignly, hands folded. Emma, I said, do whatever you want to do, but get off my back. She said sunnily, I am doing what I want to do, Broadhead, because it's what I have to do. It's my job. You knew it was against the rules to change the settings. What rules? It was my ass that was on the line. The rules that say you shouldn't destroy a ship, she explained. I didn't answer, and she chirped some sort of a translation to Chien, who listened gravely, pursed his lips, and then delivered 2 neat paragraphs in Mandarin. You could hear the punctuation. Mr. Chien says, said Emma, that you are a very irresponsible person. You have killed an irreplaceable piece of equipment. It was not your property. It belonged to the whole human race.
He lilted a few more sentences, and she finished. We cannot make a final determination of your liability until we have further information about the condition of the ship you damaged. According to Mr. Ituno, he will have a complete check made of the ship at the first opportunity. There are 2 xenotechs in transit for the new planet Aphrodite at the time of his report. They will have reached Gateway 2 by now, and we can expect their findings probably with the next outpilot. Then we will call you again. She paused, looking at me, and I took it the interview was over. Thanks a lot, I said, and pushed myself toward the door. She let me get all the way to it before she said, One more thing. Mr. Ituno's report mentions that you worked on loading and fabricating suits on Gateway 2. He authorizes a per diem payment to you, amounting to, let me see, $2,500. And your out-captain, Hester Bergowitz, has authorized payment of 1% of her bonus to you for services during the return flight, so your account has been credited accordingly. I didn't have a contract with her, I said, surprised. No, but she feels you should have a share, a small share to be sure. Altogether, she looked under a paper, it comes to $2,500 plus $5,500, $8,000 your account has been credited with. $8,000. I headed for a drop shaft, grabbed an up cable, and pondered. It was not enough to make any real difference. It certainly would not be enough to pay the damages they would soak me for messing up a ship. There wasn't enough money in the universe to pay that. If they wanted to charge me full replacement cost, there was no way to replace it. On the other hand, it was $8,000 more than I'd had. I celebrated by buying myself a drink at the Blue Hell. While I was drinking it, I thought about my options. The more I thought about them, the more they dwindled away. They would find me culpable, no doubt about that, and the least they'd assess me would be somewhere in the hundreds of thousands of dollars. Well, I didn't have it. It might be a lot more, but that didn't make any difference. Once they take away all you have, there isn't anything left anyway. So when you came right down to it, my $8,000 was fairy gold. It could vanish with the morning dew. As soon as the Xenotex report came in from Gateway 2, the board would reconvene, and that would be the end of that. So there was no particular reason to stretch my money. I might as well spend it. There was no reason either to think about getting back my old job as an ivy planter, even assuming I could get it with Schicke fired from his job as straw boss. The minute they made a judgment against me, my credit balance would disappear. So would my prepaid per capita payment. I would be subject to immediate defenestration. If there happened to be an earthbound ship in port at the time, I could just get on board, and sooner or later I would be back in Wyoming, looking for my old job at the food mines. If there wasn't a ship, then I was in trouble. I might be able to talk the American cruiser, or maybe the Brazilian one, if Francie Herrera was in a position to pull strings for me, into taking me aboard for a while until a ship showed up. Or I might not. Considered carefully, the chances were not very hopeful. The very best thing I could do would be to act before the board did, and there were two choices. I could take the next ship in port back to Earth and the food mines without waiting for the board's decision, or I could ship out again. They were two lovely choices. One of them meant giving up every chance of a decent life forever, and the other one scared me out of my mind. Mission Report. Vessel 1-103. Voyage 022-D18. Crew G. Heron. Transit time out 107 days, 5 hours. Note, transit time return 103 days, 15 hours. Extract from log. At 84 days, 6 hours out, the Q instrument began to glow and there was unusual activity in the control lights. At the same time, I felt a change in the direction of thrust. For about 1 hour, there were continuing changes. Then the Q light went out and things went back to normal. Conjecture. Course change to avoid some transient hazard, perhaps a star or other body. Recommend computer search of trip logs for similar events. End mission report. Gateway was like a gentleman's club in which you never knew what members were in town. Louise Forehand was gone. Her husband, Cess, was patiently holding the fort, waiting for her or their remaining daughter to return before shipping out again himself. He helped me move back into my room, which had been temporarily occupied by 3 Hungarian women until they had shipped out together in a 3. Moving took no great effort. I didn't own anything anymore, except what I had just bought in the commissary. The only permanent feature was Schicke Bakeen, unfailingly friendly and always there. I asked him if he had heard from Clara. He had not. "Go out again, Bob," he urged. "It is the only thing to do." Yeah, I did not want to argue it. He was incontestably right. Maybe I would. I said, "I wish I weren't a coward, Schicke, but I am. I just don't know how I can make myself get into a ship again. I don't have the courage to face 100 days of fearing death every minute." He chuckled and hopped off the chest of drawers to pat my shoulder. "You don't need so much courage," he said, flapping back to the chest. "You only need courage for 1 day, just to get in the ship and go. Then you don't have to have courage anymore, because you don't anymore have a choice." "I think I could have done it," I said, "if Metchnikoff's theories about the color codes had been right, but some of the safe ones are dead. It was only a statistical matter, Bob. It is true that there is a better safety record now, and a better success record, too, only marginal. Yes, but better. The ones that died are just as dead," I said. "Still, perhaps I'll talk to Dane again." Schicke looked surprised. "He's out." "When?" "Around when you left. I thought you knew." I had forgotten. Wonder if he found the soft touch he was looking for. Schicke scratched his chin with his shoulder, keeping himself balanced with lazy wing strokes. Then he hopped off the chest and fluttered over to the piezophone. "Let's see," he said, and punched buttons. The locator board jumped into view on the screen. "Launch 88-173, he read. "Bonus $150,000. That's not much, is it?" I thought he was going for something bigger. "Well," said Schicke, reading, "he didn't get it. Says here he came back last night." A note on black holes. Dr. Asmedian. Now, if you start with a star bigger than 3 solar masses and it collapses, it doesn't just turn into a neutron star. It keeps on going. It gets so dense that the escape velocity exceeds 30 million centimeters a second, which is, question, the speed of light? Dr. Asmenian, right on, Galena. So light can't escape. So it's black. So that's why it's called a black hole. Only, if you get close enough, inside what's called the ergosphere, it isn't black. You probably could see something. Question, what would it look like? Dr. Asmenian, beats the ass off me, Jer. If anybody ever goes and sees one, he'll come back and tell us if he can. Only he probably can't. You could maybe get that close in, get your readings, and come back and collect, I don't know, $1 million anyway. If you could get into your lander, see, and kick the main mass of the ship away, backwards, slowing it down, you might be able to give yourself enough extra velocity to get away. Not easily, but maybe if things were just right. But then, where would you go? You can't get home in a lander, and doing it the other way wouldn't work. There isn't enough mass in a lander to get you free. I see old Bob isn't enjoying this discussion, so let's move on to planetary types and dust clouds. End a note on black holes. Since Metchnikoff had halfway promised to share his expertise with me, it made sense for me to talk to him, but I wasn't feeling sensible. I got as far as checking out that he had returned without a find and with nothing to show for his efforts but the bonus, but I didn't go to see him. I didn't do much of anything, in fact. I hung around. Gateway is not the most amenity-filled place to live in the universe. But I found things to do. It beat the food mines. Each passing hour brought me an hour closer to the time when the Xenotech's report would arrive, but I managed not to think about that most of the time. I nursed drinks in the blue hell, making friends with the tourists, the visiting cruiser crews, the returnees, the new fish that kept coming up from the sweltering planets, looking, I guess, for another Clara. None showed up. I read over the letters I had written her on the trip back from Gateway 2, and then I tore them up. Instead, I wrote a simple, short note to apologize and tell her that I loved her, and took it down to radio it off to her on Venus. But she wasn't there. I had forgotten how long the slow Hohmann orbits took. The locator office identified the ship she had left on easily enough. It was a right-angle orbiter which spent its whole life changing deltas to rendezvous with plane of the ecliptic flights between the planets. According to the records, her ship had made a rendezvous with a Mars-bound freighter and then a Venus-bound high-G luxury liner. She had presumably transferred to one of them, but they didn't know which, and neither one of them would reach its destination for a month or more yet. I sent duplicate copies to each ship, but there wasn't any answer. The closest I came to a new girlfriend was a gunner third from a Brazilian cruiser. Francie Herrera brought her around. My cousin, he said, introducing us, and then privately later, "You should know, Rob, that I do not have family feelings about my cousins." All the crews got shore leave on Gateway from time to time, while, as I have said, Gateway wasn't Waikiki or Cairns. It beat the bare bones of a combat vessel. Susie Herrera was very young. She said she was 19 and was supposed to be at least 17 to be in the Brazilian Navy at all, but she didn't look it. She did not speak much English, but we did not need much language in common to drink at the Blue Hell. And when we went to bed, we discovered that although we had very little conversation in a verbal sense, we communicated beautifully with our bodies. But Susie was only there 1 day a week, and that left a great deal of time which needed destroying. I tried everything: a reinforcement group hugging, and working out loves and hostilities on each other. Old Hegrame's lecture series on the Hichi, a program of talks on astrophysics with a slant toward earning science bonuses from the corporation. By careful budgeting of my time, I managed to use it all up, and decision was postponed day by day. I did not want to give the impression that destroying time was a conscious plan in my mind. I was living from day to day, and each day was full. On a Thursday, Susie and Francie Herrera would check in, and the three of us might have lunch at the Blue Hell. Then Francie would go off to Rome by himself, or pick up a girl, or take a swim at Lake Superior, while Susie and I would retire to my room and my dope sticks to swim on those warmer waters of my bed. After dinner, some sort of entertainment. Thursday was the night the astrophysics lectures took place, and we would hear about the Hertzsprung-Russell diagram, or red giants and dwarfs, or neutron stars, or black holes. The professor was a fat old girl grabber from some jerkwater college near Smolensk. But even through the dirty jokes, there was poetry and beauty in what he talked about. He dwelt on the old stars that gave birth to us all, spitting silicates and magnesium carbonate into space to form our planets, hydrocarbons to form ourselves. He talked about the neutron stars that bent the gravity well around them. We knew about them because 2 launches had killed themselves, sheared into rubble, by entering normal space too close to one of those hyperdense dwarfs. He told us about the black holes that were the places where a dense star had been, now detectable only by the observable fact that they swallowed everything nearby, even light. They had not merely bent the gravity well, they had wrapped it around themselves like a blanket. He described stars as thin as air, immense clouds of glowing gas. Told us about the pre-stars of the Orion Nebula, just now blossoming into loose knots of warm gas that might in a million years be suns. His lectures were very popular. Even old hands like Schicky and Dane Metchnikoff showed up. While I listened to the professor, I could feel the wonder and beauty of space. It was too immense and glorious to be frightening, and it was not until later that I would relate those sinks of radiation and swamps of thin gas to me, to the frail, frightened, pain-sensitive creation that was the body I inhabited. And then I would think about going out among those remote titans, and my soul curled up inside me. After one of those meetings, I said goodbye to Susie and Francie and sat in an alcove near the lecture room, half hidden by the ivy, and despondently smoked a joint. Schicky found me there and halted just in front of me, supporting himself on his wings. "I was looking for you, Bob," he said, and stopped. The grass was just beginning to hit me. "Interesting lecture," I said absently, reaching for the good feeling that I wanted from the joint, and not really very interested in whether Schicky was there or not. "You missed the most interesting part," said Schicky. It occurred to me that he was looking both fearful and hopeful. There was something on his mind. I took another hit and offered him the joint. He shook his head. "Bob," he said, "I think there is something worth having coming up." "Really?" "Yes, really, Bob. Something quite good, and soon." I was not ready for this. I wanted to go on smoking my joint until the temporary thrill of the lecture had worn off, so that I could go back to destroying the days. The last thing I wanted was to hear about some new mission that my guilt would make me want to sign on for, and my fear would abort. Schicky caught the shelf of ivy and held himself up by it, looking at me curiously. "Bob, friend," he said, "if I can find something out for you, will you help me?" "Help you how?" "Take me with you," he cried. "I can do everything but go in the lander. And this mission, I think, is one where it does not so much matter. There is a bonus for everyone, even for someone who must remain in orbit." "What are you talking about?" The grass was hitting me now. I could feel the warmth behind my knees and the gentle blur all around me. Metchnikoff was talking to the lecturer, Schicky said. "I think from what he said that he knows of a new mission, only they spoke in Russian, and I did not understand very well, but it is the one he has been waiting for." I said reasonably, "The last one he went out on wasn't much, was it? This is different. I don't think he would really cut me in on anything good." "Certainly not, if you don't ask." "Oh, hell," I grumbled. "All right, I'll talk to him." Schicky beamed. "And then, Bob, please, take me with you." I stubbed out the joint, less than half smoked. I felt as though I wanted what was left of my wits about me. "I'll do what I can," I said, and headed back for the lecture room just as Metchnikoff was coming out. We had not spoken since he had returned. He looked as solid and broad as ever, and his fringe of chin whiskers was neatly trimmed. "Hello, Broadhead," he said suspiciously. I didn't waste words. "I hear you've got something good coming up. Can I go along?" He didn't waste words either. "No." He looked at me with frank dislike. Partly that was what I had expected from him all along, but I was pretty sure part of it was because he had heard about me and Clara. "You are going out," I persisted. "What is it? A one?" He stroked his whiskers. "No," he said reluctantly. "It isn't a one. It's 2 5s. 2 5s? He stared at me suspiciously for a moment, and then almost grinned. I did not like him when he smiled. There was always a question in my mind what he was smiling about. "All right," he said. "You want in? You can have it, for all of me. It's not up to me, of course. You'll have to ask Emma. She's doing a briefing tomorrow morning, but she might let you go. It's a science mission with a minimum $1 million bonus, and you're involved." "I'm involved?" That was something out of an unexpected direction. "Involved how?" "Ask Emma," he said, and brushed past me. Letter. Dearest Father, Mother, Marisa, and Pico João, please tell Susie's father that she is very well and is regarded with favor by her officers. You can decide for yourselves whether to tell him that she has been seeing much of my friend Rob Broadhead. He is a good man and a serious one, but he is not a fortunate one. Susie has applied for leave to go on a mission, and if the captain grants it, she speaks of going with Broadhead. We all speak of going, but as you know, we do not all do it, so perhaps it is not to be worried about. This must be very short. It is almost docking time, and I have a 48 for Gateway. With all love, Francisito. End letter. There were about a dozen prospectors in the briefing room, most of whom I knew. Seth Forehand, Shicky, Mechnikov, and a few others I had drunk with or gone to bed with one time or another. Emma wasn't there yet, and I managed to intercept her as she was coming in. "I want to go out on this mission," I said. She looked startled. "You do? I thought—" But she stopped there without saying what it was she thought. I followed up. "I have as much right to go as Mechnikov does." "You sure as hell don't have as good a record as he does, Bob." She looked me over carefully, and then she said, "Well, I'll tell you how it is, Broadhead. It's a special mission, and partly you're responsible for it. That boner of yours turns out to be interesting. I don't mean wrecking the ship. That was stupid, and if there was any justice in the universe, you'd pay for it. But dumb luck is almost as good as brains. You got the report from Gateway 2, I guessed." She shook her head. "Not yet, but it doesn't matter. We routinely programmed your mission into the computer, and it found some interesting correlations." "The course pattern that took you to Gateway 2? "Oh, hell," she said. "Come on inside. You can sit through the briefing, at least. It'll explain everything. And then, we'll see." She took my elbow and pushed me ahead of her into the room, which was the same one we had used for a classroom. How long before? It seemed like a million years. I sat down between Sess and Shicky and waited to hear what it was she had to say. "Most of you," she started off, "are here by invitation, with one or two exceptions. One of the exceptions is our distinguished friend, Mr. Broadhead. He managed to wreck a ship near Gateway 2, as most of you know. By rights, we ought to throw the book at him. But before he did that, he accidentally turned up some interesting facts. His course colors were not the regular ones for Gateway 2, and when the computer compared them, it came up with a whole new concept of course setting. Apparently, only about 5 settings are critical for destination, the 5 that were the same for the usual Gateway 2 setting, and for Broadhead's new one. What the other settings mean, we don't know, but we're going to find out." She leaned back and folded her hands. "This is a multiple-purpose mission," she said. "We're going to do something new. For openers, we're going to send 2 ships to the same destination." Sess Forehand raised his hand. "What's the point of that?" "Well, partly to make sure it is the same destination. We're going to vary the non-critical settings slightly, the ones we think are non-critical, and we're going to start the 2 ships 30 seconds apart. Now, if we know what we're doing, that means you'll come out about as far apart as Gateway travels in 30 seconds. Forehand wrinkled his brow. "Relative to what?" "Good question," she nodded. "Relative, we think, to the sun. The stellar motion relative to the galaxy, we think, can be neglected, at least assuming that your destination turns out to be inside the galaxy and not so far away that the galactic motion has a markedly different vector. I mean, if you came out on the opposite side, it would be 70 kilometers a second relative to the galactic center. We don't think that's involved. We only expect a relatively minor difference in velocity and direction, and Well, anyway, you should come out within somewhere between 2 and 200 kilometers of each other. Of course, she said, smiling cheerfully, that's only theoretical. Maybe the relative motions won't mean anything at all. In that case, the problem is to keep you from colliding with each other. But we're sure, pretty sure, that there will be at least some displacement. All you really need is about 15 meters, the long diameter of a 5. How sure is pretty sure? One of the girls asked. Well, Emma admitted, reasonably sure. How do we know until we try? It sounds dangerous, Seth commented. He did not seem deterred by it. He was only stating an opinion. In this, he was unlike me. I was very busy ignoring my inner sensations, trying to concentrate on the technicalities of the briefing. Emma looked surprised. That part? Look, I haven't come to the dangerous part yet. This is a non-accept destination for all 1s, most 3s, and some 5s. Why? Someone asked. That's what you're going there to find out, she said patiently. It happens to be the setting the computer picked out as best for testing the correlations between course settings. You've got armored 5s, and both accept this particular destination. That means you have what the Hichi designers figured was a good chance to handle it, right? That was a long time ago, I objected. Oh, sure. I never said otherwise. It is dangerous, at least to some extent. That's what the million is for. She stopped there, gravely considering us, until someone obliged by asking, What million? The $1 million bonus each one of you gets. When you come back, she said. They've appropriated $10 million out of corporation funds for this, equal shares. Of course, there's a good chance that it will be more than $1 million each. If you find anything worthwhile, the regular pay scales apply, and the computer thinks this is a good prospect. Why is it worth $10 million? I asked. I don't make these decisions, she said patiently, and then she looked at me as a person not part of the group, and added, And by the way, Broadhead, we're writing off your damage to the ship, so whatever you get is yours to keep. $1 million? That's a nice little nest egg. You can go back home, buy yourself a little business, live the rest of your life on that. We looked at each other, and Emma just sat there, smiling gently and waiting. I don't know what the others were thinking about. What I was remembering was Gateway 2, and the first trip, wearing our eyes out at the instruments, looking for something that wasn't there. I suppose each of the others had washouts of their own to remember. Launch, she said at last, is day after tomorrow. The ones who want to sign, come see me in my office. A note on signatures. Dr. Asminian. So when you're looking for signs of life on a planet, you don't expect a big neon sign that says aliens live here. You look for signatures. A signature is something that shows something else is there, like your signature on a check. If I see that, I know it shows that you want it paid, so I cash it. Not yours, of course, Bob. Question. God hates a smart-ass teacher. Dr. Asminian. No offense, Bob. Methane is a typical signature. It shows the presence of warm-blooded mammals, or something like them. Question. I thought methane could come from rotting vegetation and all that. Dr. Asminian. Oh, sure, but mostly it comes from the guts of large ruminants. Most of the methane in the Earth's air is cow farts. End a note on signatures. They accepted me. They turned Shicky down. But it wasn't as easy as that. Nothing ever is. The one who made sure Shicky was not going to go along was me. They filled up the first ship quickly. Seth's forehand, 2 girls from Sierra Leone, and a French couple, all English-speaking, all briefed, all with previous missions. For the second ship, Metchnikoff signed as crew chief right away. A gay couple, Danny A. and Danny R., were his first picks. Then, grudgingly, he agreed to me, and that left one opening. We can take your friend Bakin, Emma said, or would you prefer your other friend? What other friend? I demanded. We have an application, she said, from Gunner 3rd Susana Herrera off the Brazilian cruiser. She has their permission to take leave for this purpose. Susie? I didn't know she'd volunteered. Emma studied her punch card reflectively. "She's very well qualified," she commented. "Also, she has all her parts. I am referring," she said sweetly, "to her legs, of course, although, as I understand it, you have some interest in her other parts as well. Or would you care to go gay for this mission?" I felt an unreasoning rush of anger. I am not one of your sexually uptight people. The thought of physical contact with a male was not frightening in itself, but with Dane Metchnikoff or one of his lovers? "Gunner Herrera can be here tomorrow," Emma commented. "The Brazilian cruiser is going to dock right after the orbiter." "Why the hell are you asking me?" I snarled. "Metchnikoff's crew chief." "He prefers to leave it to you, Broadhead." "Which one?" "I don't give a damn," I yelled and left. But there's no such thing as avoiding a decision. Not making a decision was in itself decision enough to keep Shicky off the crew. If I had fought for him, they would have taken him. Without that, Susie was the obvious choice. I spent the next day staying out of Shicky's way. I picked up a new fish at the Blue Hell, fresh out of the classroom, and spent the night in her room. End of side 5. To continue, turn the cassette over. Side 6, Gateway, continuing on page 276. I didn't even go back to my own room for fresh clothes. I dumped everything and bought a new outfit. I knew pretty well the places where Shicky might look for me, the Blue Hell, Central Park, the museum, and so I stayed away from all those places. I went for a long, rambling wander through the deserted tunnels, seeing no one at all until late that night. Then I took a chance and went to our farewell party. Shicky would probably be there, but there would be other people around. He was, and so was Louise Forehand. In fact, she seemed to be the center of attention. I hadn't even known she was back. She saw me and waved to me. "I struck it rich, Bob. Drink up. I'm buying." I let someone put a glass in my hand and a joint in the other, and before I took my hit, I managed to ask her what she'd found. "Weapons, Bob. Marvelous Heechee weapons. Hundreds of them. Seth says it's going to be at least a $5 million award, plus royalties, if anyone finds a way to duplicate the weapons anyway." I let the smoke blow out and washed out the taste with a swallow of white lightning. "What kind of weapons?" "They're like the tunnel diggers, only portable. They'll cut a hole through anything. We lost Sarah Alafanta in the landing. One of them put a hole in her suit. But Tim and I are whacking up her share, so it's $2.5 million apiece." "Congratulations," I said. I would have thought the last thing the human race needed was some new ways to kill each other, but congratulations. I was reaching for an air of moral superiority, and I needed it, because as I turned away, there was Shicky, hanging in air, watching me. "Want a hit?" I asked, offering him the joint. He shook his head. I said, "Shicky, it wasn't up to me. I didn't tell them not to take you." "Did you tell them they should?" "It wasn't up to me," I said. "Hey, listen," I went on, suddenly seeing an out. "Now that Louise has hit, Seth probably won't want to go. Why don't you take his place?" He backed away, watching me. Only his expression had changed. "You don't know?" he asked. "It is true that Seth has canceled out, but he has already been replaced." "By whom?" "By the person right behind you," said Shicky, and I turned around, and there she was, looking at me, a glass in her hand, and an expression I could not read on her face. "Hello, Bob," said Clara. Letter. Dear Voice of Gateway, last month I spent 58.50 pounds of my hard-earned money to take my wife and son to a lecture by one of your returned heroes who gave Liverpool the dubious honor of a visit, for which he was well paid, naturally, by people like me. I didn't mind that he was not a very interesting speaker. It was what he flaming well said that drove me right up the flaming wall. He said we poor sods of earthlings had just no idea of how dicey things were for you noble adventurers. Well, mate, this morning I drew out the last pound in the savings account so the wife could get a lung patch. Good old melanomic asbestosis, CVE, you know. The kid's tuition comes due in a week, and I haven't a clue where it's coming from. And after spending 8 to 12 this morning waiting by the docks for a chance to shift some cargo, there wasn't any,
The foreman let me know I was redundant, which means tomorrow I don't even have to bother to show up to wait. Any of you heroes care to pick up a bargain in surplus parts? Mine are for sale, kidneys, liver, the lot. All in good condition, too, or as good as 19 years on the docks can be expected to leave them, except for the tear glands of the eyes, which are fair wore out with weeping over the troubles of your lot. H. Delacrosse, Wave Tops, Flat B, Biz 17, 41st floor, Merseyside, L77PR, 14JE6. End letter.
I had prepared myself for the party by a number of quick ones in the commissary. I was 90% drunk and 10% stoned, but it all whooshed out of me as I looked at her. I put down the drink, handed the joint to someone at random, took her arm, and pulled her out into the tunnel. "Clara," I said, "did you get my letters?" She looked puzzled. "Letters?" She shook her head. "I guess you sent them to Venus. I never got there. I got as far as rendezvous with the plane of the ecliptic flight, and then I changed my mind. I came right back on the orbiter." "Oh, Clara." "Oh, Bob," she mimicked, grinning. That wasn't much fun, because when she smiled I could see where the tooth was missing that I had knocked out. "So what else have we got to say to each other?" I put my arms around her. "I can say that I love you, and I'm sorry, and I want to make it up to you, and I want to get married and live together and have kids, and—" "Jesus, Bob," she said, pushing me away gently enough. "When you say something, you say a lot, don't you? So hold it for a while. It'll keep." "But it's been months." She laughed. "No fooling, Bob. This is a bad day for Sagittarians to make decisions, especially about love. We'll talk about it another time." "That crap! Listen, I don't believe in any of that." "I do, Bob." I had an inspiration. "Hey, I bet I can trade with somebody in the first ship. Or wait a minute, maybe Susie would trade with you." She shook her head, still smiling. "I really don't think Susie would like that," she said. "Anyway, they've bitched enough about letting me switch with Sess. They'll never stand still for another last-minute change." "I don't care, Clara." "Bob," she said, "don't rush me. I did a lot of thinking about you and me. I think we've got something that's worth working for. But I can't say it's all straight in my head yet, and I don't want to push it. But, Clara, leave it at that, Bob. I'll go in the first ship, you go in the second. When we get where we're going, we'll be able to talk, maybe even switch around to come back together. But meanwhile, we'll both have a chance to think about what we really want." The only words I seemed to know, I seemed to be saying over and over again. "But, Clara—" She kissed me and pushed me away. "Bob," she said, "don't be in such a hurry. We've got all the time there is." Mission Report. Vessel 3-184, Voyage 019D140. Crew S. Kotsis, A. McCarthy, K. Matsuko. Transit timeout 615 days, 9 hours. No crew reports from destination. Spherical scan data inconclusive as to destination. No identifiable features. No summary. Extract from log. This is the 281st day out. Matsuko lost the draw and suicided. Alicia voluntarily suicided 40 days later. We haven't yet reached turnaround, so it's all for nothing. The remaining rations are not going to be enough to support me, even if you include Alicia and Kenny, who are intact in the freezer. So I am putting everything on full automatic and taking the pills. We have all left letters. Please forward them as addressed if this goddamn ship ever gets back. Mission Plan filed proposal that a 5 with double life support rations and a 1-person crew might be able to complete this mission and return successfully. Proposal tabled on grounds of low priority. No evident benefit from repeating this mission. End mission report. Chapter 27. "Tell me something, Siegfried," I say. "How nervous am I?" He is wearing his Sigmund Freud hologram this time, truculent Viennese stare, not a bit gemütlich, but his voice is the same gently sad baritone. If you are asking what my sensors show, Bob, you are quite agitated, yes. I thought so, I say, bouncing around the map. Can you tell me why? No. The whole week has been like that. Marvelous sex with Doreen and Esya, and floods of tears in the shower, fantastic bidding and play at the bridge tournament, and total despair on the way home. I feel like a yo-yo. I feel like a yo-yo, I yell. You've opened up something I can't handle. I think you underestimate your capacity for handling pain, he says reassuringly. Fuck you, Siegfried. What do you know about human capacity? He almost sighs. Are we back to that again, Bob? We bloody well are. And, funnily, I feel less nervous. I've got him into an argument again, and the peril is reduced. It is true, Bob, that I am a machine, but I am a machine designed to understand what humans are like. And believe me, I am well designed for my function. Designed? Siegfried, I say reasonably, you aren't human. You may know, but you don't feel. You have no idea what it feels like to have to make human decisions and carry the load of human emotion. You don't know what it feels like to have to tie a friend up to keep him from committing murder, to have someone you love die, to know it's your fault, to be scared out of your mind. I do know those things, Bob, he says gently. I really do. I want to explore why you are feeling so turbulent. So won't you please help me? No. But your agitation, Bob, means that we are approaching the central pain. Get your bloody drill out of my nerve. But the analogy doesn't throw him for a second. His circuits are finely tuned today. I'm not your dentist, Bob. I'm your analyst. And I tell you, stop. I know what I have to do to get him away from where it hurts. I haven't used Esya's secret little formula since that first day, but now I want to use it again. I say the words and convert him from a tiger to a pussycat. He rolls over and lets me stroke his tummy as I command him to display the gaudier bits from some of his interviews with attractive and highly quirky female patients, and the rest of the hour is spent as a peep show, and I have got out of his room one more time intact, or nearly. Chapter 28. Out in the holes where the Hichi hid, out in the caves of the stars, sliding the tunnels they slashed and slid, healing the Hichi-hacked scars. Jesus, it was like a Boy Scout campout. We sang and frolicked all the 19 days after turnaround. I don't think I ever felt that good in my life. Partly it was release from fear. When we hit turnaround, we all breathed easier, as you always do. Partly it was that the first half of the trip had been pretty gritty, with Metchnikoff and his two boyfriends in a complicated triple spat most of the time, and Susie Herrera a lot less interested in me on shipboard than she had been as a once-a-week night out on Gateway. But mostly, I think, for me anyway, it was knowing that I was getting closer and closer to Clara. Danny A. helped me work out the figures. He'd taught some of the courses on Gateway, and he may have been wrong, but there wasn't anybody around Reiter, so I took his word for it. He calculated from the time of turnaround that we were going something like 300 light years in all. A guess, sure, but close enough. The first ship, the one Clara was in, was getting farther and farther ahead of us all the way to turnaround, at which point we were going something over 10 light years a day, or so Danny said. Clara's 5 had been launched 30 seconds ahead of us, so then it was just arithmetic. About 1 light day. 3 times 10 to the 10th power centimeters per second times 60 seconds times 60 minutes times 24 hours. At turnaround, Clara was a good 17.5 billion kilometers ahead of us. It seemed very far, and was, but following her in the same wormhole through space that the Hichi had drilled for us. Where my ship was going, hers had gone. I could feel that we were catching up. Sometimes I fantasized that I could smell her perfume. When I said something like that to Danny A., he looked at me queerly. Do you know how far 17.5 billion kilometers is? You could fit the whole solar system in between them and us, just about exactly. The semi-major axis of Pluto's orbit is 39 AU and change. I laughed, a little embarrassed. It was just a notion. So go to sleep, he said, and have a nice dream about it. He knew how I felt about Clara. The whole ship did, even Metchnikoff, even Susie. And maybe that was a fantasy too, but I thought they all wished us well. We were all wishing all of us well, constructing elaborate plans about what we were going to do with our bonuses. For Clara and me, at $1 million apiece, it came to a right nice piece of change. Maybe not enough for full medical, no, not if we wanted anything left over to have fun on, but major medical at least, which meant really good health, barring something terribly damaging, for another 30 or 40 years. We could live happily ever after on what was left over, travel, children, a nice home in a decent part of... Wait a minute, I cautioned myself. A home where? Not back anywhere near the food mines, maybe not on Earth at all. Would Clara want to go back to Venus? I couldn't see myself taking to the life of a tunnel rat, but I couldn't see Clara in Dallas or New York either. Of course, I thought, wish racing far ahead of reality. If we really found anything, the lousy $1 million apiece might be only the beginning. Then we could have all the homes we wanted, anywhere we liked, and full medical too, with transplants to keep us young and healthy and beautiful and sexually strong. And you really ought to go to sleep, said Danny A. from the sling next to mine. The way you thrash around is a caution. But I didn't feel like going to sleep. I was hungry, and there wasn't any reason not to eat. For 19 days we've been practicing food discipline, which is what you do on the way out for the first half of the trip. Once you've reached turnaround, you know how much you can consume for the rest of the trip, which is why some prospectors come back fat. I climbed down out of the lander where Susie and both the Dannies were sacked in, and then I found out what it was that was making me hungry. Dane Metchnikoff was cooking himself a stew. Is there enough for two? He looked at me thoughtfully. I guess so. He opened the squeeze-fit lid, peered inside, milked another 100 cc of water into it out of the vapor trap, and said, "Give it another 10 minutes. I was going to have a drink first." I accepted the invitation, and we passed a wine flask back and forth. While he shook the stew and added a dollop of salt, I took the star readings for him. We were still close to maximum velocity, and there was nothing on the view screen that looked like a familiar constellation, or even much like a star, but it was all beginning to look friendly and good to me. To all of us. I'd never seen Dane so cheerful and relaxed. "I've been thinking," he said. "$1 million's enough. After this one, I'm going back to Syracuse, get my doctorate, get a job. There's going to be some school somewhere that'll want a poet in residence or an English teacher who's been on 7 missions. They'll pay me something, and the money from this will keep me in extras all the rest of my life." All I had really heard was the one word, and that I had heard loud and surprising. "Poet?" He grinned. "Didn't you know? That's how I got to Gateway. The Guggenheim Foundation paid my way." He took the pot out of the cooker, divided the stew into 2 dishes, and we ate. This was the fellow who had been shrieking viciously at the 2 Dannies for a solid hour 2 days before, while Susie and I lay angry and isolated in the lander listening. It was all turnaround. We were home free. The mission wasn't going to strand us out of fuel, and we didn't have to worry about finding anything because our reward was guaranteed. I asked him about his poetry. He wouldn't recite any, but promised to show me copies of what he'd sent back to the Guggenheims when we reached Gateway again. And when we'd finished eating and wiped out the pot and dishes and put them away, Dane looked at his watch. "Too early to wake the others up," he said, "and not a damn thing to do." He looked at me, smiling. It was a real smile, not a grin, and I pushed myself over to him and sat in the warm and welcome circle of his arm. A note on piezoelectricity. Professor Hegrame, the one thing we found out about blood diamonds is that they're fantastically piezoelectric. Does anybody know what that means? Question. They expand and contract when an electric current is imposed. Professor Hegrame. Yes, and the other way around. Squeeze them, and they generate a current. Very rapidly, if you like. That's the basis for the piezophone and piezovision, about a $50 billion industry. Question. Who gets the royalties on all that loot? Professor Hegrame. You know, I thought one of you would ask that. Nobody does. Blood diamonds were found years and years ago in the Hichi Warrens back on Venus, long before Gateway. It was Bell Labs that figured out how to use them. Actually, they used something a little different, a synthetic they developed. They make great communications systems, and Bell doesn't have to pay anybody but themselves. Question. Did the Hichi use them for that? Professor Hegrame. My personal opinion is that they probably did, but I don't know how. You'd think if they left them around, they'd leave the rest of the communications receivers and transmitters too. But if they did, I don't know where. End a note on piezoelectricity. And 19 days went like an hour, and then the clock told us it was almost time to arrive. We were all awake, crowded into the capsule, eager as kids at Christmas, waiting to open our toys. It had been the happiest trip I had ever made, and probably one of the happiest ever. You know, said Danny R. thoughtfully, I'm almost sorry to arrive. And Susie, just beginning to understand our English, said, Sim jase, and then, I too. She squeezed my hand, and I squeezed back. But what I was really thinking about was Clara. We had tried the radio a couple of times, but it didn't work in the Hichi wormholes through space. But when we came out, I would be able to talk to her. I didn't mind that others would be listening. I knew what it was that I wanted to say. I even knew what she would answer. There was no question about it. There was surely as much euphoria in her ship as in ours, for the same reasons, and with all that love and joy, the answer was not in doubt. We're stopping, Danny R. yelled. Can you feel it? Yes, crowed Metchnikoff, bouncing with the tiny surges of the pseudo-gravity that marked our return to normal space. And there was another sign, too. The golden helix in the center of the cabin was beginning to glow, brighter every second. I think we've made it, said Danny R., bursting with pleasure, and I was as pleased as he. I'll start the spherical scan, I said, confident that I knew what to do. Susie took her cue from me and opened the door up to the lander. She and Danny A. were going to go out for the star sights. But Danny A. didn't join her. He was staring at the view screen. As I started the ship turning, I could see stars, which was normal enough. They did not seem special in any way, although they were rather blurry for some reason. I staggered and almost fell. The ship's rotation did not seem as smooth as it should be. The radio, Danny said, and Metchnikoff, frowning, looked up and saw the light. Turn it on, I cried. The voice I heard might be Clara's. Metchnikoff, still frowning, reached for the switch, and then I noticed that the helix was a brighter gold than I had ever seen it, straw-colored, as though it were incandescently hot. No heat came from it, but the golden color was shot through with streaks of pure white. That's funny, I said, pointing. I don't know if anyone heard me. The radio was pouring out static, and inside the capsule the sound was very loud. Metchnikoff grabbed for the tuning and the gain. Over the static I heard a voice. I didn't recognize it first, but it was Danny A.'s. Do you feel that? He yelled. It's gravity waves. We're in trouble. Stop the scan. I stopped it reflexively. But by then the ship's screen had turned, and something was in view that was not a star and not a galaxy. It was a dimly glowing mass of pale blue light, mottled, immense, and terrifying. Even at the first glimpse, I knew it was not a sun. No sun could be so blue and so dim. It hurt the eyes to look at it, not because of its brightness. It hurt inside the eyes, up far into the optic tract. The pain was in the brain itself. Metchnikoff switched off the radio, and in the silence that followed, I heard Danny A. say prayerfully, Dearest God, we've had it. That thing is a black hole. Chapter 29. With your permission, Bob, says Siegfried, I'd like to explore something with you before you command me into my passive display mode. I tighten up. The son of a bitch has read my mind. I observe, he says instantly, that you are feeling some apprehension. That's what I would like to explore. Incredible. I feel myself trying to save his feelings. Sometimes I forget he's a machine. I didn't know you were aware that I've been doing that. I apologize. Of course I'm aware, Bob. When you have given me the proper command, I obey it. But you have not ever given me the command to refrain from recording and integrating data. I assume you do not possess that command. You assume good, Siegfried. There is no reason that you should not have access to whatever information I possess. I have not attempted to interfere until now. Could you? I do have the capacity to signal the use of the command instruction to higher authority, yes. I have not done that. Why not? The old bag of bolts keeps on surprising me. All this is new to me. As I have said, there is no reason to, but clearly you are attempting to postpone some sort of confrontation, and I would like to tell you what I think that confrontation involves. Then you can make your own decision. Oh, cripes. I throw off the straps and sit up. Do you mind if I smoke? I know what the answer is going to be, but he surprises me again. Under the circumstances, no. If you feel the need of a tension reducer, I agree. I'd even considered offering you a mild tranquilizer if you wish it. Jesus, I say admiringly, lighting up, and I actually have to stop myself from offering him one. All right, let's have it. Siegfried gets up, stretches his legs, and crosses to a more comfortable chair. I hadn't known he could do that either. I'm trying to put you at your ease, Bob, he says, as I am sure you observe. First, let me tell you something about my capacities, and yours, which I do not think you know. I can provide information about any of my clients. That is, you are not limited to those who have had access to this particular terminal. I don't think I understand that, I say, after he has paused for a moment. I think you do, or will, when you want to. However, the more important question is what memory you are attempting to keep suppressed. I feel it is necessary for you to unblock it. I had considered offering you light hypnosis, or a tranquilizer, or even a fully human analyst to come in for one session, and any or all of those are at your disposal, if you wish them. But I have observed that you are relatively comfortable in discussions about what you perceive as objective reality, as distinguished from your internalization of reality. So I would like to explore a particular incident with you in those terms. I carefully tap some ash off the end of my cigarette. He's right about that. As long as we keep the conversation abstract and impersonal, I can talk about any bloody thing. What incident is that, Siegfried? Your final prospecting voyage from Gateway, Bob. Let me refresh your memory. Jesus, Siegfried. I know you think you recall it perfectly, he says, interrupting me exactly, and in that sense I don't suppose your memory needs refreshing. But what is interesting about that particular episode is that all the main areas of your internal concern seem to converge there. Your terror, your homosexual tendencies, which are not, to be sure, a major part of your sexuality, Bob, but which give you more concern than is warranted. Your feelings about your mother, the immense burden of guilt you lay on yourself, and above all, the woman Gelle Clara Moynihan. All these things recur over and over in your dreams, Bob, although you often do not make the identification, and they are all present in this one episode. I stub out a cigarette and realize that I have had two going at once. I don't see the part about my mother, I say at last. You don't? The hologram that I call Siegfried von Schrink turns toward a corner of the room. Let me show you a picture. He raises his hand. That's pure theater. I know it is. And in the corner there appears a woman's figure. It is not very clear, but it is young, slim, and is in the act of covering a cough. It's not a very good resemblance to my mother, I object. Isn't it? Well, I say generously, I suppose it's the best you can do. I mean, not having anything to go on except, I guess, my description of her. The picture, says Siegfried gently enough, was assembled from your description of the girl Susie Herrera. I light another cigarette with some difficulty because my hand is shaking. Wow, I say with real admiration. I take my hat off to you, Siegfried. That's very interesting. Of course, I go on, suddenly feeling irritable, Susie was, my God, only a child. Apart from that, I realize now, that there are some resemblances, but the age is all wrong. Bob, says Siegfried, how old was your mother when you were little? She was very young, I add after a moment. As a matter of fact, she looked a lot younger than she was, even. Siegfried lets me hang there for a moment, and then he waves his hand again, and the figure disappears, and instead we are suddenly looking at a picture of two fives butted lander to lander in mid-space, and beyond them is... Oh, my God, Siegfried, I say. He waits me out for a while. As far as I am concerned, he can wait forever. I simply do not know what to say. I'm not hurting, but I am paralyzed. I cannot say anything, and I cannot move. This, he begins, speaking very softly and gently, is a reconstruction of the two ships in your expedition in the vicinity of the object SAG-YY. It is a black hole, or, more accurately, a singularity in a state of extremely rapid rotation. I know what it is, Siegfried. Yes, you do. Because of its rotation, the translation velocity of what is called its event threshold, or Schwarzschild discontinuity, exceeds the speed of light, and so it is not properly black. In fact, it can be seen by virtue of what is called Cherenkov radiation. It was because of the instrument readings on this and other aspects of the singularity that your expedition was awarded a $10 million bonus, in addition to the agreed-upon sum, which, along with certain other lesser amounts, is the foundation of your present fortune. I know that too, Siegfried. Pause. Would you care to tell me what else you know about it, Bob? Pause. I'm not sure I can, Siegfried. Pause again. He isn't even urging me to try. He knows that he doesn't have to. I want to try, and I take my cue from his own manner. There is something in there that I can't talk about, that scares me even to think about. But wrapped around the central tear, there is something I can talk about, and that is the objective reality. I don't know how much you know about singularities, Siegfried. Perhaps you can just say what you think it is that I ought to know, Bob. I put out the current cigarette and light another one. Well, I say, you know, and I know, that if you really wanted to know about singularities, it's all in the databanks somewhere, and a lot more exactly and informatively than I can say it. But anyway, the thing about black holes is they're traps. They bend light. They bend time. Once you're in, you can't get out. Only, after a moment, Siegfried says, it's all right for you to cry if you want to, Bob, which is the way that I suddenly realize that's what I'm doing. Jesus, I say, and blow my nose into one of the tissues that he always keeps handy right next to the mat. He waits. Only I did get out, I say. And Siegfried does something else I had never expected from him. He permits himself a joke. That, he says, is pretty obvious from the fact that you're here. This is bloody exhausting, Siegfried, I say. I am sure it is for you, Bob. I wish I had a drink. Click. The cabinet behind you, says Siegfried, that has just opened, contains some rather good sherry. It isn't made from grapes, I'm sorry to say. The health service doesn't go in for luxuries, but I don't think you'll be aware of its natural gas origins. Oh, and it is laced with just a dollop of THC to soothe the nerves. Holy Christ, I say, having run out of ways of expressing surprise. The sherry is all he says it is, and I can feel the warmth of it expanding inside me. Okay, I say, setting the glass down. Well, when I got back to Gateway, they'd written the expedition off. We were almost a year overdue, because we'd been almost inside the event horizon. Do you understand about time dilation? Oh, never mind, I say before he can answer. That was a rhetorical question. What I mean is, what happened was the phenomenon they call time dilation. You get that close to a singularity, and you come up against the twin paradox. What was maybe a quarter of an hour for us was almost a year by clock time on Gateway, or here, or anywhere else in the non-relativistic universe, I mean. And I take another drink, then I go on bravely enough. And if we'd gone any farther down, we would have been going slower and slower. Slower and slower and slower. A little closer, and that 15 minutes would have turned out to be a decade. A little closer still, and it would have been a century. It was that close, Siegfried. We were almost trapped, all of us. But I got out. And I think of something and look at my watch. Speaking of time, my hour's been up for the last 5 minutes. I have no other appointments this afternoon, Bob. I stare. What? Gently. I cleared my calendar before your appointment, Bob. I don't say, Holy Christ again, but I surely think it. That makes me feel right up against the wall, Siegfried, I say angrily. I'm not forcing you to stay past your hour, Bob. I am only pointing out that you have that option if you choose. I mull that for a while. You are one brass-bound ring-ding of a computer, Siegfried, I say. All right. Well, you see, there was no way we could get out, considered as a unit. Our ships were caught well inside the point of no return, and there just ain't no way home from there. But old Danny A., he was a sharp article, and he knew all about the loopholes in the laws. Considered as a unit, we were stuck. But we weren't a unit. We were two ships, and each of them came apart into two other ships. And if we could somehow transfer acceleration from one part of our system to the other, kick part of us deeper into the well, and at the same time kick the other part up and out, then part of the unit could go free. Long pause. Why don't you have another drink, Bob? Says Siegfried solicitously. After you finish crying, I mean. Chapter 30. Fear. There was so much terror jumping around inside my skin that I couldn't feel it anymore. My senses were saturated with it. I don't know if I screamed or babbled. I only did what Danny A. told me to do. We backed the two ships together and linked up, lander to lander, and we were trying to manhandle gear, instruments, clothes, everything that moved out of the first ship into whatever corners we could find of the second, to make room for 10 people where 5 were a tight fit. Hand to hand, back and forth, we bucket brigaded this stuff. Dane Metchnikov's kidneys must have been kicked black and blue. He was the one who was in the landers, changing the fuel metering switches to blow every drop of hydrox at once. Would we survive that? We had no way of knowing. Both our 5s were armored, and we didn't expect to damage the Hichi metal shells, but the contents of the shells would be us, all of us, in the one of them that went free, or we hoped would go free, and there wasn't really any way to tell whether we could come free in the first place, or whether what would come free would be nothing but jelly anyway. And all we had was minutes, and not very many of them. I guess I passed Clara 20 times in 10 minutes, and I remember that once, the first time, we kissed, or aimed at each other's lips, and came close enough. I remember the smell of her, and once lifting my head because the musk oil was so strong, and not seeing her, and then forgetting it again. And all the time, out of one view screen or another, that immense, broad, baleful blue ball hung flickering outside. The racing shadows across its surface that were phase effects made fearful pictures. The gripping grab of its gravity waves tugged at our guts. Danny A. was in the capsule of the first ship, watching the time and kicking bags and bundles down to the lander hatch to pass on, through the hatch, through the landers, up to the capsule of the second ship, where I was pushing them out of the way, any which way, just to make room for more. 5 minutes, he'd yell, and 4 minutes, and 3 minutes, get the goddamn lead out, and then, that's it, all of you, drop what you're doing and come on up here. And we did, all of us, all but me. I could hear the others yelling and then calling to me, but I'd fallen behind. Our own lander was blocked. I couldn't get through the hatch. And I tugged somebody's duffel bag out of the way, just as Clara was screaming over the TBS radio, Bob, for God's sakes, get up here. And I knew it was too late. And I slammed the hatch and dogged it down, just as I heard Danny A.'s voice shouting, No, wait. Wait for a very, very long time. Letter Dear Voice of Gateway, on Wednesday of last week, I was crossing the parking lot at the Safeway supermarket, where I had gone to deposit my food stamps, on the way to the shuttle bus to my apartment when I saw an unearthly green light. A strange spacecraft landed nearby. 4 beautiful but very tiny young women in filmy white robes emerged and subjected me helpless by means of a paralyzing ray. They kept me prisoner on their craft for 19 hours. During that time, they subjected me to certain indignities of a sexual nature, which I am honor-bound not to reveal. The leader of the 4, whose name was Moira Glofon, stated that, like us, they have not succeeded in fully overcoming their animal heritage. I accepted their apology and agreed to deliver 4 messages to Earth. Messages 1 and 4 I may not announce until the proper time. Message 2 is a private one for the manager of my apartment project. Message 3 is for you at Gateway, and it has 3 parts. 1. There must be no more cigarette smoking. 2. There must be no more mixed schooling of boys and girls, at least until the 2nd year of college. 3. You must stop all exploration of space at once. We are being watched. Harry Hellison, Pittsburgh. End letter. A note on nutrition. Question. What did the Hichi eat? Professor Hegrame. About what we do, I would say. Everything. I think they were omnivores, ate anything they could catch. We really don't know a thing about their diet, except that you can make some deductions from the shell missions. Question. Shell missions? Professor Hegrame. There are at least 4 recorded missions that didn't go as far as another star, but went clear out of the solar system, out where the shell of comets hangs out, half a light year or so away. The missions are marked as failures, but I don't think they are. I've been pushing the board to give science bonuses for them. 3 seem to wind up in meteorite swarms. The other came out at a comet, all hundreds of AU out. Meteorite swarms, of course, are usually the debris of old, dead comets. Question. Are you saying the Hichi ate comets? Professor Hegrame. Ate the things comets are made out of. Do you know what they are? Carbon, oxygen, nitrogen, hydrogen, the same elements you ate for breakfast. I think they used comets for feedstocks to manufacture what they ate. I think one of those missions to the cometary shell is sooner or later going to turn up a Hichi food factory, and then maybe we won't have anybody ever starving anywhere anymore. End a note on nutrition. Classifieds. Interests, harpsichord. Go group sex. Seek 4 like-minded prospectors view toward teaming. Garriman, 78-109. Tunnel sale. Must sell holodiscs, clothes, sex aids, books, everything. Level babe, tunnel 12. Ask for divatorial, 1,100 hours, until it's all gone. 10th man, needed for minion for Abram R. Sorchek, presumed dead. Also 9th, 8th, and 7th men. Please. 87-103. End classifieds. Navigation Instruction Guide Supplement 104. Please supplement your navigation instruction guide as follows. Course settings containing the lines and colors as shown in the attached chart appear to have a definite relation to the amount of fuel or other propulsion necessity remaining for use by the vessel. All prospectors are cautioned that the 3 bright lines in the orange, chart 2, appear to indicate extreme shortage. No vessel displaying them in its course has ever returned, even from check flights. End supplement. Song. We sometimes get squashed, and we sometimes get burned, and we sometimes get shredded to bits, and we sometimes get fat on the royalties earned, and we're always scared out of our wits. We don't care which. Little lost Hichi start making us rich. End song. Chapter 31. After a while, I don't know how long, I raise my head and say, "Sorry, Siegfried." "For what, Bob?" "For crying like this. I am physically exhausted. It is as if I had run 10 miles through a gauntlet of mad Choctaws pounding me with clubs." "Are you feeling better now, Bob?" Better? I puzzle over that stupid question for a moment, and then I take inventory, and curiously enough, I am. Why, yeah, I guess so. Not what you'd call good, but better. Take it easy for a minute, Bob. That strikes me as a dumb remark, and I tell him so. I have about the energy level of a small arthritic jellyfish that's been dead for a week. I have no choice but to take it easy. But I do feel better. I feel, I say, as if I let myself feel my guilt at last. And you survived it. I think that over. I guess I did, I say. Let's explore that question of guilt, Bob. Guilt, why? Because I jettisoned 9 people to save myself, asshole. Has anyone ever accused you of that? Anyone but yourself, I mean. Accused? I blow my nose again, thinking, well, no. Why should they? When I got back, I was kind of a hero. I think about Shicky, so kind, so mothering, and Francie Herrera, holding me in his arms, letting me bawl, even though I'd killed his cousin. But they weren't there. They didn't see me blow the tanks to get free. Did you blow the tanks? Oh, hell, Siegfried, I say. I don't know. I was going to. I was reaching for the button. Does it make sense that the button in the ship you were planning to abandon would actually fire the combined tanks in the landers? Why not? I don't know. Anyway, I say, you can't give me any alibis I haven't already thought of for myself. I know, maybe Danny or Clara pushed the button before I did, but I was reaching for mine. And which ship did you think would go free? Theirs. Mine. I correct myself. No, I don't know. Siegfried says gravely, actually, that was a very resourceful thing you did. You knew you couldn't all have survived. There wasn't time. The only choice was whether some of you would die or all of you would. You elected to see that somebody lived. Crap. I'm a murderer. Pause while Siegfried's circuits think that over. Bob, he says carefully, I think you're contradicting yourself. Didn't you say she's still alive in that discontinuity? They all are. Time has stopped for them. Then how could you have murdered anybody? What? He says again, how could you have murdered anybody? I don't know, I say. But honestly, Siegfried, I really don't want to think about it any more today. There's no reason you should, Bob. I wonder if you have any idea how much you've accomplished in the past 2.5 hours. I'm proud of you. And, queerly, incongruously, I believe he is. Chips, Heechee circuits, holograms, and all. And it makes me feel good to believe it. You can go any time you want to, he says, getting up and going back to his easy chair in the most lifelike way possible, even grinning at me. But I think I would like to show you something. My defenses are eroded down to nothing. I only say, what's that, Siegfried? That other capability of ours that I mentioned, Bob, he says, the one that we've never used. I would like to display another patient from some time back. Another patient? He says gently, look over in the corner, Bob. I look, and there she is. Clara. And as soon as I see her, I know where Siegfried got it. From the machine Clara was consulting back on Gateway. She is hanging there, one arm across the file rack, her feet lazily floating in air, talking earnestly. Her broad black eyebrows frown and smile, and her face grins and grimaces, and then looks sweetly, invitingly relaxed. You can hear what she's saying if you want to, Bob. Do I want to? Not necessarily, but there's nothing in it to be afraid of. She loved you, Bob, the best way she knew how, the same as you loved her. I look for a long time, and then I say, turn her off, Siegfried. In the recovery room, I almost fall asleep for a moment. I have never been so relaxed. I wash my face and smoke another cigarette, and then I go out into the bright, diffused daylight under the bubble, and it all looks so good and so friendly. I think of Clara with love and tenderness, and in my heart I say goodbye to her. And then I think of S. Ya, with whom I have a date for that evening, if I'm not already too late for it. But she'll wait. She's a good scout, almost as good as Clara. Clara. I stop in the middle of the mall and people bump against me. A little old lady in short shorts toddles over to me and says, is something wrong? I stare at her and don't answer, and then I turn around and head back for Siegfried's office. Notice of credit. To Robinette Broadhead. 1. Acknowledgement is made that your course setting for Gateway 2 permits round-trip flights with a travel time saving of approximately 100 days over the previous standard course for this object. 2. By decision of the Board, you are granted a discovery royalty of 1% on all earnings on future flights using said course setting and an advance of $10,000 against said royalty. 3. By decision of the Board, you are assessed 1/2 of said royalty and advance as a penalty for damage to the vessel employed. Your account is therefore credited with the following amount: royalty advance, Board Order A-135-7, less deduction, Board Order A-135-8, $5,000. Your present balance is $6,192. End notice of credit. Notice of credit. To Robinette Broadhead. Your account is credited with the following amounts: guaranteed bonus for mission 88-90A and 88-90B, survivorship total $10 million. Science bonus awarded by Board $8,500,000. Total $18,500,000. Your present balance is $18,506,036. End notice of credit. There was no one there, not even a hologram. I yelled, "Siegfried, where the hell are you?" No one. No answer. This is the first time I've ever been in a room when it wasn't set up. I can see what is real and what was hologram now, and not much of it is real. Powder metal walls, studs for projectors, the mat, real, the cabinet with the liquor, real, a few other pieces of furniture that I might want to touch or use, but no Siegfried, not even the chair he usually sits in. "Siegfried!" I keep on yelling with my heart bubbling up in my throat and my brain spinning. "Siegfried!" I scream, and at last there is a sort of a haze and a flash, and there he is in his Sigmund Freud suit looking at me politely. "Yes, Bob?" "Siegfried, I did murder her. She's gone." "I see that you're upset, Bob," he says. "Can you tell me what it is that's bothering you?" "Upset? I'm worse than upset, Siegfried. I'm a person who killed 9 other people to save his life. Maybe not really, maybe not on purpose, but in their eyes I killed them as much as in mine." "But Bob," he says reasonably, "we've been all over this. She's still alive. They all are. Time has stopped for them." "I know," I howl. "Don't you understand, Siegfried? That's the point. I not only killed her, I'm still killing her." Patiently, "Do you think what you just said is true, Bob?" "She thinks it is. Now and forever, as long as I live. It isn't years ago that it happened for her. It's only a few minutes, and it goes on for all of my life. I'm down here, getting older, trying to forget, and there's Clara up there in Sagittarius, YY, floating around like a fly in amber." I drop to the bare plastic mat, sobbing. Little by little, Siegfried has been restoring the whole office, patching in this decoration and that. There are piñatas hanging over my head, and a hollow pic of Lake Garda at Sirmione on the wall, hover floats, sailboats, and bathers having fun. "Let the pain out, Bob," Siegfried says gently. "Let it all out." "What do you think I'm doing?" I roll over on the foam mat, staring at the ceiling. "I could get over the pain and the guilt, Siegfried, if she could. But for her it isn't over. She's out there, stuck in time." "Go ahead, Bob," he encourages. "I am going ahead. Every second is still the newest second in her mind, the second when I threw her life away to save my own. I'll live and get old and die before she lives past that second, Siegfried." "Keep going, Bob. Say it all." "She's thinking I betrayed her, and she's thinking it now. I can't live with that." There is a very, very long silence, and at last Siegfried says, "You are, you know." "What?" My mind has gone 1,000 light years away. "You are living with it, Bob." "Do you call this living? I sneer, sitting up and wiping my nose with another of his million tissues. You respond very quickly to anything I say, Bob, says Siegfried, and therefore sometimes I think your response is a counterpunch. You parry what I say with words. Let me strike home for once, Bob. Let this sink in. You are living. Well, I suppose I am. It is true enough. It is just not very rewarding. Another long pause, and then Siegfried says, Bob, you know that I am a machine. You also know that my function is to deal with human feelings. I cannot feel feelings, but I can represent them with models. I can analyze them. I can evaluate them. I can do this for you. I can even do it for myself. I can construct the paradigm within which I can assess the value of emotions. Guilt? It is a painful thing, but because it is painful, it is a behavior modifier. It can influence you to avoid guilt-inducing actions, and this is a valuable thing for you and for society. But you cannot use it if you do not feel it. I do feel it. Jesus Christ, Siegfried, you know I'm feeling it. I know, he says, that now you are letting yourself feel it. It is out in the open, where you can let it work for you, not buried where it can only harm you. That is what I am for, Bob, to bring your feelings out, where you can use them. Even the bad feelings, guilt, fear, pain, envy. Guilt, fear, pain, envy, the motivators, the modifiers, the qualities that I, Bob, do not have, except in a hypothetical sense, when I make a paradigm and assign them to myself for study. There's another pause. I have a funny feeling about it. Siegfried's pauses are usually either to give me time to let something sink in, or to permit him to compute some complex chain of arguments about me. This time I think it is neither of them. He is thinking, but not about me. And at last he says, So, now I can answer what you asked me, Bob. Asked you? What was that? You asked me, do you call this living? And I answer, yes, it is exactly what I call living. And in my best hypothetical sense, I envy it very much. End of Gateway by Frederik Pohl, narrated by Jim Jensen in the studios of the American Printing House for the Blind, Louisville, Kentucky, for the Library of Congress, April 1979. For special distribution as authorized by Act of Congress under Public Law 89-522 with the permission of the copyright holder and the publisher, St. Martin's Press. If you experienced any difficulty with this recording, please tie a piece of string around one of the container straps or latches before returning it. Place the defective recording in the container braille side down for identification.